After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
First opening in 1904 and featuring horseless carriage racing, did the same thing as last night. Nashville Fairgrounds was initially a 1 1/8 mile dirt oval, drawing attention from near and far, including the 1904 World's Fair in St. Louis, Missouri. Hosting unique and mold-breaking events throughout its past, Nashville Fairgrounds is a fan favorite even 116 years after its opening, drawing attention throughout the American oval racing scene, especially among NASCAR fans wishing for the NASCAR Cup Series to one day return to the 0.596-mile short track. We no longer have the pre-70s 35-degree banking, but the 18-degree turns keep cars fast and drivers honest as they fly in and out of the corners. Thanks to iRacing, via a tweet made by Dale Earnhardt Jr. on October 22, 2019, iRacers were able to look forward to this track's 2020 release and have since flocked to the official, hosted, and league races at Nashville many times over. Welcome, race fans, to Pit Stop TV. As usual, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter tonight. Eric Brennan and Trey Shuttlesworth join me in the booth. Corey Rexford on social media coverage. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV, and this is Pit Stop TV's live coverage of the original online All-American 400 at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in virtual Music City, USA. Last night we had the All-American Dash. It was quite the riot. It was certainly a really fun event to be a part of. That said, there were a lot of incidents all night long. We got to see a bit of a taste, though, of what we're going to see this afternoon and evening as everybody gets warmed up here in practice. You see, we have some sunlight, we have some shadows on the racetrack, and these drivers are getting warmed up in some warmer temperatures as well, getting to see what this track is going to do as it changes from day to night.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Andrew, first of all, great to be here. I'm really looking forward to this race. Nashville has been a longtime favorite of me personally throughout, ever since I was a little kid. I believe I was about 10 years old the last time the now Xfinity and Truck Series ran at this facility, and I, too, am longing for the day where we get big league stock cars back on this circuit. But tonight we do have, as you mentioned, 23rd original All-American 400, and last night was a pretty good appetizer and teaser as to what we are going to see to some extent. I don't think it's going to be as crazy, at least I hope it's not, but we did see a couple of drivers put their name towards the top of what we would possibly call the favorites, and what we've seen so far in this practice session, it appears to be more of the same. However, it's tight. This is probably the most competitive session that I've seen across the 2 days of coverage we've had here on Pit Stop TV. Right now, the top 8 in this session, separated by less than a tenth of a second. I don't know. I predicted last night that I think qualifying is going to be ultra important, and the winner may come out of the first 2 rows, but judging by how competitive this field is, Trey, I'm not too certain where the winner is going to come from, but I bet it's going to be a great race regardless of wherever the winner starts.
First of all, it's a pleasure to join you two guys tonight, and I'm glad to have Corey Rexford on social media for only the second time with us at Pit Stop TV tonight. It's going to be an absolutely fun show, and I'm excited to have 400 laps here tonight. But like you said, I think there's a lot of unpredictability when you get, 30-plus super late models on a track like this. We might not have, the 30-plus degrees of banking that the track once had, but 18 degrees, that's the banking you have going through the trials at Daytona International Speedway. So it's sure to produce a lot of exciting action. It's a pretty exciting racetrack. I believe this will be the first time this event will be on the iRacing.com surface since the track released, I want to say about 2 builds ago, about half a year ago. But yeah, regardless, we're going to see a lot of dynamic changes throughout the session, whether it be, comers and goers through the field, or the fact that time is going to accelerate at twice the pace as it would in real life. So this should be a full day-to-night event, despite it being about, let's say, about 1 o'clock in the session right now.
Yeah, I think it was about 1:09 when I loaded in, so it's probably about 1:30 in the session, and we're just going to see that advance throughout the day. It's nighttime, of course. If I look out the window, it's just past 7:26 here on the East Coast. It's pitch black outside. We're going to catch up pretty quickly, though, and we should see the shadows get quite a bit longer. Of course, this event being in the fall as well is going to help that. We're going to go into the dark a whole lot sooner, but it is still going to be quite a long time before we get there. I'd expect probably 100, 150, even 200 or more laps under daylight conditions at the very least, and of course the lights will come on just like last night's All-American Dash. So we've got quite the race ahead. And, of course, we saw Kelsey Rogers, Caleb Nelson steal the show yesterday as far as the fastest cars in the racetrack in qualifying. They are right up there. In fact, when we began our intro, they were leading practice. Since then, however, Grant Brown, who just goes even a bit faster, has taken over the top spot by 32 one-thousandths of a second. That's 3.2 one-hundredths of a second. And he's got a decent little gap right now to Kelsey Rogers and Caleb Nelson, who are only 11 one-thousandths of a second apart. And the rest of the top 5, the entire top 10, really very, very close. I think the best times amongst them only spreading across maybe a tenth and a half. So everybody very close to the top of the scoring pylon. We have some wrecking here in practice. Of course, these guys got to get used to this racetrack, especially after what we saw last night, Eric. These guys were definitely having a hard time at first, I think, getting used to this place. The corners really... the exits of the corners get you off guard because it's such a fast track, and you get down to the banking, and suddenly all of that falls away very, very quickly, and you just get emptied out into that wall. And if you are not very careful, you're either going to actually have too much wheel in the car, get the car loose, spin out, or you're just going to knock that wall down.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Andrew, my favorite shot that we have for people who are watching on Pit Stop TV is the speed shot on the front straightaway, because you really do get to see how these cars unload. There it is, coming off of what is turn number 4, and it just kind of proves how tricky the exit of these corners are. You know, as Trey mentioned, 18 degrees of banking. It's not the steepness is what you would see on a half-mile short track compared to many other facilities, but the way these cars unload as they flatten out on the straightaway off of turn 4 and off of turn 2, that proved to be the biggest trouble spot in what was a caution-plagued Dash for Cash last night. Now, we all thought that that was going to be the barometer that we were going to use to kind of handicap the field coming into tonight's races. But if you look at the practice charts, you know, we see some drivers who were up there towards the top of the running order as far as speed is concerned. But when it came to the results, Grant Brown was involved in a number of incidents, not of which was his own doing. Caleb Nelson had a problem early in the race after having to start out back. Kelsey Rogers was involved in a crash in a heat race, which gave us an incredible run from the back towards the front in the late going, where he would settle for second. And Jordan Harnish is a name that we didn't see in the dash last night, at least according to my notes. And then you got Greg Evans, who is a multi-time race winner and champion on the series platform for ASRS. Didn't have the result that he would have wanted because he caught damage in a lap 1 crash that hindered his performance. So I don't know if last night is going to be any indication as to what we're going to see tonight, but we're going to know in just a short while, as we're going to be coming up on qualifying in the not-too-distant future.
Can't do much more there except, continue to reflect that, that same opinion that you have there, Eric. I just feel like you said, it was such a small sample size, and it was a sprint race. These guys have to come into tonight with a completely different mindset. 400 laps at this track at minimum is probably going to take, about 2 hours, I would have to guess. And this track can tend to produce a lot of incidents over the course of a period of a race. But, it should be a lot cleaner, I would expect. And the other thing that we have to take into account, unlike last night, which was a straight dash for cash, $25 was on the line last night. These guys have 400 laps on the line tonight. And if I do recall, going through the notes, we do have someone that elected to go to the rear of the field, and if they do win from the rear, they'll pick up an additional cash bonus.
Yes, sir, that was Kelsey Rogers. We're on board with him right now, but he's just sitting in the pit lane. He has elected to take the Patriot challenge, shotgun challenge, where he was the highest finishing driver that elected to go for that challenge in that All-American Dash last night. So it was first offered to the race winner. That was Brett Hahn. He declined, and it was offered to every driver down from there. Kelsey Rogers was the first to accept it, so Kelsey Rogers will be starting from the back of the field this evening, is not setting a qualifying time, or if he does, it's not going to be counted, and he will start from the very back of the field. Dead last. However many cars register, he will be behind them all. And if he manages to win, not only does he take home the $130 purse just for winning, just for placing first, he gets an extra $25. That's $155. We'll talk about some of the other rewards these drivers have. Let's see. We got the Dash winner last night. That was Brett Hahn. He gets $25 from last night. The challenge, That's another $25 if Kelsey can get it. The pole award this evening, presented by Team 126 Racing, is also $25. The Team 126 Racing Halfway Leader Award is also $25. The LTC Motorsports third place bonus is also $25. The LTC Motorsports 13th place bonus is also $25. The Ohio's Lost Speedway's fastest lap of the race, however, is $20. Everything all together, including the payouts for the entire top 5, comes out to a total of $510 in this event, and that is a lot that these drivers are racing for. And to be able to pay out pretty large sums, actually, to the entire top 5 makes this a race that you have got to go perform in. And quite simply, if you are not able to get up to the front, you've got to find a way to get up to the front, because that's where the rewards begin and end. It's just first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. As far as actual position payout scores, you can pick up the pole award, you can pick up the halfway leader award, the 13th place bonus. You do get $25 for finishing 13th, but otherwise, man, you have to get up to the front.
And Andrew, we know that racers are willing to put it all out on the line, regardless of what the incentive is, or if there's an actual trophy on the line, or if there's a cash payout on the line. But it is just that. It's more of an incentive. And I'm not sure that's going to be at the forefront of these drivers' minds, as they all want to win a race that has been going for as long as the original All-American 400. That alone is a title in which they want to tag on to their sim racing resume. But that money does make a little bit of a difference. I mean, it could allow you to get a couple more, tracks to work with or cars to work with on the platform. It could hopefully pay for a celebratory beverage at night's end. But it makes me wonder, considering how much conflict, contact, and carnage that we saw last night, if any of that may carry over. Some of these guys may take some of that aggression that took place, or maybe a driver who did them dirty when there was only $25 on the line for the winner of the Dash for Cash last night, and they may, keep that in mind when it comes down to the later stages. And there is all that additional prize money up for grabs, as well as the title of an All-American 400 winner. So it's something we're going to be keeping an eye on as we watch the night unfold, considering that there were so many incidents that took place. If any of that does in fact carry over to the night where it matters most.
Well, the fortunate thing regardless is that no equipment is going to be totaled if, feelings get hurt in the process of some accidents. But overall, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. Forgot the point I was going to bring up. But, yeah, I'm just incredibly excited. And, I mean, the big thing tonight that I'm really excited is the fact that we have a very small gap in terms of lap times here on the racetrack. If you go look at first place on the leaderboard, Grant Brown, all the way down to about the mid-20s, we're separated by only about 0.4 of a second here. Now, it is a half-mile racetrack, but I feel like it's going to be relatively tight, and it's going to be difficult to come back through the field if you get caught near the back of the field, whether it be for a pit stop, where a lot of guys don't go down the pit road during a yellow flag pit cycle, or for an accident you get involved in.
So there are currently 28 cars that have taken a time so far in this practice session. Of those 28 cars, 27 of them are within a half second of the leader. The only car not within that half second is Cody Knott, and he's knocking on the door. He's only 0.6 back. So this is an extremely close field. Now, granted, as you alluded to there, Trey, a half-mile racetrack, or a little over half-mile, a half second ends up being a lot. But that's still a pretty darn close window to have 28 drivers within. And, of course, being on fixed setups, I think, helps that. But even so, the drivers have to execute on every level, and they have to get these cars around the racetrack that quickly. It's not just up to the setup in the car. So these drivers certainly executing already this afternoon. Looking forward to seeing how they do as the day goes on, though. Because, again, we got to keep up with this track changing. We're almost definitely going into the night, and really it comes down to these drivers to be able to get this race knocked out of the way earlier if they don't want to go into the night, if they don't want to deal with that track change and having to keep up with it, or hey, if some of these guys want it to go into the night, want it to cool down, maybe they feed a bumper to somebody. And I mean, I'm not saying anybody's going to draw yellow, but they could.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely going to be an option. And you mentioned how tight the field is. I mean, Brett Hahn, who won last night's Dash for Cash, we actually just got a quick glimpse of him there as he pulls down to the inside of the front straightaway in that blue number 71. He's back in 10th on the practice timing and scoring charts, but he's less than a 10th and a half off the quick time that was set by Grant Brown at an 18:09.6. So even though he's on the bottom end of the top 10 as far as practice goes, this is kind of the same story that he was writing when it came down to how he captured the flag in the dash race last night. So a very, very tight field. And, Trey, you were talking about how, it could be very difficult if you end up in the back of the pack. One item we really haven't touched on yet is just how abrasive this surface is on tires. Tire wear, and when you place your tires on your car and how often you pit and put yourself in that position in exchange for fresh rubber, that may play a huge role in who ends up winning this race as well.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure of the last year of a repay, but I think it's very evident. You can see the cars bouncing very aggressively through the corners here at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. So that's definitely something you have to take into account, even with a car that, handles corners so effectively like the modern Super Late model.
And here's the track map that we showed you last night as well. And this just shows you the banking around the just under 0.6 of a mile. It's really not even fair to call it a half mile because it's over that half mile by almost 1/10 of a mile. It's actually a very odd distance for a racetrack, but they do have that little quarter mile on the front stretch, and if you run the big track and go down into that 18 degree banking we were talking about earlier on, that used to be 35 degrees. I mean, that's insane that this place used to have 35 degrees of banking. That's higher than Daytona. That's akin to, what is it? Winchester. I mean, that is insane. 35 degrees of banking on a half-mile racetrack is just, that is I mean, that's a mountain. That is just a wall of asphalt that you'd be looking into as you go off into turns 1 and 3. That is insane to think about.
And one facet of this racetrack that we saw kind of rear its ugly head a couple of times last night is the transition from the banking and the bottom lane and the apron. There is a yellow line that distinguishes the transition in pavement from the actual bank portion of the racetrack and the inside line of the corner and the flat. Just enough room virtually to get a car down there and out of harm's way if a driver was to find some trouble. But if you clip that apron with the left side tires at speed, it is going to be equivalent to catching a curb at Martinsville, and you are not going to have much control of your race car. The problem is, with us having so many cars entered in this track that, as you mentioned, just over a half mile in length, there's often not enough room to catch your car if you were to make such a mistake, and usually somebody's in the back bumper before you even realize what happened. So hopefully these drivers have gotten some of those gremlins out in this practice session that has spanned about 35 minutes in length, official length about 40 minutes, as they are undergoing a brief drivers meeting before qualifying, and we will see if that happens to become an issue as the night rolls on. A track which is beautiful to watch a race, beautiful to see how it all unfolds, but also has a lot of opportunities to get into trouble all around this track, which is just under 0.6 miles in length.
Yeah, Eric, you touched on how, just treacherous that apron can be here. And the thing that's kind of terrifying to add to that is the fact that the track gets so narrow when you come back up onto the straightaway. If you do catch that apron and come back up into traffic in the middle of the corner, you have quite a bit of room to wash up the racetrack in the middle of the corner. But if that incident where you clip the apron happens off the exit of the corner, it gets incredibly narrow compared to what you're dealing with in the middle of the corner. So yeah, as you said, we're in the middle of the drivers' meeting. Drivers are only going to get 2 laps here on a completely static racetrack, so everyone will be given the same opportunity there over the course of about 10 minutes. And, it'll give us a chance to potentially, mix things up a little bit compared to the practice times that we have seen so far tonight.
Before we go into our qualifying session in about a minute's time, I want to quickly thank the event sponsors. The only ones that we have listed that are providing to us are Patriot Media and Marketing Solutions. They helped out a lot yesterday with the All-American Dash. I believe we're presenting sponsors of that race. And we also want to thank Team 126 Racing, picking up a couple of the sponsors, and LTC Motorsports. And Ohio's Law Speedway is picking up some of those awards, those contingency awards that really go a long way in making events like this happen. Every dollar goes such a long way in making these paid events on iRacing happen, and making it a paid event allows a whole lot more organization to go into it and make it a better event overall, and it allows us to come and cover these events. So every one of those dollars very much appreciated and goes a very, very long way in making these events what they are. I also want to thank our partners real quick. Of course, Tucson Sound Art, Permanent Makeup in Cryo in Maine, and Whiplash Media for what they do for us on and off air. We are going to be transitioning now into our qualifying session. Drivers meeting wrapping up, and these drivers are about to get onto the racetrack for their fast flying laps to try and set the pole time. Again, $25 at stake if you set the pole. That's actually a really big award for just being the fastest qualifier.
Yeah, all about the incentive. I mean, I remember, back in the NR 2003 days when I ran my first race that had some money that paid out. It just adds a different feel and different flavor to try to get the job done. One of the first cars that we see out is David Patton out of Schererville, Illinois, driving for RHU Racing after he had a spectacular night last night, was involved in a number of incidents. Also, you see the 17 out there for the first of his 2 laps, and the number 99 is going to be one to watch as well. That is the car driven tonight by Anthony Pelican out of Sandusky, Ohio, for GPM. We got a lot of entries all across not only the states. There were a couple drivers who were from north of the border that signed up to race. In the field last night was Caden Tufts out of Halifax, Canada. So a lot of drivers trying to represent their quadrant of the world in the All-American 400. And we are starting to see some of these first laps come on the board with Anthony Pelican, the provisional pole sitter for the time being. But the fastest car in practice, you're watching him there, that number 52 of Grant Brown, trying to set quick time.
I believe this will be Grant Brown coming on to lap 2 here as we cut away back to the 99. But yeah, right now, Anthony Pelican, he is sitting on the top of the board with an 18.147. Still about, I want to say about half of a tenth of what we saw out of Grant Brown in practice here a bit earlier. But Grant Brown himself is about 10th off of his own time, currently sitting P2 on the leaderboard with about 8 minutes left here in the qualifying session.
On board with Matt Vade, currently 6th in our qualifying session. These guys each get 2 laps. They have 10 minutes to do so. Caleb Nelson now on the racetrack. We'll see what the 07 can do after he qualified 2nd place, 2nd fastest yesterday for the All-American Dash. Definitely a very quick car right here. We'll see where he goes on his first flying lap. Actually, looks like he might have tagged the wall and invalidated his lap time. Christopher Bouchard also on the racetrack. He's one that did not come out to the All-American Dash last night. Now, sometimes there's those preliminary events, those extra events, I think, of Race of Champions sometimes at some local tracks that drivers might not opt into just because they want to save their car. I don't know if some of those guys had the same kind of thought, but of course, being an iRacing, between the 2 different days, they don't have to worry about their car getting torn up. It's fresh cars each time. That said, we do not have fast repairs. We do not have fresh cars throughout the rest of the event. Greg Evans now 2nd place at Hickory, North Carolina. He goes almost to the top of the board, right behind Anthony Pelican. Brett Hahn now getting onto the racetrack. We'll see what the 71 can do.
And right now, the time to beat an 18.147. We did see an 18.0 in practice, but granted, that was over the course of 35 minutes in time. These drivers only got 2 laps to get the job done. And so far, we have 12 cars that have put a lap on the board. And here is the Dash for Cash winner from last night. Car number 71 of Brett Hahn out of Brighton, Michigan, also with RHU Racing. He's been towards the middle of the pack as far as qualifying is concerned, but last night there was an invert on the line. First lap through, here's going to put him 6th. We'll see if he can improve on that the second time around, as it is still Pelican, Evans, and Rogers. Keep in mind, Rogers is going to try to vie for that additional prize money. Doesn't matter where he qualifies here. He's going to have to start shotgun on the field. And we drop back to another driver who had a very strong run yesterday out of Rhode Island, and Mitch Brown in car 51, as we are continuing to work our way through qualifying for the 23rd All-American 400 with Anthony Pelican, the provisional quick time setter, with 16 cars having turned a lap thus far.
So it looks like the first lap time for Mitch Brown's going to be an 18.466. That puts him 15 out of 16 qualifiers so far. I think it's pretty interesting to note here. We're about, I want to say, halfway through the session here for qualifying. A lot of guys have not yet logged the time. Makes me wonder, with the accelerated time change here that we have in the session, if we're waiting to see if maybe some drivers think the track might cool off a little bit, and that'll provide a little bit more grip than we're seeing these initial runners.
We do have Brandon Hughes not getting onto the racetrack. Jason Stewart following him will go on board. And the number 14, he had issues after getting inverted to the front of heat number 1 last night in the All-American Dash. And he was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident with Kelsey Rogers that took Kelsey to the back of the field and actually forced him to come back up through the field. Looks like Jason got an unsafe pit exit. He'll go back to the pit lane and try that one again. Cody not out, heading out onto the racetrack. He was the slowest driver in practice, so obviously looking to improve on that. Brandon Hughes, he's coming around to complete his first time lap. We'll see where the 111 goes on our scoring pylon. Brandon Hughes up to 15th place out of 17 qualifiers so far.
Very surprised we did not see some of the lap times dip down in the 18 flat second bracket. It's still Pelican with the 18-1. Still tight field, though. Wasn't as tight as what it was in practice, where the top 10 or 12 were covered by about a tenth and a half here. We got a little bit more separation. Top 10 separated by about a tenth and a half. A little bit more, as a matter of fact, with Pelican still the quick time setter over Evans and Rogers. We're watching a few more cars come out and turn some laps. This is car number 26 of Cody Knott, a driver who comes out of Madera, California, racing for his own sim racing organization. Looks as though he's going to bring it back into the pit area after laying down a lap time. He is, in fact, 19th of the 19 cars that have taken time thus far. And here's a driver who perfected his restarts for most of the Dash for Cash night. This is the 25 entry, driven tonight by Nick Fleury, another driver out of Michigan, another driver racing for RHU out of these sim racing stables. And we could expect to see this driver lay down a pretty strong lap if he could put it all together here and avoid some of the mistakes as you're watching this car head down the back straightaway. You see his first lap that came across the board puts him into the top 10, going to try to improve on that here as he comes to the checkered flag. And if he is up front for any restart tonight, you could bet that 25 is going to be hard to beat. And as he comes to the line here, it looks as though he will pick it up to 7th as we're approaching the latter stages of this session.
For Fleury there, I think it puts him in a premium position to do what he did last night. He finished 5th in the Dash last night, and currently he's looking... You know, if we get through the rest of these guys that haven't qualified, I'm thinking he'll still sit in the top 10, so that's going to give him a really good point to start from for the session tonight. We talked about how Kelsey Rogers is going to go to the rear and try to see if he can pick up that additional $25 if he's able to pick up the victory. He's going to still go out and set a qualifying time. He's going to be, as of now, claiming 3rd spot on the leaderboard, but of course he will have to drop to the rear.
Yeah, so of course that would move the rest of the inside line up 1 spot, means Grant Brown currently would grid up 3rd place. Nobody else onto the racetrack yet. 20 drivers have taken a time. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think 9 more. So we're looking at 29 cars possibly. We have a few that signed up that it looks like are not going to make it out this evening. One of those being Jonathan Cadell. I know he's a pretty popular name out on Twitch. There's some others that Ben Nile, I think, Woody Mahan. I don't see Woody Mahan out in the field yet. I wonder if these guys are going to be able to connect here in the back end of qualifying. We have several drivers that we're still waiting on. Hopefully they do make it into this evening's event because, man, we are we have a lot of spots open. So I think we were going to start 36 cars. We're at 29, so 7 more spots for these drivers to take up, and I mean any one of them can come and claim it real quick.
Yeah, Jonathan Cadell is a character. I remember him back in the NR 2003 days, and I was really hoping to see that he would be able to make it out here for this race. Was excited when I saw him on the entry blank, knew he would pose a threat to take down victory in this race. But nevertheless, of the 20 cars that have taken time so far, Anthony Pelican, who, also his story from the Dash night kind of, mirrors a lot of his competitors that are around him. Was caught up in that opening lap incident, collected some damage. We never really got to see how strong that driver and car could be come race time, and he's right up there with Greg Evans. Right now, the margin between 1st and 2nd is just 1/100th of a second, so still tight at the top of the pylon, with Rogers, as you mentioned, having to fall to the back, and Caleb Nelson, who has been in the front-running positions of any session we've had over the last 2 days, but I believe he had connectivity issues to start off the Dash race last night and dropped out just before we went green, hoping it does not have a similar type of circumstance develop here tonight, because I really want to see what the driver that number 07 car has to offer for the rest of the field. He's representing Vermont, also driving for Camping Universe as far as his sim racing team for the night. So I'm sure that although we are starting to inch up on the winter months, Caleb Nelson trying to keep his driving talents as warm as possible, and he has been quick so far this evening, with Grant Brown rounding rounding out your top 5 with less than a minute to go in this qualifying session and only 20 cars having taken time.
Yeah, unfortunately, with this being a track where lap times, only take about 18 seconds, if you do disconnect from the server, it's almost going to immediately mean you are out of contention. So you have to hope that it's not an issue for these drivers tonight. And like you said, I think we're about wrapped up here because you have to have at least your lap started by the time that clock runs out. And I don't see any drivers out on the racetrack right now. So I think that's going to hand the pole here to Anthony Pelican tonight, and he will claim that $25 bonus from... Give me one moment here. Team 26 Racing is the one sponsoring both the pole award and the halfway leader tonight. So at lap 200, someone will also pick up an additional $25. So congratulations to that number 99 of Anthony Pelican.
It's Anthony Pelican. He was one to watch out for last night in the All-American Dash. I think still a bit of an underdog pole sitter, though. Did not expect him to go to the top of the board from Sandusky, Ohio. Very surprised, pleasantly surprised to see a change up at the top of the grid. Speaking of the grid, we'll go right on down and we'll get into our top 10. Anthony Pelican, as aforementioned, starting on pole in the number 99. Greg Evans starting second place to his outside at Hickory, North Carolina. Starting third, it's going to be Kelsey Rogers out of Rockport, Illinois. Caleb Nelson will line up in the number 07 out of Moretown, Vermont. Back to P5 on the inside of row number 3. It is Grant Brown out of the great state of Minnesota with Brett Hahn to his outside, the All-American Dash winner from last night. To the inside of row number 4, starting in 7th place, it's Nick Fleury. We saw a lot of him last night as well, rather. Alan Young out of New Hampshire, he will start 8th place. Back to row 5, Mitch Brown out of Rhode Island. He will start in 9th. In 10th place, to round out our top 10, it's Michael Whiting.
Driver just missed out on a top 10 spot in qualifying. David Patton trying to rebound from what was a rough and rugged night last night. Driver out of Cherville, Illinois. Outside, Jason Stewart, who had a strong top 5 finish in the Dash. The Daytona Beach, Florida native, is going to be starting 12th in the All-American 400. Matt Vade, previous winner of this race at car number 8, going to line up in 13th spot out of Wisconsin. Outside is going to be Bladen Edwards, one of the heat race winners from last night. He hails from Century, Florida, starting in 14th. 15th position after the qualifying session is going to be Nick Brand at car 17, representing Bossier City, Louisiana. And on the outside, Mike Carlson, who was looking to wipe clean what was a rough night with the Dash for Cash event. The driver hails out of California, will start 16th. 17th spot is where you will find Brandon Hughes in the triple ones in the 111 car out of Indiana. Outside is going to be Mark Myers, who squeaked out a top 10 in the Dash race. He comes out of Toledo, Ohio, and he will be starting in 18th. And we will take you through your first 10 rows of competitors. Back to 19th spot, we will find Adam Hooglint in car number 60, the driver racing out of Illinois as well, part of Apex Simsport. And outside is going to be Cody Knott in car number 16, the California native. Will round out your top 20.
As we exit the first 10 rows, we go to the drivers that did not log a lap in the qualifying session. First of all, it's going to be Christopher Bouchard starting inside of row 11, and he will be accompanied by Larry Owen in the 22nd position. We go to the 12th row. It's going to be Jared Ziegler and Travis Wright making out the 23rd and 24th positions tonight. Inside of row 13 will be Jordan Harnish in the 25th position, joined by Tim Knott in the 26th position. Penultimate row here is going to be Todd Kirkwood in the 27th position, joined by Curtis Hedden. He will line up in the 28th position tonight. And then on the 15th row, it's going to be Ethan Johnston. Behind him is going to be Kelsey Rogers, who will drop to the rear. And then just don't take into account Eric Brennan's name there. He is in the booth tonight with us here at Pit Stop TV.
Trey Patton can be here this evening, so I guess Eric had to honor him, hey? But we will get right into this one. They're already headed down the back stretch, and they are ready to light up their rear tires. Hopefully not too much. Rear tire wheel spin on this start to the original online All-American 400. It's the 23rd running. So happy to be here with all of you on Pit Stop TV. We are Green Flag. We are racing from Nashville.
So far throughout the weekend, the outside line has been the preferred line on the start, and Edwards was able to pin Pelican down a little bit there off 2. Looks as though he's got the edge as they approach turn 3. Pelican trying to fight back on the bottom, and we're side by side for the lead with lap 1 in the books, 3:99 to go, and it's Evans who has the advantage in turn 1, still double wide for the race lead in 2.
Our lap and a half in, and we're already seeing how effective the outside line can be here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. It's still side by side between Greg Evans and Anthony Pelican. We've gone an entire mile, no give or take between the top two so far.
Still side by side up there. Grant Brown now in the wings, just kind of waiting for his opportunity. Pelican gets clear of Evans down the backstretch. That's going to be very important for the rest of this race, even in the early goings. It's only the first handful of laps here, now completing lap number 3, but very important to just get clear of those contenders early on and be able to control the pace of this race.
And hats off to the drivers being able to nestle into a bit of a rhythm here as we're already working the 4th lap of this race. And indeed, the inside line was able to prevail after a couple of laps. Now Pelican runs a little bit wide in 3 and 4, left the door open momentarily to the bottom, and that's going to cost Evans some ground, with Grant Brown riding patiently there in 3rd, followed by Caleb Nelson in 4th, and Nick Fleury, your top 5 as they head down the back straightaway, with Pelican being able to hold the field at bay, at least for the time being. He's got about a car length and a half over Evans as he comes back down to the line.
We come to the completion of lap 5 here, and currently the hard charger near the front of the field is Grant Brown. He's already up about 3 spots, and he's already on the rear bumper of the second place car of Greg Evans. So it is, I think he's showing that he had raw pace in practice, and he has raw pace here in the early run here at the Nashville Fairgrounds.
Kelsey Rogers already into about 25th spot. He's trying to mix things up for the back of the field, but we will not leave this lead battle because things are still mixing up front. And this top 3, I think they're going to ride around here for the start, but I would not be surprised to see Greg Evans early on try and put the kibosh on that lead by Anthony Pelican, just try and get around the 99 and, control the pace of race for himself. Obviously, everybody wants to lead these laps, so I would not be surprised to see the number 2 car try and make a pass here soon, but I think he's going to wait for the right time. And we heard Grant Brown in his interview post-race last night, or I think it was Mitch Brown rather, talk about how these tires take a while to come into proper form. They take a while to come into temperature and get really good. We're going to see that from these drivers. We're going to see them take a little bit to get into their proper rhythm and get into full race speed, if you will, and go full beans and start to race one another. I think at least in these first few runs, we're going to see these guys take 10, even 15 laps to try and just wear the extra rubber on the outside of the tire down to where it gets to that good stuff.
Yeah, and another item of contention that we did not talk about at all last night because it was never a factor was tire conservation. There's no limit on tires for this race, and we talked about how abrasive this surface can be, but some of these drivers may be playing the strategy of trying to stay out a lot longer than their competition, and they may be trying to back up the corner a little bit to make sure they don't burp all the good rubber off the tires, and that could also be playing a role in how these drivers are playing nice with one another at the head of the pack, and it is something we will be keeping our eyes on as the race rolls on. Evans flirting with the concrete on the exit of turn before that time through. Grant Brown had a peak down low. We'll drop back here to a battle that is ensuing with a couple of drivers who are trying to improve on the runs that they had in the Dash for Cash. The 24 car of Alan Young out of New Hampshire trying to fend off David Patton out of Illinois, and also one of the reigning winners of this race in Matt Vade, who had a top 5 finish here last night, and car number 8 third in line, as this is the best race on track happening for 8th on back off 2.
So we'll go on board with Matt Vaught. He's a couple spots back there from Alan Young in the 24 car right now, and we're just seeing that, we're early into the run, only a little bit into the tire degradation period, and we're already seeing how difficult it can be to pull off the initial overtake here or pass here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. It's just, despite the fact that I think you can make the inside or outside leg work here, it's just about getting that run off of the exit of the corner, which puts you in a position to be side-by-side on the entry of the corner. That's going to be an absolute key throughout the event tonight.
Florida's Bladen Edwards trying to go back up to the front of the field. We saw him win Heat 1 last night, and the number 78 looked pretty good doing so. Working the bottom side, we saw a lot of drivers last night in the All-American Dash try and work the top side, protect that for sure. Matt Vade does the same, and he's going to try and protect that position from above. Up ahead, you see another battle that's starting to work its way into things. Brett Hahn trying to pass Mitch Brown in the 51 car. These two going at it, but at the same time, it's real early yet, and I think these are two smart racers that are going to bide their time and just wait for the right time to try and make that pass.
We talk about speed starting to, or lap times, as a matter of fact, starting to slow down a little bit. Your leader in Pelican, last time through, was about 0.7 of a second off of his quick time, and he's now under fire from Evans for the race lead. It looks as though that Pelican's car may be starting to fade just a little bit in the early stages as they come across the line here to put another lap on the board. Now Evans going to look outside. That didn't work for him. Look at him try to dive in the corner, though, on the exit, and that's going to open the door for Brown on the outside. It's starting to heat up at the front of the pack for the top few spots. 4 cars all running in close proximity as Brown starts to flicker in and out of the frame.
On our ends, Grant Brown continues to not be. Oh no, now he is back in the session and he is back up to P2. So it looks like a little bit of an issue with his connection is actually going to fortunately put him up in the P2 spot. And now he is going to have to fend off that 2 for a little bit, but if he can just get clear of the 2 of Greg Evans, I think he could begin to challenge the leader of Anthony Pelican. Oh, cars around!
Oh dear, a lap car. That's the number 85 car of Curtis Hedden involved, and the leader has been taken out. Anthony Pelican spun across the front stretch. Hopefully nobody else involved too badly here. Heartbreak for the driver who led the first 20 laps of the original online All-American 400. That car is absolute junk. That car has been completely taken out of commission at this point, and you see him getting back going there. We will get a proper replay up here momentarily. We're going to go back and see how all of this transpires, and of course, the position behind him had just been taken by Grant Brown. And Grant Brown actually, I think, used the lag to his advantage a little bit. I don't think that was intentional, but got by Greg Evans nonetheless. So this was going to look pretty good soon for Anthony Pelican to start driving away from the field for just a little bit, at least working to a bit of a cushion. And suddenly, whatever happens here, I think into turn 1 this time by, heartbreaking for Anthony Pelican. Oh my. And Grant Brown gets a piece for sure, but that's not good.
Yeah, it looks as though that Curtis Hedden has left the building out of Springfield, Missouri. Looks as though that is the end of his race. Was running at the tail end of the pack, lost it up against the inside wall.
I'm going to cut in. You've got to just hit the brakes right there.
Boy, that is a very, very tough break for Pelican, who appeared to have, at least it is very early in this race, but he had a car that could contend for victory. And after it looked as though that Hedden came off the wall, he got back in the gas a little bit too hard and came right back up in front of traffic. As you can see, though, 22 laps in, a number of drivers electing to take advantage of the open pit road while Pelican's car is under repair. But it looks as though our running order is going to shuffle significantly, as a lot of cars have elected to come down pit road with this caution coming out here on lap 20.
So that's going to be a massive rhythm breaker. I thought we were going to get into a really long run, and I still think we have the chance of doing that early in the running, but I'm just left absolutely speechless at what happened. It's just unfortunate to see something like that happen so early, especially with a car that had showed so much promise and so much pace early in the run. But it's just an unfortunate product of short tracks where you know it's incredibly tight, the action is incredibly close, and sometimes, yeah, I mean, that'll just happen where drivers will lose control, maybe lose their sense of where, lose control of the car. There is over 500, 600 horsepower in these super late models.
What's heartbreaking, and I think is what really gets under the skin of all of us here is, we're talking about Anthony Pelican possibly having a chance to be the favorite for the rest of the race. That 99 looked so good off the line and was looking like he was going to be one of the drivers, at least in the first quarter of this race, I think, at the first 100, that you would have to beat if you wanted to win this one. And I mean, in an instant, that's taken away from him, and I'm not so sure that 99 is going to be serviceable the rest of the event. It is quite damaged. We can get a look at it here. I mean, it's junk, Eric. That's really disappointing to me. He's going to get a wave around here, get back onto the lead lap, but that's not what you want to see at all.
Yeah, and I will say, as it looks as though we're getting ready for the restart, I do want to say, I was saying at the time of that wreck that his lap time had fallen off. That was in no way indicative of his performance at the head of the pack. That was just citing how the tires have fallen off. And all of a sudden I look up and I see the car spinning. Just a heartbreaker for Pelican. But if last night was any indication, hang in there, buddy, because you may still have a shot before this one's over if things continue this way, as we are 25 laps in with still a long way to go.
So we're going to come. This will be the first restart of the night, and it's going to be Greg Evans clear by a mile onto the entry of turn 1. He is clear by at least 3 or 4/10 of a second as we come down the back straight area. The battle is for second place between Bladen Edwards and Alan Young right now.
Everybody shaping up into their new battles. We see a newcomer to the top 5. It's Jordan Harnish in the number 32 car. He's in 4th place. Now trying to put some pressure on Alan Young. That's for 3rd. We also see Mike Carlson for the first time this afternoon into P5. He's got Adam Hogland in behind. So a lot of new faces up front. A lot of these drivers, well, they all stayed out. I think the entire top 10, even all the way back through Ethan Johnson, who's now lost 10th to Brett Hahn as I speak. So we'll start to see those tires slowly work their way up. In fact, let's take a look at all that battling because it is side by side parade laps right now at the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, Caleb Nelson, one of the cars that took tires on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get around a car that is painted up like the number 2, scored as the 102, and Ethan Johnson out of Hudson, North Carolina. And Nelson's able to do easy work, kind of following the Dash for Cash winner and Brett Hahn up through the pack. As you see Hahn of the 71, now both working to the inside of Mitch Whiting in the 22 on the backstretch. And Hahn may be the car that has moved up the furthest forward that have come down to take fresh rubber, and he is cutting a trail to the front. Now working on the 111 car, Brandon Hughes, to try to continue his charge up through the field.
I can confirm that for you, Eric. He is the farthest up the leaderboard of the guys that did come down pit road there under this first yellow, and he's already making his way potentially up here to the 7th position if he can complete the next pass here onto the entry of turn 1. And yes, he does in fact do that. Move him ahead of Adam Hogland into the 7th position here.
Hogland very loose. Oh, and he's going to hit the wall down the straightaway. The 111 gets in the back of him. Brandon Hughes gives him a shot down the straight. Oh, Nick Fleury turned around. This is in front of a lot of cars. Somehow he keeps it straight. Jason Stewart was the driver that got into Fleury, and I'm impressed by all of those drivers to keep this one clean and green. That could have been very, very bad. It all started with some checkups up ahead, and Brett Hahn, I'm not sure what happened behind him, but man, that was, what was that, the 60 car? It was the 109 last night. We joked that it could have been the 60 if he turned it up over on its lid. Thankfully, painted up like the number 60 this afternoon, and a lot more clear, but there is some passing up ahead. Mike Carlson now to the inside of Jordan Harnish. He'll take 4th place away. Now he's going to try and work on Alan Young from the bottom side, but we've seen time and time again the top is just a bit better. And there's Kelsey Rogers up into 6th.
Yeah, Rogers, one of the drivers who I believe stayed out on the caution at lap 20, trying to earn track position the old-fashioned way by letting it cycle up to the front. A glove save and a beauty, sure, for Fleury, but that was an indication of just how much trouble some of these drivers could get into if they elect to come down pit road and take tires, and a number of drivers stay out ahead of them. And look at this, right out the back bumper this time as they come off the corner of Harnish, who sees a double-wide battle behind them. As a matter of fact, you're on board with Young in the 24 who rides 3rd. And Brett Hahn is kind of boxed in with those fresh tires on the outside. That may allow, if Nelson could get around Rogers, him to get up there and challenge. Remember, the 71 and 07 on the freshest rubber as Hahn is able to rip the top side to get around Carlson there to get up to the top 5.
It took less than 10 laps. Brett Hahn already up, challenging for the P4 position now here on that will be Jordan Harnish here. Just an absolutely fantastic run so far here from the 71. And like you said, Kelsey Rogers started near the rear, very quietly making his way up through the leaderboard. And I don't think he's been down pit road yet, so he's doing an excellent job there on those old tires so far.
Let's not lose too much track of the leaders right now. Greg Evans, he's pulled away with Bladen Edwards in tow. And it's quite the gap. 3 seconds, in fact, back to Alan Young and Brett Hahn. So even if the 71 gets clear of Alan Young in this next corner, he's got 3 seconds to make up. And with those tires now scuffed a bit, since he's been running on them and trying to get by all of these cars, it's going to be tougher and tougher as these laps go on for him to make up time on those 2 ahead of him. He will move into 3rd place, this time by into turn 1. It looks like he'll clear the 24. I would expect him there. He does. So he gets in front of Alan Young, but I don't think Alan's done quite yet. He actually fights back to the top side. Kelsey Rogers turned around. Jason Stewart along with him.
Wow, a couple of drivers who we were going to keep our eye on as contenders to win this race, and it is Rogers who is backwards on the back straightaway. Ironically, these 2 drivers got together in the heat race yesterday as part of the Dash for Cash after Rogers set the quick time in qualifying, and they found the turn 1 wall. Heat race, which put them behind the 8 ball when it came down to feature time. This, though, may have been a bit of a racing incident. We mentioned that Rogers was on the older tires. It looks as though Nelson was trying to challenge him for position. Carlson in the 3 car in the mix as well. And we'll see what happens here as they exit turn number 2. It may have happened one lap later than this. We'll keep following this battle, though, as Nelson is the variable on the fresh rubber. Carlson runs Rogers up a little wide in turn 4. And we're watching Stewart in the black number 14 enter the frame on the inside. We'll see how this incident unfolds off turn 2. Oh, that is just about as much of a racing incident as you could have at Nashville. Fortunately, light contacts for Stewart in the 14, but Rogers took a heavy nose of that car on the inside wall.
Eric, the incident reminds me of what you said earlier in the night when during our pre-race coverage. In fact, just the fact that this short track is incredibly bumpy. It's been a while since it's been repaved, and that definitely played a part. You could see the cars were very unsettled on the exit of the corner, and I just think front bumper came in contact with the left rear quarter panel of the 36 of Kelsey Rogers. Simple enough. It is unfortunate to see it this early in the running. The big question for these guys, is there any suspension damage on the car, or is it mostly cosmetic? And I think something else you said a bit earlier is the fact that, based off of last night, this might be a race of attrition, so these guys are not necessarily out of the running yet.
Once more, we see a split choice in tires. Brett Hahn comes back down the pit lane. He's the first driver to re-enter the racing surface after doing so. However, 5 cars ahead of him this time stay out, 2 of which have not pitted yet. Still, Greg Evans, Bladen Edwards, the front of the field on the tires they started this race on. Travis Wright and Mitch Brown, however, also stay out this time. Looks like the 5th place driver decided to come in that time by. So now it's only 4 cars that have stayed out under this caution flag. And that's really going to shake things up. In fact, Alan Young comes down the pit lane for the first time this evening. We're going to see a lot more repeats. A lot of those guys that had passed, a lot of the drivers that had not pitted yet. But Brandon Hughes, he comes in for the first time. Michael Whiting as well. And, of course, no tire limits in this evening's event. So that's actually a stark difference to what you would usually see for the All-American 400. The original online All-American 400 doing things a bit differently. Wow, Mike Carlson stopped at the bottom of the racetrack. That's not good for the number 3. That's not usually where you'd want to be stopped at all. And I think he's just trying to let the field go by. He must have been caught by the pace car on pit exit. So it looks like he'll let everybody go back on by and assume position at the rear end of the field.
Yeah, one other note that I just saw flash through here is it looks as though we're on 1 to go for this restart. Matt Vade may have dropped out of the system here for the time being. He was a top-running finisher in the Dash for Cash last night, former winner of this very event. So that, too, a heartbreaker for the driver out of Wisconsin. Hopefully he's able to rejoin at some capacity, but it looks as though that Vade will now plummet down the running order. We'll double-check that here. We're getting set for the restart. Coming down to complete lap 44 to start lap 45 of 400. Still a long way to go with Bladen Edwards and Greg Evans on the front row. Evans gets the launch out of the restart zone, and we're back underway after the second caution of the race with Evans with a spectacular jump on the rest of the pack.
Evans basically mirrors what he does on the first restart of the night, and the second one is just as similar. He's ahead by 4 or 5 tenths of a second here down the back straightaway, but I think he's not out of the woods quite yet. We have a lot of guys on fresh rubber. And like you said, Andrew, only 4 guys stay out on tires. 2 of them are on the same tires they started the race on.
And those are the front 2 drivers here, Greg Evans and Bladen Edwards. However, they've got a cushion in Travis Wright and Mitch Brown. Mitch Brown almost gets hooked right there by Brett Hahn, who wanted to get down to the bottom side. He does so in the Quick Time Racing 71. He will officially take 4th at the stripe, although he's not quite cleared Mitch Brown for it. Now he'll go back, paint that yellow line once more, and he will clear the 51 car up out of turn number 2. So the Rhode Island driver having to settle for some of these guys going on by him. Christopher Bouchard lined up to do so next. We all want to watch Brett Hahn here, though, as he's going to steamroll in these first few drivers, and I would not be surprised if it's easy pickings here for the first couple. For Travis Wright up ahead still, and Bladen Edwards, but when you get to Greg Evans, man, things are going to change.
We've had 2 yellow flags in this race. Both times, Brett Hahn has taken advantage to come down for fresh rubber. Maybe that's his strategy for the night. Every time the yellow silk falls, he will be in for fresh tires, and he has worked his way up to 3rd by virtue of coming down to put on that fresh set of rubber, and he's not done there. He's actually all over the backside of Edwards for the 2nd spot, and Edwards is going to wisely give way in turn 3, and the driver who already has some extra money in the pocket by collecting the Dash for Cash victory one night ago is 1 spot away from getting up to the lead for the first time in this race as we are working lap 50. Now to the inside for the top spot, but Greg Evans is going to shut the door in 3.
We go to the middle of the corner. He's going to use the bumper, apply it to the rear of the 2. Not going to be enough there, and he's going to lose a little bit of time, but I think he's going to be right back on the rear of Greg Evans here as we come down the back straightaway. excellent exit. He looks to the inside. He is alongside the 2, I think, and he's going to have a shot in the entry of 3.
He pokes his nose down there, and quite simply, the better tires. A 42-lap difference between those two. Going to go the way of Brett Hahn. He's going to clear Greg Evans easily into 1, and now we'll start to see that 2-car fall along with the 78. That said, Travis Wright has not passed him yet, despite having a 20-lap difference in tires, and you'll see Alan Young and some more start to work on them. In fact, Alan Young has company. Caleb Nelson fighting with him, Christopher Bouchard as well. Mitch Brown is even in this fight. You see Nick Fleury back there, Jason Stewart, rather. That's your top 10, so all these guys mixing things up. Alan Young, though, on the bottom side of Caleb Nelson, trying to get that spot back. Looks like it'll go the way of the 07.
2 things I am really impressed with out of Brett Hahn. One, his ability to diamond the corner. It appears that he's able to kind of square up his entry and exit in order to time his passes when he comes off the corner. But 2, look at the running order. He is the first car that came in and got tires. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th all stayed out on the old rubber. And then you got to go back to Caleb Nelson, who's in 5th, to find the next driver who pitted to take fresh tires. Hahn has an ability to cut his way to the front like no other driver at this point in the race, and that may be something we have to keep our eyes on. Remember, the first time they came down and pitted, he wasn't the front runner when they came off the pit lane to the drivers who came in and stopped. He seems to have an ability to navigate his way through traffic, and that may pay huge dividends at the end of this 400-lapper, and he is opening up the margin over Evans, the runner-up, by over 1 second as the battle intensifies for the 4th spot.
Especially if we get late into the race and we get into a point in time where, we're off and on with restarting and going under yellow, and we're going to get guys shuffled up in terms of who's on old tires and who's on fresh tires. That's something that could definitely play into his favor. We're going to go a little bit back towards the leaderboard. We're going to see Caleb Nelson, Travis Wright, and it's going to be Christopher Bouchard currently challenging on the outside of that number 07 machine. This is right outside of the top for the 5th position. That's what these 3 guys are battling for right now.
Bouchard on the 28 car going to get by Travis Wright on the bottom side, so the 10 rolls out of the throttle, and he'll let the 28 car go by. Now Bouchard going to try and challenge Caleb Nelson. I don't think anybody's been able to do that just yet. The 07, I think, has been mostly uncontested, but also just hasn't quite gone through the entire field in each of these races we've watched so far. Now Alan Young falling victim to Mitch Brown. This is the battle now for 7th place on the racetrack, just inside the top 10. Nick Fleury there with them. Jason Stewart will round out the top 10. David Patton in 11th. You see Brandon Hughes, Michael Whiting, Larry Orn, and it looks like Grant Brown round out your top 15.
Yeah, very surprised to see how Grant Brown has kind of been stuck towards the middle of the pack since falling off cycle here in the pit stops. You see him there, the white car with the black trim nose and the red numbers. You see he was up in the 5th spot when they came down for green. He was running as high as 2nd, but he's been pretty much trapped here in the middle of the pack, perhaps playing it a bit conservatively, trying to assure he does not get caught up in an incident. He's currently trapped behind the number 41 entry. That is one of the knots in the field. No relation between Cody Knott and car 26. And this Knott, Tim Knott in the 41, that Brown is trying to find a way by as Knott scrubs the wall a little bit just in front of him, and that could be exactly what Grandin is trying to avoid in the 52, as he also has a little bit of damage on the front end. There you see Cody Knott, those two having a bit of a moment pre-race, as they were both surprised to see their name entered twice in this race. No relation between those two. And Tim Knott here in the 41 made a little bit of contact with the concrete on the back straightaway last time through. He too mired in the middle of the pack as things start to intensify up in the top 10 again.
The absolute most fun part about this event is the fact that battles are going to happen all over the racetrack throughout the entire night. This is what we love about short track racing, and currently it is going to be Mitch Brown. He's going to be along the outside of Travis Wright, again seeing the outside line, working in drivers' favors here tonight. It's one of the great parts about this Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway is that the outside line can be incredibly effective. He's going to be dead even down the back straightaway, and I think he might have a shot as we come to the exit of 3.
Battles everywhere is exactly right here, Trey. Brett Hahn, he's checked out, but Greg Evans, Bladen Edwards, they're so close by. In fact, Christopher Bouchard has gotten by Caleb Nelson. He's trying to challenge for 3rd spot. Still watching this battle for 6th on back. Alan Young has actually checked out a little bit. Now, Bladen Edwards has real company because Christopher Bouchard has almost cleared him down to the bottom side. I did not expect this 28 car to get up into the top 3 in the first 100, but he's doing amazing stuff right now. Of course, the tires helping him out, but Christopher Bouchard, I think a dark horse, at least on my list. Definitely a pleasant surprise. I think he's got 2nd place wrapped up by the end of lap 100 if this thing stays green.
Broussard, the driver out of Grass Valley, California, representing Momentum Sim Racing, started back in 21st position, currently holding a podium spot up here in third. And I give a tip of the cap as well to that of Greg Evans. Remember, he's on old tires, and he is holding his own in second spot for the time being. We saw how Tim Wright has kind of fallen down to 8th in the running order after restarting in the top 4 position. You see the gap up there out to your race leader and Brett Hahn. So as much as we want to give credit to that of Hahn for being able to slice his way up to the head of the pack, I believe we also have to give a tip of the cap to Greg Evans for being able to hold down the fort in second spot in one of the annual leagues. We mentioned this on the lead-in. Evans had a spectacular 2020 season with the ASRS series. In fact, he captured a championship in one of their race series by collecting over 12 wins on the season. Looking to add one more victory as we got trouble in turn 2.
Back of the field, and that is going to be our third yellow tonight, and we'll try to figure out here what happened to cause our third yellow.
Well, I know the 111 of Brandon Hughes and the 22 of Michael Weininger are involved. There's going to be a lot more that's going on. We've gone a little bit back here in our replay. We'll see what happens to cause all of this. A big mess in turns 1 and 2, though. I saw the yellow fly and some cars started to slow down, and these two were in the center of it all. Multiple cars are going to be stopped up here. We'll see what all happens. And, oh, right there, Whiting actually gets into Hughes. The 17 of Brand piles in. The 3 of Carlson as well. Oh, my, and Ethan Johnson comes in from I don't know where. I guess, well, you know what? Hudson, North Carolina is far away from Nashville, Tennessee, so I guess he's coming in all the way from Hudson right there because he just came in well after the fact. I want to see that again.
All things being considered, I believe all 3 or 4 cars that were involved in this incident are able to escape, but wow, watch this. We are watching the score of the 102 machine of Ethan Johnson, painted up like this beautiful number 2 that we've seen. Kind of been stuck here in the mid-20s for most of the race. You're on board with him on the front straightaway. Trouble's going to erupt just ahead when you see a couple of cars start spinning. And here comes Johnson from a long ways back. Look at him fly by almost into the side of one of our early contenders for the race lead, the number 52 car, Grant Brown. Fortunately, he was able to avoid the left side of Brown's car as he got on the brakes rapidly as he approached that incident. And as Trey had mentioned, this is our third caution of the race. And now our attention will turn to see who will elect to take advantage of this to come down and grab some fresh tires as we are inching closer to the quarter mark of this race. Working lap number 72 of 400. This the 23rd annual original All-American 400 here on Pit Stop TV, and we will see how the pit stops shake down. It looks as though a couple of drivers may be electing to come down for that fresh rubber, and we will see how it all pans out. Trey?
Thank you, Eric. Looking at timing and scoring here, I think everyone does come down the pit road that time, and currently it's going to be Caleb Nelson, who is currently sitting on the top of the leaderboard right now. We do see Brett Hahn, who came out second out of the pits. Otherwise, Greg Evans, he does fall a couple of spots despite being second at the time of the yellow. Chris Bouchard's going to drop a little bit. Have to wonder if some of these guys might have gone on 2 tires. Not sure if that's going to be an effective strategy tonight, but it might be something guys want to play around with here early in the running.
So yeah, Caleb Nelson will take the race lead, it looks like. Hahn, Young, Wright, Evans, your top 5. Mitch Brown, Christopher Bouchard, Nick Fleury, David Patton, Jason Stewart. The rest of your top 10. Certainly things mixing up here in the early goings. We're not even a quarter of the way into this one, but we've already seen a few different incidents take center stage, and we've now had 3 cautions for 13 laps, but not nearly like we saw last night, which is a very pleasant surprise. In fact, we've run more laps so far this evening, almost double, I think, yeah, double, in about the same time that we ran 40 last night. So a great start to this race. Incidents are going to happen in a 400-lap race, so these guys have done a great job of just getting settled in so far, and I look forward to the 325 ahead. We're coming through turns 3 and 4 for the final time before lighting these guys back up, letting them go back at it one more time. Lap 74 coming to 75 of 400. Nelson and Hahn, your front row. They'll fight down to 1 and 2.
Nelson gets the jump off the bottom lane, and he will cement the lead off of turn number 2 with Hahn sliding into second. Double wide for about third on back. Travis Wright, who played a tire strategy. Ooh, close for the lead. Hahn nearly into the side of Nelson for the top spot. Fortunately, they avoided major contact, but that's going to open up the bottom lane for Hahn to try to go back to the point, and we're side by side for the lead off to big slide there by Hahn as he comes off the corner.
He wants the lead, and he wants it now. Brett Hahn still on the inside, still not able to quite claim the spot here from Caleb Nelson. It looks like he has a bit more pace, and I have to wonder if Nelson maybe doesn't have the same tires that Hahn does. Maybe he took 2 tires on that last cycle, but he is definitely doing his best here, and he's doing an excellent job against the guy that's really proving to be, I think, the class of the field tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Brett Hahn was great last night, and he's proven to be great today as well. And I just don't know if you can beat the 71 car right now, but Caleb Nelson certainly giving it a shot as he gets cleared for the race lead. Now lap 78 of 400, and the 71 continues to pull away and put the rest of the field in his dust. Now a fight for third sparking up. Travis Wright almost at the back end of Alan Young, and there was almost contact out of 4. Greg Evans there in 5th. You see Bouchard in 6th. So those are 2 cars that we should see move forward here as the race goes on and gets back into a green flag scenario.
We gave a little bit of accolades earlier to Chris Broussard, who's still running very well. He's in 6th spot, but Travis Wright started in 24th position. Broussard there momentarily back in 21st. Right now, Wright is the big mover. You're on board with him here on the backstretch, and he did play a bit of tire strategy, put himself off sequence, held his own, fell back to 8th in the last cycle. You saw he was all the way down at 26th at one point in this race. And he is currently holding steady in the top 5, currently running in 4th, looking at the back bumper of the 24 car of Alan Young in a race for 3rd. That is currently where Wright sits at the time being, currently under fire from behind by Greg Evans, who was one of the early leaders and runner-ups in this race, as that is going to be the story throughout the night, how these pit strategies kind of shuffle up some of the running order, who could hold their own despite not being on a level playing field, and who could work their way up through the pack, whether it be on track by passing multiple cars like we've seen the race leader and Brett Hahn do multiple times tonight, or by virtue of pit strategy, which has put Travis Wright up into the top 5.
And that's the name of the game, and I think, the way the race is going, we're going to get a lot of opportunities to see guys do that. So far, we've been getting runs, 20 or 30 laps, and, that lets guys settle in for a little bit. We've yet to get into the lap traffic. That also allows a lot of opportunity for drivers who are maybe, in the mid-pack or near the rear to try something different, to try to get to the front of the field. And that is the fun of an event like this. As we come to the completion of lap 84 this time, still not quite a quarter of the way through, long way to go. And another yellow flag is out. We'll have to try to find that on the racetrack.
A yellow does fly. It looks like it may be Adam Hogland, possibly. I know he was a little bit slow here, and I'm not really sure who else might have been in this one. So we will, of course, try and pull up a replay, figure out what happens here to halt our progress. About lap 85 is Adam Hogland. We'll have the replay momentarily. Now you'll see it, and the number 60, he had a rough go of things last night, being involved in multiple incidents, and we honestly thought for a second, Eric, that he might switch his number upside down to make it a proper 60. Flipping that 109, but this time, thankfully, he doesn't go up and over, and, this is something you can still recover from. This is still very early in this race. Despite being 1 lap down to the race leader, he's got a lot of time to get that left front fixed and get back into it.
We talked in our lead-in about how the exit of Turn 2 and Turn 4 and how the banking kind of drops off. That just reminds me a little bit of Dover. How you're kind of coming off the banking and leveling out, and how it can catch some of these drivers off guard. We've seen it ping-pong them to drivers right up to the outside retaining wall. That occasion, as we have cars on the pit lane, is what put Hogland down to the inside wall. I'm with you, though. Very grateful that he actually renumbered the car so that we don't misidentify it as a 09 as we did last night. However, Hogland, though, is going to live to fight another day. Not major impact. And Trey, I'm starting to notice a trend here out of Brett Hahn, who has been pretty much the dominator. Every time the caution flag has waved, he's come down and put on fresh tires. That may be his strategy for the night, with unlimited sets of fresh rubber to put on, and he's done it again this time.
It's not going to cost him a drastic amount of spots either. It's only going to drop him, looking at timing and scoring right now, to about the 8th position on the racetrack. And the way he's been, absolutely cutting through the field like butter, I think he has to keep going with it. It might not go his way if we get a certain series of cautions near the end of the race, but I think it's going to continue to be the move to go for here through the middle stages of the race, to stay in contention and to be on the offensive instead of on the defensive.
Absolutely. Brett Hahn, I think the driver to watch out for, as we've talked about a lot so far this evening. Let's take a look at the weather these drivers are dealing with, of course. This track, as described by Trey Patton last night, a cheese grater. Thankfully, it's not too warm for these drivers. Right at 74 degrees Fahrenheit, actually a pretty nice day, although when it gets to fall like this, that actually feels warm. 83-degree track temp and very calm winds here in Nashville, so everything actually shaping up to have some good racing, especially once the sun drops. Hopefully the track cools off a good bit, and this place actually grips up a good bit for these drivers, because it seems like right now they're still a little bit on that edge. They're not quite within their comfort zone entirely. That said, we've seen great racing even amongst these guys, and we're seeing some big mix-ups once again in this top 10. We've got Alan Young now leading, Greg Evans back up to second, Bouchard in third, Harnish now fourth, Stewart in fifth. We've got Ethan Johnson. Actually, we're going to extend this yellow one more lap. Ethan Johnson up into sixth.
Yeah, and I mean, how about Stewart? He was involved in that incident with Kelsey Rogers just a handful of cautions ago, able to cycle his way back up towards a top 5 running position inside of row number 3 when they come down with this restart. And just the ebb and flow of this race, I'm kind of digging it. I like the differing strategies. I like some of the drivers who are willing to take chances and restart up towards the head of the pack, even though their cars may not be handling in as best of circumstances as they would be if they came down pit road. It just causes a little bit of white knuckle moments, though, for some of the drivers who have been quick all throughout the night, like a Caleb Nelson, like a Brett Hahn, and like a Kelsey Rogers, who, despite the spin and nose tap to the inside wall, currently running there in 9th. And let's not forget the driver that car number 25, proven to be a bit of a restart master here at Nashville, Nick Fleury, currently rounds out your top 10, as we're going to be coming back to the restart here, about 10 laps shy of the quarterway mark of this race.
The iRacing pace truck, he is going to dip below onto the pit road. It's going to be Alan Young for the first time controlling the field to the restart. We go into turn 1. He's going to be cleared by a few car lengths over Greg Evans and Christopher Bouchard.
And those drivers who stayed out under this yellow sliding on the entry to 1, about 6 of them do so. In fact, Ethan Johnson's on the oldest tires on the racetrack, and he's already got problems losing some spots here in the early goings of this restart. Almost 3 wide out of 4. That 2 car is going backwards quick. Oh, I think he got Kelsey Rogers down the front stretch and just a little bit of door-to-door contact. Now Hahn's going to dip underneath that 2 car and try to keep racing forward. Fleury going to try and dip down there. Again, these guys almost going 3 wide to get by his 51 lap old tires.
Yeah, once Hahn saw the door open there after Bladen Edwards was unable to fill the inside of Johnson's car, he ducked down in that spot immediately, and Carlson and Johnson almost come together off turn 2, stacking up a little bit further back, and we got trouble. 1 car around, and for the first time tonight, misfortune has found David Patton off of turn 2. He will put us under the caution flag yet again.
Didn't catch the initial incident, but it's off of turn 2. And you know, Eric, you said it a couple of times. Oh, and there is going to be a little contact with another competitor. But it's just, again, we see a lot of incidents off of turn 2, and it's just proving to be really the most difficult part of the circuit for these guys. Going to backtrack a little bit here and see what caused the incident. We caught it initially, but we'll get a little bit of a bigger picture here as we get a second view.
It's contact with Grant Brown. You'll see it right there. Just the slightest bit of contact to the left rear. It's hard to say exactly what leads up to that, if it's 38 trying to maybe go down the racetrack a little bit or the 52 coming up. So we'll take another look at it here. But, I mean, that is quintessential racing incident between these 2 drivers. We'll see it one more time here out of turn number 2. And you know what? I think, if anything, David Patton was still on the bottom side of the racetrack a little bit, and Grant just got shot out of the bottom side of the track. And we talked about that earlier. The banking falls away. Suddenly, you are going right just a bit, and you're getting almost launched towards that wall. So you got to be very, very careful if you are on that bottom side to be very disciplined and not let the car wash out there. In that scenario, I think David Patton just didn't quite give Grant enough room.
Yeah, that incident very similar to what we saw earlier in the race with Kelsey Rogers as well as Jason Stewart when they tangled. The good news for David Patton is that both those drivers are back up towards the top 10. Rogers right now scored in the 6th spot, while Rogers unofficially, as I check my timing and scoring notes here for the time being, looks as though it may have been shuffled out here. Pit road a little bit quieter than what we were accustomed to. In fact, Stewart actually came down the pit lane, it looks like, and is going to restart this race back in 19th spot. Was running up in the top 10, though, at the time of the yellow, so Patton has plenty of time to make up some ground here, as we have yet to eclipse the 25% mark for the quarterway distance in this 400-lap race, with right now Alan Young setting the pace.
Yeah, like you said, Eric, a little bit quiet, and I think that's just reflective of the fact that that was a relatively shorter run. I think it'll be interesting to see what Jason Stewart can do from about the rear of the field. He's currently slated 18th on the leaderboard right now, with about 21 cars on the lead lap. And it looks like we have about 26 cars still on the racetrack right now. Matt Vade, he did rejoin the session. He is the last guy still logging laps in the session. He's 7 laps down at 26. We have 25th place Tim Knott. He's 3 laps down. 2 laps down for 24th Adam Hoagland. Cody Knott and Todd Kirkwood, are both 1 lap down, and then 21 cars in the lead lap, the last of which is Brennan Hughes. And that rounds out the back of your field. Still a lot of guys with a very good shot of going for the victory here tonight.
Absolutely. I think everybody that's on the lead lap right now still has a great chance, including several of the drivers who are lapped. In fact, Todd Kirkwood, Cody Knott are a couple of those drivers who are 1 lap down still. Adam Hoagland now 2 laps down. Tim Knott 3 laps down, and Matt Vade, after his connection issues a little while ago, 26th position, 7 laps down to the race leader. Anthony Pelican looks like he's done. Curtis Hedden as well, and Jared Ziegler never took to the racetrack, so we did only have 28 cars come to the green flag. Meanwhile, coming to the next green flag, this restart, Alan Young has the race lead over Greg Evans, and not a very good restart. Not a very good hole shot there for the 24 car.
This is about the best we've seen the outside line look since the initial start, almost 100 laps ago. And it's Evans trying to make the outside lane work, as he was unable to do on the initial start when he was alongside of Anthony Pelican when they came down to green. 1 lap after the restart, Evans to the point. He's going to take the lead away, and the best battle behind him is Bouchard on the bottom side of Harnish. They are side by side for third as they approach 3. It's Bouchard in the 28, Harnish in the 32, Kelsey Rogers kind of trapped in line there on the low side in the 36, and Brett Hahn, who's been the dominator of this race so far, trying to find a way through there in the blue 71.
We continue to watch this battle. Amazing to see, despite that damage for Rogers, still running well in the top 5 right now. Of course, his nearest competitor now is going to be Brett Hahn in the 6th position. So it's going to be a massive challenge for Rogers, despite his skill level, to fend off this guy that is just absolutely tearing the field to shreds so far. Absolute excellent aerial views there from our Pit Stop TV production booth.
And Kelsey won another 400-lap Super Late Model race here earlier today in a different league on a different channel. He is no stranger to running well at Nashville Fairgrounds. However, the front end of that car a bit torn up, and remember, he got into that wall earlier on, the inside wall, by virtue of Jason Stewart. So the 36 a little dinged up on the nose end, but not holding him back too much. Of course, Aero, not that big of a deal at a place like Nashville. That said, Christopher Bouchard looks back low of him, can't do anything with it, and he will fall back in line behind the 36 car, who's now 4th place in the racetrack. Oh, and Young gets the wall. There goes Harnish down to the bottom side. He won 2nd place.
Took that little break in momentum for Young to just tag the wall at the exit of tricky turn 2 to allow Harnish a chance to draw up alongside. That's going to kick Young up to the top side of the racetrack, but he's holding his own up there on the outside. This time keeps a lot of room between himself and the outside retaining wall, but he's still trapped up on the top side of the racetrack with Harnish clipping the apron there as they come off the corner, and Young is going to be able to defend the spot for the time being. But Rogers, the driver who elected to start at the back of the field to try to rocket his way up through the pack after qualifying in 3rd position, is now up in the 4th and looking for more.
Yeah, he's climbed a couple spots since the restart here, doing an excellent job right now, basically maintaining pace with the guys ahead of him, and if he just can take care of his tires for a little bit, that'll put him in the opportune position to take advantage of those spots and potentially moving to that 2nd position right behind Greg Evans.
You've seen some checkups have really spread the field out behind Nick Fleury, actually, right now. He's in 10th position. Actually, no, it looks like a couple other cars right behind him right there. But for the most part, there's a big spread behind Larry Orn back to Jason Stewart. So something must have happened with the 14 car or somebody else to really split things up here after 12th spot. However, these guys are still trying to get to battles up ahead. And Alan Young actually gets that second place back. So he's going to try and hold up, I think, Harnished, where Harnished starts a battle with Kelsey Rogers. And really, it's a matter of each of these drivers at the head of a battle just trying to control the pace of that little race within a race, if you will, because, of course, Greg Evans dictating the pace right now for the entire field. But if you're Alan Young, you've just got to try and back up the 32 car to where Kelsey can get alongside of him, be it to the top or the bottom, and try to draw both of them away from you.
We mentioned many times just how bumpy the Nashville Fairground Speedway can be. There's a little bit of bumper tag there. Harnish is going to be able to save it off the corner, but Rogers is going to take the spot away. Here comes Bouchard down to the bottom, and Rogers isn't done yet. He wants second as well as they come off the turn, but it's Bouchard to the bottom side of Harnish to try to take fourth, and that battle will now rage on. Harnish lucky to still have a race car underneath him there as he took a hit to the back bumper off of turn 4, and now Bouchard gets knocked sideways. What a save in a turn 1.
Incredible save there by Bouchard, and he's really not going to lose much momentum there. He's basically just going to go for a bit of a diamond through 1 and 2 and save all of his momentum that he lost on the entry of the corner. No loss of position for Bouchard. Incredible driving by these guys near the front. I think I saw the 36 of Rogers get loose through turn 4 a couple laps ago. A lot of good driving so far, and now Rogers peeking to the inside yet again of Alan Young. For him, and there it is. He looks to the inside, and I think he might be alongside on the exit.
He is finally on the bottom side at Young, but you get less of a drive off the bottom, as everybody knows that top side has more momentum, but he can ship it down to the inside and really make big dives and chip away at that lead, and they're almost dead even in terms of speed down the straightaways, because those older tires in the 24 certainly not helping Alan Young right now. A difference of about 15 laps between the 24 and the 36, but Greg Evans loves all of this. He's stretched that lead out as these guys battle. You see the battle behind as well, almost 3 wide through 1 and 2. Rogers continuing to work the bottom side, just can't quite get clear of Alan Young yet through any of these corners. The 24 holding on like glue. Harnish gets back clear, and finally Rogers, I think Young might have given that one to him, finally let him clear him, and playing nice right there, letting Rogers go on by. It is still only lap 116 of 400, so we've been talking about all these great battles so far in this race, Eric, but there's still so much racing to go.
I'm actually very surprised at the level of intensity we're seeing up here in the top 10 between some of these drivers. There is a long way to go, and we've seen bumper tag, we've seen sliding saves, we've seen incredible racing. Maybe they're trying to make up for that ugly dash for cash that we saw last night, but for sure, Bouchard sideways again, and he saves it off the corner. Wow!
Smooth sailing for the 28 machine, but just to continue on your point there, Eric, I have to say it again one more time. Great job, Christopher Bouchard, on another great save. But there's a big incentive if you can be leading the race at the halfway point at 200 laps tonight. It's going to be $25 in the bank for you if you're able to do that. So a great job by the race promoters here to keep incentive throughout the race tonight.
And again, big thanks to everybody putting some money behind this event. Patriot Media and Marketing Services, Team 126 Racing, and LTC Motorsports putting up those extracurricular awards, if you will, as now a battle for third place. Alan Young trying to defend from Caleb Nelson. A lot of great support going behind this event, and it's been that way now for 23 years. I don't think Jim Foos is behind it. Whoa, and Christopher Bouchard finally gets turned around. Oh, man. That's not what you want to see for the number 28. He had 3, I think, great saves, and finally, Bladen Edwards gets back into the back end of the 28. I wonder how Race Admins will look at that one, because the 28 was getting beat up for a while, and I think at least twice it was the same nose that got into his back end, and both those times it was Bladen Edwards.
Well, put me down as somebody who is putting a ballot in the box for the Save of the Race award so far, even though we're just over a quarter of the way through this event. But Bouchard twice with masterful driving duties, once down in turn 1, once off of turn 4. However, as you mentioned, Andrew, this time he wasn't so lucky. Bladen Edwards, who has been up into the top 10 throughout most of the weekend, especially here tonight for this main event, you see him looking down to the inside. Bouchard left the door open momentarily, and I think that Edwards got back in the gas a little bit too early that Bouchard was expecting. Great job by the rest of the field not to spear the number 28 car, Bouchard, who was sitting broadside to traffic. But the luck finally ran out after 2 fly swatting efforts inside the cockpit. This time, he gets turned sideways to put us under the caution flag once again in this race.
Very fortunate that Christopher Bouchard really has no heavy contact. He might be a little scraped up on the left rear quarter panel, but he was in the absolute middle of the racing line off of the exit at turn 4, and yet no one runs into him, so a great awareness from the guys in the midfield here. And I think he's going to be back in the running very quickly here.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of racing to go, as I just mentioned a few laps back. So far to go in this one, and all of those awards, as well as actually a lot of cars getting waved back by, it looks like. No, these should be the guys that just exited the pit lane, maybe? It's hard to say because a lot of these guys just went speeding by us, and yeah, I think there were some drivers that held out on pitting at first, but these are the guys that pitted the first time around and are now coming back up to reassume the race lead. So Greg Evans will take the race lead back, and that'll put Caleb Nelson into second place, Kelsey Rogers third. So business pretty much as per usual up front. Now Brett Hahn in fourth, Alan Young in fifth, Travis Wright sixth, Bladen Edwards in seventh place. Todd Kirkwood, actually, he's going to come down the pit lane, but was scored in eighth momentarily. Now Nick Floyer will occupy that spot. Jason Stewart, David Patton, the rest of your top 10.
And perhaps this is breaking news, but I believe this is the second consecutive caution that Brett Hahn has not taken the elected dive down to the pit lane. At least, well, last time through it wasn't, but we didn't see him down pit road for the caution prior. This time he came down to take fresh rubber. Again, a limited amount of tires available for these competitors throughout tonight's race, and Hahn has been the best to get his way up through traffic. We didn't see him work his way up through the pack as quickly as we would have thought of the last time through, but again, he didn't come down pit road the last time the yellow flag waved, but now the running order will be shuffled about once more, and Hahn is going to be restarting a little bit further down the running order. We'll double check the timing and scoring once it all cycles through, and we will see how they re-rack the field for the restart. It's still a long way to go in this race, and there it is up on the outside in the fourth spot with Evans holding the lead. Nelson will be second, followed by Rogers and Hahn, and we take you back to Alan Young in your top 5.
Yeah, I was a little concerned coming into as to, you know, how those unlimited tires would play a factor tonight, but I think there's still a lot of variability in strategy, so it's making things really fun tonight. Andrew, go for the restart.
We go back, green flag racing now on lap 127 of 100. That 6 looks suspiciously like an 8. You see one slow car there on the bottom side of the racetrack getting back going here. And Caleb Nelson going to try and wrestle second place back away from Kelsey Rogers, but it's still contested as they run through 3 and 4.
Rogers going to fall back in line there in third spot. We talked a lot about Nick Fleury and his restart abilities. Right now, Greg Evans is putting his name up into the mix as one of the best on restarts as well, whether it be inside, outside, doesn't seem to matter. He's able to build up some breathing room over the rest of the field. Nelson about 2 car lengths off as they come out of turn 4. Single file throughout the top 10. Everybody falling into line quickly off this restart. Nelson, though, turning some of the fastest laps we've seen so far this race, an 18.2. That would have qualified him towards the middle portion of the top 10 with that lap time he just turned, and he's trying to draw a bead on Evans, the race leader.
Unfortunately, as we get rolling and underway, it's going to be another caution flag here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Going to have to backtrack here and see what the cause of the incident was, but unfortunate to see only a couple laps of running, and we'll be back into the yellow flag here.
And we'll go back and we'll try and figure out where this one happens. It's hard to say. Several cars looks like maybe dinged up back here. We'll try and get a replay up and find out for ourselves who might have been slow in all of this. And I wonder if it had to do with Ethan. Oh, wow. I think we had a car go up and over. I think that was David Patton as well. And wow. Just wow.
Yeah, Patton, who was a driver who had a bit of a spectacular night in the Dash for Cash that was held about 24 hours ago. You see him here on the back straightaway, and there it is. Turn 2 catches another one off guard, and he climbed the wall there. Looked as though he was going to have it saved until Mitch Brown out of Westerly, Rhode Island, gave him another nudge in the back bumper and sent Patton up for another two-wheel ride where he pretty much straddled the left side of his race car all the way through turn number 3. Once the car came down on all fours, you see him continue on. We'll take one more look at this as we can. You see Patton running ahead of Mitch Brown off of turn 4, nearly clipped the wall on turn 4 that time through. And it's at the exit of turn number 2 by himself. He'll wash out wide off the bumps, catch the wall enough to launch him up off the ground. Very similar for all of us who may be watching on Pit Stop TV. If you want to go back and watch Shane Mealswild's ride at Rockingham in 2002 in a NASCAR Busch Series race, that's exactly what that wreck looked like. Patton, though, is going to try to get that car repaired and continue on as attrition appears to be playing a bit of a role as far as how the running order will shake out. We're working lap number 132, coming up to start lap 133, with Evans holding the lead.
Have to hand it to the boys at the virtual shot for the fact that that body is still in pretty good shape, it looks like, there for Patton, despite getting onto his side for a little bit. The contact, honestly, that I'm worried about there is when he got into the outside wall after he came back up onto 4 wheels. It seemed like he hit the outside wall pretty hard at probably over 100 miles an hour onto the entry of turn 3. So my concern there is maybe he did get some suspension damage.
Yeah, I'd imagine anytime you get into the wall like that, that's going to hurt the car quite a bit, and gets thrown up onto his left side door. Never how you want to be carrying yourself off at a turn 3. Greg Evans still your race leader. Caleb Nelson second place. You see Kelsey Rogers, Brett Hahn, Alan Young, and more filling out your top 10. Looks like it's Bladen Edwards, Nick Fleury. Is that Travis? Yeah, that's Travis right there in the 10 car in 8th. We've got Jason Stewart. We've got even Larry Orn. How about that? Number 31. Getting up into the top 10, so big stuff happening for the number 31 car, working his way up. It says Orin Lumina on the side. I don't see Lumina decals, but those would be pretty cool to see on a Super Late model, actually. Lumina headlights would be, I think, a nice touch. Coming to the restart here momentarily, lap 134. Coming to lap 135, Evans still the leader, and they will get things re-racked, resacked, and they're back racing on lap 135.
Greg Evans is proving to be the Nick Fleury of tonight's All-American 400. Just a rocket ship on the starts. And how about Kelsey Rogers from the inside of row 2, able to propel himself out in front of Caleb Nelson to move up in the second spot. That's from shotgun on the field. The box score will tell you that Rogers rolled off third. He was given an end-of-line penalty as he elected to chase down an additional cash incentive by starting shotgun on the field. If he can go on and win this race, he's up to P2 for the first time tonight.
He's looking at taking a clean sweep of the top, contingency awards here tonight, because not only did he, go to the rear there at the start of the field. If he claims the victory, that's going to be $25. He's in a good position, only 60 laps away from halfway of claiming that halfway $25 contingency award here tonight. And currently, though, he is 4/10 of a second off the leader, but I think he's holding pace. The only issue is right now, Caleb Nelson is being enough of a factor that he's going to have to go defensive all the entry of some of these corners.
Some cloud cover now over the speedway, cooling this track down a little bit. That's going to give these guys some grip. But when the sun comes back out, things are going to get greasy. We're heading into the afternoon hours here in Nashville. Of course, it's 8:52 if you're on the East Coast watching live. But, of course, on iRacing, we can simulate any time that we want, on any day that we want, throughout the entire year. It's actually something nice that's been added in the recent year or so. I think maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years even. It feels a whole lot newer than it probably is. Everybody's still racing mostly single file through most of the field. Travis Rain's falling back a little bit. He lost a spot to Jason Stewart on the start. Now he has gotten Brandon Hughes in behind him. Jason Stewart is up ahead after making that pass. Nick Fleury up there as well. Everybody's still just trying to mix things up through this entire field. Bladen Edwards trying to put the kibosh on the 5th place 24 of Alan Young. Some side-by-side battles further back, it looks like, starting to, actually that was a slider off into one from Larry Orn, I guess, on a ghost, because he was just sliding in there all on his own.
Yeah, and Larry Orm with that beautiful number 31 reminds you of the Wheel and Engineering number 31 that took part in the NASCAR Xfinity Series many years ago. Currently running a few spots shy of the top 10. Not a name in which we've called on many times throughout the night, but that's a good thing. That car looks relatively clean. And how about this driver, Chris Bouchard? Bouchard, I should say. He brought out the caution flag 2 yellows ago. That came after 2 sliding saves. That came after getting spun off turn 4. And he is currently 1 spot shy of cracking the top 10 yet again. If he can get around Brandon Hughes, he'll get the job done. That's the 111 just in front of him. He is starting to pressure as he tries to battle his way back up towards the front. Remember, it was Bladen Edwards who scored in 6th that gave him the tag that sent him around backwards. We'll keep our eyes on those two as Edwards has a big moment himself off 2.
Yeah, Bouchard is just one of many drivers that's shown that he has absolutely no give in him tonight, and I think that's just the story of the race so far. We really haven't seen many guys consistently staying, near the absolute top of the leaderboard. We've seen a lot of guys, all the way up and down the leaderboard. Even if some of these guys have been, pretty consistently, they've never consistently. Okay, struggling here a little bit. What I'm trying to say is guys have been, near the bottom of the leaderboard, even if they've stayed near the top for a lot of the running. Guys like Greg Evans, Caleb Nelson, Brett Hahn. But yeah, just looking at the top 5 here, the only one that didn't start within the top 10, Kelsey Rogers, elected to go to the rear of the field, but he did qualify P3. So we're seeing a lot of speed out of the front runners, both in qualifying and in the race.
The sun back out here in Nashville. Greg Evans still leading. It's now lap 147, coming to 148 momentarily of the 400 laps that we have on tap for the original online All-American 400. It's certainly been a heck of a race weekend. Kelsey Rogers has been quick all race weekend, as well as Caleb Nelson. These two trying to stay pretty much 1-2. They've been in that order a lot so far the last couple of days, and they're trying to get up there and pass Greg Evans and once more be 1-2. I don't know if these guys know one another. I don't know if they are affiliated in any way, but they've just been mirroring one another. Caleb Nelson out of Moortown, Vermont, racing for Camping Universe, and Kelsey Rogers out of Rockton, Illinois, racing for Rogers Racing, and I believe has some affiliation with some setup shops. I don't want to speak too much on that. I know that's a touchy subject, but yeah, I mean, the 36 car and the 07 have just been stuck like glue all weekend long, and I don't know what it is. It seems like these two have almost the same driving style or something. It works out that way, where they're just about dead even at the end of one lap, and they just can't come apart.
And Andrew, this was how they came to the checkered flag in qualifying in yesterday's qualifying event for the Dash for Cash show. They put themselves on our radar as far as being drivers to watch in this All-American 400. However, Caleb Nelson never really had the opportunity to show his hand. I mean, yeah, he competed in the heat race. He ran well, but when it came down for the 40-lap feature, he wasn't able to put together the laps to actually compete in that event. So this is the first time we've been able to see the speed that he's shown on the stopwatch in the 2-lap qualifying session parlay into race efforts, and he appears to have a quicker race car than that of Rogers, as he's been getting back to the gas a little bit earlier in the corner, as we're on board with him here through 1 and 2, holding a tighter line there to the inside, slides up a little bit here off turn 2, as both these drivers are about a 3/4 of a second gap behind your race leader and Greg Evans, as we continue to click laps off, and Brett Hahn has not been able to move up to the front of the pack like many of us may have anticipated. After being potentially the favorite after capturing top honors in the Dash for Cash last night, he's currently mired there in 4th. You see him there just a few car lengths behind that of Nelson as they enter turn 3. Front 4 pretty much in a league of their own, 3+ seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, as it continues to be Evans, Rogers, Nelson, and Hahn, your top 4.
I look at timing and scoring with the top 4, and all these guys are in absolute dead heat on the timing board right now. Just the fact that they're all within about a tenth of a second of each other, lap after lap after lap right now. So yeah, like you said, Eric, not a lot of separation between these 4, and that makes me think, track position as we get late into the race. If we get these, 4 or 5 guys out front, I think it's going to be absolutely key. Oh, get the sound of a caution here on the racetrack. It's going to be yet another one here in the online All-American 400.
Jordan Harnish turned around in turn 2, just the inside of that PFC brake billboard on the outside of the corner. The leader's going to come by, I believe. Yep, there goes Greg Evans, and big issues here for Harnish. He'll get that car turned around, and thankfully ride it back in the right direction. We'll see what happens to the driver of the number 32 out of Carmel, Maine. That's actually a town I didn't think I'd be shouting out here on iRacing, but that's pretty cool that we see Mainer out here trying to rough these guys up. And actually, he's going to get hit from behind by the 17 car out of Bossier City, Louisiana. That's Nick Brand that gets into the back end of the 32 of Harnish. And unfortunately, Harnish gets turned around. He's going to lose a lap under this caution flag. And just the slightest bit of contact there, Eric, and sends him right around.
And Harnish was a name that was running up towards the head of the pack. In fact, he's going to cycle through here, try to catch the wave around. And pit road is a busy place. Everybody is on the pit lane, from your leader, Greg Evans, all the way throughout some of our early lap leaders in Brett Hahn. We'll see who's able to get off the pit lane first. Evans is able to get a great launch from his pit stall. Looks as though he's going to beat out Caleb Nelson for the top spot. We'll see if anybody stayed out. Looks as though timing and scoring is notifying us that perhaps 3 cars elected to stay on the racetrack. We'll see if that cycles through as such, but Evans may be the highest running driver who came down the pit lane last time through. We thought Mitch Brown was going to be one of the drivers who stayed out on track. Looks as though he's on pit road now. So Ethan Johnson, if he elects to stay out for the remainder of these yellow flag laps, will inherit the lead with the rest of the field behind him on fresh tires.
Not a bad call to make here. It's going to be a struggle, I think, with the older tires, but we're getting to the point where I think you do want to put yourself in a position to pick up the halfway bonus here if you're Ethan Johnson. I think he's shown that he has pretty consistent pace to be in the top 10 tonight, so I think it'll be fun to see how he does on these. Looks like it's going to be about 35 lap older tires than the rest of the field, but I think the big thing here is if you do control the lead here on a restart, here in the All-American 400, you can really pull away by about a half a second off the initial restart.
Lap 160 currently of 400, and actually I like paying attention to a lot of numbers, and I like just noticing little things with numbers just randomly, and this is entirely random. If we were at Pocono, or if we were at Indianapolis, Indianapolis I think is the better one to make note of. If we were wanting to go 400 miles, we would run 160 laps. It's just something random that comes up to mind when I see some numbers together randomly, but we are getting ever closer. In fact, just inside of 40 laps to go now of getting to our halfway mark. And that's, again, ever important, like you guys mentioned. For $25, Ethan Johnson could be gunning for that particular award being given out by, I believe it's Team 126 Racing. Let me just double check on that. Yes, Team 126 Racing. The same guys who gave out $25 to the pole sitter, Brett Hahn, are giving $25 to the race leader. And Hudson, North Carolina's Ethan Johnson backing up the field right now. It's interesting, this front row from very close by to myself here in Statesville, because Ethan's from Hudson, Greg Evans from Hickory, North Carolina. The whole field very slow, and they're wrecking on the restart. They hadn't even gotten to the green flag. Christopher Bouchard turned around. I think that's going to wave this restart off, possibly. Oh, wow. Well, they're going to let it go green. That's incredible. Oh, and he's going to turn Hahn.
Oh, Brett Hahn. No. Sorry, Andrew, but Brett Hahn got tagged there as Ethan Johnson got hit by Caleb Nelson got hit by Ethan Johnson, spun up into Brett Hahn, and one of the most dominant cars of the race and one of the most bizarre restarts you will ever see in the All-American 400 brings the caution out yet again, and one of the favorites, last night's Dash for Cash winner, backed into the wall in turn 1 after a bizarre restart here on lap 163.
I was about to say, Andrew, I think we do have to backtrack a little bit. It seems like, I think you mentioned it, Andrew, just the fact that it seemed like the 102 was really backing up the field, and I wonder if that might have caused some issues near the back of the field where we saw, so Bouchard gets tapped, and it looked like there might have been some net code between some of those drivers. So that's going to send Bouchard around. And then somehow iRacing does not wave off the yellow flag. The automated iRacing race control. Johnson doesn't get an excellent start. He's going to be 3 wide on the entry of turn 1, and it's just going to be a little bit of contact there with the 07 machine of Caleb Nelson. And then Brett Hahn, two of those guys, the most dominant drivers in the field up to this point, are going to be in a really bad spot.
Now, don't get me wrong. Ethan Johnson did not have room to be on the inside of Caleb Nelson by the time they got down to turn 1, but that situation never should have happened in the beginning, to begin with. I mean, Caleb's just backing the field up right here, and he's not necessarily doing anything wrong, just going slow and jacking the entire field up. You see Bouchard gets turned back there, and then he's just caught sleeping on his own restart, doesn't go at the iRacing green flag. You see Evans launch, everybody else goes, and now they're 3 wide off into 1. When you're controlling the race, you've got to be ready for that, and unfortunately, that might take Brett Hahn out of contention. I want to see the damage that is handed out to the 71 car, because he's backed into the fence pretty good, and if that's a real car, that entire car is now getting loaded up, going back to the shop. They're done for the day. I want to see exactly what happens here to Brett Hahn.
We're watching him here down in turn 1, and wow, that was a big hit. That was a big initial impact there to the left rear. Almost got that car up on its side momentarily, and then the contact with the outside retaining wall appeared to be relatively light. But I'm with you, Andrew. A couple things I didn't like there heading into that restart. It looked as though the Ethan Johnson's car was accelerating, and then I'm not sure if he was applying the brake or just lifting off the throttle. It just appeared to be a bit of a stop-and-go restart, and our job is to call it as we see it. And I'm pretty sure that's something that the officials are going to be looking at there as far as leading the field back down to green. Ethan Johnson there scored as the 102. We saw him up as high as first on that restart, but started all the way back in 29th position and had control of the field. They did stack up behind him. We went green anyway, and then the rest of the field got a jump on him there off turn 4. And now we do see the field stacked up here as a couple of drivers who have been up in the top 5 all day long, and Caleb Nelson and Brett Hahn now forced to have to come back after their misfortune. They have enough time to do it. The question is, how much damage is there potentially to those cars after the incident down in turn 1?
That is the big question tonight, and we have a long way to go to answer that question in full. But yeah, definitely, like you said, Eric, that was a little bit of a off-putting restart there. And I think you did, I at least did. I think I did see some of that, off and on the brake or throttle, like you said. Even if there wasn't that much of a change in speed, I think you saw a little bit that might have thrown guys off behind him. We're getting prepared here for the restart, coming to lap 168. It's going to be Greg Evans in control.
Just over 30 laps to go to halfway. They race by the camera into turn 1, and they're already fighting a little ways behind the race lead. In fact, here's Alan Young on the outside of Kelsey Rogers trying to hang on to second. It's not going to happen. He's going to fall into third. He's got Bladen Edwards in behind. And in 5th place, it's Travis Wright, the number 10, hanging on, but he's got company. Hughes to the outside of him actually loses track position out of turn 4. And Fleury almost got to the inside of the 111. Let him get back down to the bottom side. You've got Jason Stewart, Larry Orn, and David Patton in behind, but they are still fighting things very narrowly up in the top 5.
There's been a lot of ebb and flow throughout this race so far as we work now lap 170 of 400, inching closer to halfway. Kelsey Rogers, again, as we told you, the box score will tell you that he started last on the grid. He'll say he qualified 3rd on the grid. He did start last in the running order. Now dropping back here to some of the drivers who had some misfortune. There's Caleb Nelson trying to work his way back up towards the front of the pack after getting turned around backwards. Fortunately for him, that car does not appear to be too worse for the wear. In fact, the 3 cars that were in that group all involved in some sort of incident as the field now comes down the back straightaway with Evans still holding down P1. Kelsey Rogers, though, has been the fastest car on track. The best race, though, here mid-pack with Brett Hahn trying to move his way further forward. He's going to work the outside lane in turn 1.
I think that kind of has been the story of the race, especially Brett Hahn. There's going to be a car in the wall right ahead of him. He doesn't have much of a place to go. Going to go up the leaderboard a little bit more. It looks like we're going to be joining, pretty far up the leaderboard, in fact. It's going to be Alan Young, and he's currently defending from Bladen Edwards. Edwards has been running pretty much in the top 10. I think this might be the farthest he's been up the leaderboard so far, in the 4th spot, and, he's starting to make his presence known as we come up on halfway. We did see a couple laps ago, fastest lap of the race for Kelsey Rogers in the low 2s here at the Nashville Fairgrounds.
And as we would say, if this is a road course, going purple there was the 36 car. And he's on some scuffed tires at this point. They've been on these tires since our lap 161 or so restart. So the tires, I think, just scuffed to the right point where they've got some pretty good grip in them. And these Hoosiers gripping up pretty nicely for these iRacing super late models. Headed down the backstretch are our race leaders. Greg Evans has led quite a number of laps over Kelsey Rogers. Kelsey's not quite tasted the lead just yet this evening, I don't believe. No, he's not, but that 36 certainly capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in second place, considering he came from the very back of the grid. Started in the very, I'm going to repeat myself, very back, on the caboose. That's what I was looking for. Started caboose on this field, shotgun on the field. It is the shotgun challenge, of course, and if he is able to usurp the number 2 car for the race lead, not only does he get the $130 bonus for winning, but he gets an extra $25 for coming from the back, and that is by virtue of Patriot Media and Marketing Services, who also paid out the $25 winning purse last night to the race winner of the All-American Dash, Brett Hahn.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that decision to start towards the tail end of the pack was by choice. That was after he finished second. Brett Hahn declined to take that shotgun challenge where he would fall to the tail end of the pack and have to work his way up through the field. Rogers, though, who finished P2 when they came to the checkers, in fact, was looking down to the inside as they came down for the start-finish line to end that race. He was like, sure, I've already done it once tonight. I might as well do it again after he was caught up in a wreck. And don't forget, he was the cause of our second or third yellow flag tonight. A little bit of a crinkle there on the left front fender of that car. That's the reason why. We'll drop back a little bit further here. There's Bladed Edwards and Tim Wright. Wright by far the biggest mover according to the official starting position. Started back in 24th spot, holding down the final position in the top 5 for the time being. Just behind that is Brandon Hughes and Nick Fleury. And then we got to go back a ways here to find Caleb Nelson, who was in that incident with Brett Hahn. You see Hahn there working to the inside of the 51 of Mitch Brown in turn 1. Looks as though he's trying to follow Caleb Nelson up through, back to the head of the pack if possible. Hahn with a little bit more damage to the left front of his car. Nelson's car appears relatively clean despite the spin of the first corner, and he's now all over the backside of Michael Whiting for what will be a race for 13th.
We are seeing these guys starting to make consistent progress, but the thing I'm concerned about for guys like Brett Hahn or Caleb Nelson is just the fact that they're not making up pace quite as quick as they were when their cars were completely clean. In fact, the 71, I think, dropped off a couple spots. Might have got a little bit loose there in a corner a little bit ago. But yeah, I think that damage has definitely taken its toll for these guys, unfortunately. But we say this phrase a lot. It's a long race. These guys have a long way to go. There is sure to be much more attrition in a race this long.
There absolutely is. Speaking of attrition, man, these guys, of course, they're battling here. This is in the mid-pack. This is around 11th on back. But suddenly, Kelsey Rogers right on the back end of Greg Evans, and this is certainly testing Greg's attrition right now to not make a mistake and to just get to halfway and claim that halfway leader bonus. That's $25 away with just by leading lap 200, and anybody in this field can still get it. 15 laps to go to that halfway mark, and anybody can still get up there and take those $25 away, but it's going to take, I think, a caution for sure to beat one of these two drivers. Kelsey Rogers, Greg Evans, they've been great all evening long, all afternoon long rather, and as we go into the evening, as the shadows grow longer and as we get closer and closer to nightfall, these two are going to be the two, I think, to watch for the rest of these 400 laps.
And we've already seen what a little bit of additional incentive would do for that of Kelsey Rogers. We talked about just a couple of laps ago why he elected to start at the tail end of the pack. What will that extra $25 to lead at lap 200 mean to Rogers, and what is he willing to do in order to make it happen? Right now, these two are broken clear out ahead of the pack. There is some lap traffic up ahead of the leaders, though, that may play a factor. About first time all night, maybe first time all weekend. We've seen actual lap vehicles be a potential problem for the front runners, as we are now about 11 laps shy of halfway, coming down to start working lap 189. And it looks as though Rogers able to hold the tighter line there on the entry of the corner. Evans a little bit quicker off of turn 2. Lap traffic looks as though it may yield down to the inside. Hopefully that may be the car of Cody Knott in the 26 that is just in front of the leaders. And that may play a role in who goes home with this halfway money as they come through turns 1 and 2 again, with Rogers trying to find a quicker line to get up and challenge for the race lead.
It's taken us about half of the race, but I think it's fun that we're finally getting to see one of the most unpredictable variables of short track racing, and one of my favorites, just the fact that lap traffic is something that leaders have to get through, and the guys ahead of them, they are not entitled to just, the lap cars getting out of the way. These guys have to fight to stay on the lead lap because it can be incredibly difficult to get your lap back in short track racing. So it should be a lot of fun here. And the thing is, we're within a couple laps here of giving out $25 additional. So it's pretty interesting here. You would think, halfway through the race, we can, kind of relax a little bit. But there's a lot on the line here for these top two.
And what if Kelsey Rogers is able to get behind the 2 car and get those extra $25? And what if he then goes on to win this race? That's an extra $50 from Patriot that they're going to have to pay out to this driver. Actually, no, sorry. 25 of those from Team 126. 25 of those would be from Patriot. That's my bad there, as he's trying to put the kibosh. I keep saying kibosh. I don't know where I got that word from, but I like it. It's a lot of fun to say, especially you don't usually hear that, I don't think, in racing commentary, but I like to use it. It's kind of like cattywampus that Joe Donahue likes to use in our broadcast. Ethan Johnson all the way down there on the flat, and I think that certainly gave a code brown to these 2 race leaders. Greg Evans gets on by, and they keep on racing now into 3 and 4.
Yeah, Andrew, Ethan Johnson almost put the kibosh on these guys' hopes of collecting that halfway money there.
I like it.
Unfortunately, they get by cleanly, and still they have about 2.7 seconds over the rest of the pack. They're going to settle it amongst themselves. We're not going to see a yellow flag when we hit the halfway point. We're going to continue this race on, but that lap 200 mark is oh so important to these front 2 to collect that extra cash prize and pride. That's going to go a long way, I'm sure, for some of these drivers, and you can see Rogers starting to close up here off of turn 2. Filling up the mirror a little bit there at the end of the back straightaway. Again, you're not missing anything further back. It is the race for the lead that we are keeping our eyes on here, as Evans has done a spectacular job holding steady at the front of the pack, with Rogers, who has had a turbulent race thus far as we inch closer to halfway, trying to find a way around.
It's in fact 3 seconds back to the 3rd place spot. So yeah, no concerns from behind. It is these 2 for the $25 here. It's going to be 3 laps until these guys get to claim that $25. Rogers has been arcing the corner quite a bit more. Now that time he's a little bit shallower on the entry of the corner, but I think he's looking to get a strong exit, and I think that's going to be his best chance of trying to claim that halfway bonus here. So it's going to be 2 laps to go as we come through 3 and 4. Still, Greg Evans in charge of the field.
2 laps, that halfway marker. Again, like Eric said, not throwing the yellow flag once we get there, just handing out $25 thanks to Team 126 Racing. They also provided that pole award to Brett Hahn. Now out of turn number 4, we will take lap 200. These guys have 1 lap to figure it out, and Greg Evans currently looking very, very strong. He's actually opened that gap up by just a little bit. We'll see if Kelsey Rogers is really thinking about that halfway award. Honestly, I think he's just going to keep racing. You don't want to do anything too drastic right here, and absolutely he's going to ride in behind Greg Evans, as Greg Evans is going to pick up the extra $25 for leading at the halfway mark. He leads lap 200, and we are into the latter half.
Now that Evans has picked up that halfway money, what's the objective going to be for this point forward? It looks as though he's washing up the racetrack a little bit, entering a little bit lower, slides up the track momentarily in the middle of 3 and 4, and then gets right back down to the yellow line with the left side tires, while Rogers has not fallen more than a car length off the back bumper of the Deuce, who has held steady since the last restart when we came back down to green. These 2 are continuing to pull away from the rest of the pack and trying to settle it amongst themselves in what has been about the longest green flag stretch of racing we've seen at Nashville so far on the weekend by a considerable margin. And with that, we have the ability of some lap traffic lining up ahead as well. These drivers doing all that they can to keep the distance from the rest of the field, hoping it continues to stay green and log these laps. We have now passed the halfway point, but we still see Rogers applying steady, constant, and continuous pressure on the race leader in Greg Evans off of turn 2.
So not only are we past halfway, we're really getting a change of atmosphere here as we near the in-simulator sunset here. It's about 5 o'clock on what is, according to the simulator, October 31st. So that means sunset is going to be very near, with time being twice as quick as it would be in real life. So we're going to see almost half of this race under the lights here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And that means these guys are going to have even more grip at their hands for the last half of this race. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see the back half.
Sunset absolutely setting in. You can see it there in the sky as these cars keep racing around this racetrack. Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway just recently added to the iRacing.com simulator. In fact, it was only October 22nd of 2019 that Dale Jr. tweeted a picture of them, of iRacing, at the racetrack scanning the facility, and they did a great job with it as well, capturing every essence of short track racing that just oozes from these hallowed grounds. They're going to pass the number 86 of Todd Kirkwood here in turns 3 and 4, and we have a caution just as Kirkwood goes one lap down. It looks like it might involve Carlson. Some other cars slow here. Matt Vade possibly. He was slow on the bottom side of the racetrack, and we'll take a look back at what causes this caution flag on lap 208.
See Carlson, looked like he was working his way around a lap car there. Now down into turn number 1, Grant Brown just behind him. Brown, who was very quick in practice and qualifying, not seeing the results parlay here come race time, at least at this point in the event. They come up on the backside of a lap car there in Knott in the 26, and yes, Knott comes off the wall and catches Carlson. Look at that, surfing over the top of the 26 car of Cody Knott as they went down to turn number 1. Matt Vade on the apron of the racetrack trying to avoid a wild ride for Carlson. As he came down the front straightaway, riding up over the left front fender and hood of Cody Knott's car. He was just trying to get out of the way. And apparently Carlson may have misjudged it a little bit on corner exit. And we are on board here with Cody Knott, and you are about to get a full-blown look at the under tray of Matt Carlson's car as they come off of turn 4 here. Way up into the third lane comes Cody Knott. Off the corner they come. Tags the wall, and here comes Carlson. Wow, right up on top of the hood of Cody Watt's car. And that is what puts us under the yellow flag, pretty much wiping out that long green that he had going, and it will erase the lead that Evans and Rogers had over the rest of the field and re-rack us for another restart.
That was a, textbook example of what you guys have been talking about with the fact that, there's a lot of banking that these guys rely on, and then you come off of the corner, and it is absolutely falling down a hill, and unfortunately, the 26 just wasn't prepared, with the line he was taking through the corner to come down that hill without getting into the outside wall, and it's going to claim a couple of pretty solid cars in the process. So, hate to see it at any point of the race, and once you're at this point of the race, past halfway, you're pretty committed towards trying to go for the ultimate prize, which is that $100+ for claiming the victory. But again, if you finish in the top 5, you're going to get some sort of cash prize, and then there's also a little bit of a kickback if you finish in the 13th position as well. It's going to be an additional $25. Let me see who actually is promoting that particular award here. That one's going to be LTC Motorsports, who is also giving out $25 to third place tonight. So that's going to be about $85 for finishing here at third place in the original online All-American 400.
And that actually evens it right up with second and third. So oddly enough, I think this is the first time we've seen something like that where second and third will pay equally. The series, American Sim Racing Series, see their logo on the bottom left of your screen. They're paying out $85 to second place, $60 to third, but LTC Motorsports paying the extra $25 to third place. And don't forget, the fastest lap, I think right now currently going to Kelsey Rogers in second place. That will also net you an extra $20 by, thank you to Ohio's Lost Speedways, who was on Jim Foos's machine last night in the All-American Dash. Jim Foos hailing from the state of Ohio. Lap 212 coming to lap 213 momentarily to restart this one. Kelsey Rogers, Greg Evans, they're your front row, top to bottom. And everybody else, Steve Bladen, Edwards, and more. We go back green flag racing. A very quick and very tidy start from Greg Evans. The rest of the field caught sleeping.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen that as far as a great restart by Evans. Field stacks up big time behind him. Looks as though we are back under caution right off the restart. Trouble in turns 1 and 2. And it looks as though the tough night will continue for that of Caleb Nelson, as well as the number 38 car of David Patton. There are 3 cars that remain stationary at the time that we put eyes on the wreck in turn 1, and it will put us under the yellow flag yet again. We were on such a great run, guys, and now all of a sudden we got a bit of caution fever happening here just past the halfway point.
It's not the first time we see a lap 1 pile up off of a restart, and it looks like it is going to begin. I'm not sure if there was actual contact, if there was netcode, but the big loser there is going to be the 07 machine. of Caleb Nelson. It looked like he was making his way up through the field, and it's also going to collect Cody not as well as David Patton. Doesn't look like there's major contact, but there is going to be a major loss of track position for that 07 machine.
Definitely some contact here between the 111 of Brandon Hughes on the bottom side and the 07 of Caleb Nelson. You'll want to watch this off into turn 1. It looks like Hughes was trying to get into a gap on the top side that just never quite existed. We'll watch this from one of our blimp. It's like he's trying to get up there and just misses turn 1 entirely, moves Bouchard at the racetrack and turns Nelson around, and then David Patton just kind of slowly comes into him, and the 26 gets turned around, auxiliary to all of that as well. So big issues for those 3 drivers. Thankfully, nothing too hard in terms of hits for those guys, and they should continue on. Greg Evans, it looks like, going to stay on the racetrack, along with Kelsey Rogers and many, many others at the front of the field. It looks like at least the top 12, top 15 even, man, the top 16 all staying out on the racetrack this time.
Yeah, the pit strategy element of this story has cooled off momentarily. At the beginning of the race, it was all about drivers ducking down the pit road, getting fresh tires, and just slicing their way up through the field. And I'm not sure if it's more of the enhanced opportunity or nature of some trouble that we are starting to see, where these drivers would rather stay up front and keep their noses clean, or if it's just a little bit of strategy, as they know exactly when they want to come back down pit road and make sure they have their tires to last them through the end. And if you're a guy running mid-pack or who has not had the best of luck, like a Brett Hahn who came down the pit lane, going to restart back in about, looks like the 16th spot, why not take the opportunity to get some fresh tires? Your car's got a little bit of damage. Give yourself potentially an upside to trying to get your way back up towards the front of the pack after being involved in an early race yellow. This level of strategy is going to continue to funnel out as the race clicks on. Still a long way to go, though, as we have eclipsed about over 1.5 hours time as far as the official time for the session and the halfway point of this race.
Just to stick with Brett Hahn for a little bit longer, because I think he was the man to beat early in the race. I unfortunately feel it might take a lot for him to get back into the running here tonight, just because he does have a bit of damage and he's struggling to make his way through the field tonight. So, we get a late race yellow and he stays out. I think he's shown that has strong racecraft. Maybe he can do it that way, or he might need a lot of wrecking and a lot of attrition and a lot of guys to get similar levels of damage. Regardless, he's shown that he has a strong car, and he's still running in the 15th position. I think he'll have a good shot tonight. It's going to be difficult, is basically my point.
Coming to the green on lap 219, it will be once they cross the start-finish. Greg Evans, a bit of a later restart, but he still gets a pretty good jump over Kelsey Rogers and company. It's going to be Bladen Edwards into third place as he fights. Oh, Nick Fleury sideways in one. The whole field scrambles. They'll get by for now. He comes back onto the racetrack in front of Jason Stewart. They will keep racing down the backstretch. Oh, what could have been for Nick Fleury as he finally got back into the top 5 or so. But man, what could have been bad for the rest of the field if he had not corrected that car.
Pretty sure that Nick Fleury has to add Stewart to his Christmas card list for 2020, because he very easily could have jacked up the back end of that car as they came off turn 2. Instead, Stewart lifted, allowed him to catch and save the car, and thus we continue under green. Meanwhile, Kelsey Rogers still trying to pressure Greg Evans for the top spot, with Bladen Edwards now up in the third, Tim Wright running in fourth, and Harnish, who was around backwards 4 cautions ago, now rounds out your top 5, but the top 2 appear to be settled in a bit of a rhythm amongst themselves. Remember, Rogers was willing to settle for second in the Dash for Cash one night ago. Not sure he's going to be so complacent to ride in second, but he may be for the time being in this race. As they come back up on the main straightaway, single file throughout the top 10, with Rogers still trying to close it up on Evans for the top spot.
It's going to be completion of 222 laps here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. I look at the top 5, and outside of Greg Evans, I see guys that have had trials and tribulation throughout the race tonight. Kelsey Rogers starts at the dead end of the field, and then behind him, Bladen Edwards, he started 14th. 24th and 25th starting positions for Travis Wright and Jordan Hardish here tonight. So a lot of guys that really had to fight through the field, and it just shows that, the winner tonight could come from anywhere. It's been tight. It doesn't matter if it was yesterday in the Dash, practice, qualifying, or this race. We've seen a lot of parity in the field, and you absolutely love to see it.
speaking of parity, we're able to see that parity come true with drivers who have been clean and green this evening and drivers who've been caught up in a couple of incidents. And those lines are blurred right now with Grant Brown getting his way back up through this field. Actually, no. It looks like he's a little lapped, or no, he's just scored behind Caleb Nelson. It kind of threw me off there. Grant Brown challenging all of these guys. I think Brett Hahn and Caleb Nelson just went by him, but he's still hanging on. He's now in 14th spot, and Mitch Brown is up ahead. And Mitch Brown, in that wounded Patriot 51, actually putting a move right there on the 14 of Jason Stewart. That is good for 10th spot. Ooh, and door banging down the front stretch. Bit of contact between the 71 of Hahn and the 14 of Stewart. They keep racing now out of turn 2.
But you have to wonder what's going through the mind of a Brett Hahn who has been fast all weekend long at the Nashville Fairgrounds, was leading a lot of this race until getting swept up in an incident off what was a wacky and a wild restart. Now just trying to bide his time and keep his nose clean for the most part, despite some of the obvious damage to the left front. Now trying to see if he can work his way back up further forward. He's one spot shy of the top 10. Mitch Brown in the 51 is next car ahead that he has his target set on to try to get up there and follow through. However, that car obviously not handling at the same capacity that it was early in this race. Now hoping that he could have some luck. The same can be said for that of Caleb Nelson, who got up against the wall that time on the back straightaway, looking inside this time off of turn 4 on Jason Stewart for what would be a race 4. Looks to be about 12th position in turn 1.
We continue to track there with that'll be Nelson and Stewart as they come down the back straightaway. But yeah, I think honestly, you know, Eric, that since that caution that involved that interesting restart there, a little bit shy of halfway where they were 3 wide, the 07 and the 71 really haven't been separated by that much here at the on the racetrack so far. Maybe a couple of spots here and there, but I think we're seeing that, you know, that very similar pace despite the circumstances here for these guys.
Yeah, Stewart, Nelson, and Brown are all on top of one another. Now Nelson looks to the inside of Stewart, couldn't do anything that time. That was a really late look to the inside of the 14 car, and they will stay single file now for 12th, 13th, and 14th respectively. Everybody's still racing things out, but eyes to actually turn up to this 71 car, who I think is still going to have pretty good pace. The left side of that car pretty dinged up, but thankfully, if the car isn't set up too badly, can actually kind of carry the left side. I know left side weight very important in oval racing, but if the left front isn't too bad, he might be able to get away with any suspension damage he might have received. It really depends on how bad it was, of course. I guess that goes for any damage you pick up in a race, but it doesn't look so bad. Looks like he's still got pace, maybe not P1 pace, where he was starting to set the world on fire and pull away all on his own. But if he plays his cards right, and if this race goes exactly as it needs to for him, he could still, by all means, win this race, along with Christopher Bouchard ahead of him, who's been in a couple of incidents now. He got turned around by Bladen Edwards earlier on. Nick Fleury was just sent for a ride a little while ago, thankfully saved it. All these guys can still come back from whatever trials and tribulations they've gone through so far in 235 laps.
And I think, Andrew, you point out, it was Bouchard got into the wall hard that time off turn 4. I think you point out one of the most important elements of this race. It is a 400-lap event, and it's very important to keep your psyche or your focus in check all throughout. I talked in a lead-in how I thought that there may be some tension or some animosity that rolls over as Bouchard checks up the field again. Looks as though the 111 of Hughes may be bouncing about, and that's going to get us 3 wide off the corner. Brett Hahn and Mitch Brown wisely back out of it. But nevertheless, I thought some of these drivers were going to carry over some of the tension from the Dash for Cash last night in tonight's race. Not only do they have to let that go, but they've got to let go of some of the bad luck that has bitten them in this race. And I think that may be the ability that a driver with the likes of Brett Hahn or Caleb Nelson or any other driver who's had some bad luck, even this driver that we're looking at here in the number 32 of Jordan Harnish, who has gone around and caused one of our yellows so far here tonight. Now all over the backside of Travis Wright for 4th. I think it's going to be very important for whoever wins this race to be able to let go of whatever tension they may have built up due to some bad luck that bit them early, if they're able to push it behind them and charge up towards the front like Harnish is trying to do here.
That's definitely what we're seeing at this point in time. We're getting into a period where I think we're going to see a pretty, cozy rhythm here. There's no reason to, go all out because we still have 150 laps of racing. And it's going to be another yellow flag as I say that. So, just as I think we were getting into that long run rhythm, it's going to be the 04 around currently. That is As I look at timing and sport, Mark, he's had a relatively quiet evening. He started 18th and he was running 18th 1 lap ago. Let's see what happened here to cause that yellow flag.
We'll be watching the 04 for a lap extra here before the incident, just to see what all happens. He's in behind Orn and in front of Patton. You see Tim Knott there as well. Mike Carlson also ahead. So a lot going on around this 04 car. And, David Patton just completely sends it into turn 1 and just wipes this 04 car out. Not too hard of a hit there for the 04, be it to the rear end or the wall, but still just completely gets turned around, completely out of nowhere. And this is back here for, I don't even know what position. This is just inside the top 20, and these guys still racing pretty hard, pretty clearly, because, wow, that was just out of nowhere from David Patton.
Yeah, and Mark Myers out of Toledo, Ohio, AOD Racing. He actually crept his way up for a top 10 finish in the Dash for Cash one night ago. A driver whose name we haven't called all that much, and I'll say that's a good thing. Even here, this incident, not of his own doing, may not have been lighting up the timing and scoring charts through practice and qualifying. However, he has kept his nose clean and kept the car clean for the most part, and even with that spin, got it low down pretty good before he made contact with the outside retaining wall, and Myers is going to have a chance to work his way back up to the pack or allow attrition to do its thing and maybe celebrate a top finish here tonight as part of the 23rd All-American 400, despite being the most recent cause for this caution.
Yep, definitely still a lot of time left to play here for any of these drivers, including Mark Myers. That might be the first time he's been mentioned by our crew there tonight, but like you said, not necessarily a bad thing, just a very quiet night, and that means his car is still in relatively good shape. So it looks like Nick Brand, who was leading, and he was on 30-lap older tires, he is going to come down onto the pit road, which hands the lead. I think this might be the first time tonight that Jordan Harnish will be your leader in the original online All-American 400.
Now on to lap 244 of 400. Jordan Harnish currently a race leader under this yellow flag, under this stoppage of play, if you will. It's not quite football, but if it was, we would be nearing the halfway point in quarter number 3. And by virtue of this yellow flag, and it looks like staying out as well. No, he did pit. It's a slower pit stop, or sorry, a quicker pit stop though. So certainly must have been 2 tires there for the number 32 car, I would imagine. So possibly 2 right sides for the driver out of Carmel, Maine, and that is going to help him. Actually, it looks like he's going to take the outside line as well in the restart. I think this is the first time that we will have seen this option by any driver in this entire field, to restart from the top lane. We've seen most of these guys go for the bottom side and just deal with whatever is handed to them on the restart, but by all means, I think he should have that lane choice, and he's going to exercise that lane choice, and Jordan Harnish going to opt to start from the top of the racetrack on the outside of Mitch Brown. You also see the 2 of Greg Evans, the 36 of Kelsey Rogers. They've been the talk of the town all race long. We'll see what the 32 and 51 can say to that as Harnish, a big launch out of turn 4, and we are back green flag racing on lap 246.
We go through turns 1 and 2, and I think that was a very interesting strategy to see, and I think that might give a little bit of an indication of what the outside line can do here, because that's the first time we've seen it tonight. It allowed Harnish to get an absolutely great arc through turns 1 and 2, and I think that could definitely play into someone's favor later into the race tonight here. So currently we ride on board with him, and I think we're just getting an absolutely spectacular shot of the absolutely amazing artwork here on the newly designed Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Pretty fresh to the iRacing.com service. I mean, you talked about it a little bit, Andrew. It's absolutely fun track in real life and here on the sim on iRacing. Go back a little bit farther, it's going to be Greg Evans in the 3rd spot that we currently follow with.
Yeah, watching this battle a little ways behind of Harnish, you can see Harnish at the front end of all this. The grandstand's in the way there, but those grandstands look pretty good. They hold a lot of fans. They serve their purpose, and certainly I think having the cover a bit more unique than most racetracks that you see. Of course, it is a fairground speedway, so you might sometimes see some rain events and want to have that cover for sure, keeping those fans dry. No rain in sight, though, of course, not only because you don't have it on iRacing, but because the forecast is nice and clear for the most part. I think just a few clouds. You can see them up there on the horizon as the sky is turning all kinds of shades of yellow and orange and a little bit of neon yellow in there as well, reflecting off of these cars. Lap 251 now of 400. Everybody just trying to settle in and try and get to the end at this point. We're getting closer and closer to that three-quarter mark where they can start to figure out what they're going to do to try and win this, the original online All-American 400, and a lot goes into these events as well. A lot of planning goes into these events, both by race directors and promoters, and also by these drivers and teams. While this is a fixed setup, they've all got to figure out how to drive these late models here and figure out exactly how they want to attack this kind of a race. 400 laps. That is insane. I mean, 400 laps in a normal Super Late Model race is just almost unheard of. You might have 200 a lot of times, 150 sometimes, but 400, that's what really sets a race like this apart. You think of the Snowball Derby at 300. 400 laps for the All-American 400 being reflected here in the 23rd running of the original online All-American 400 here on iRacing, put on by the American Sim Racing Series. Now lap 254 of 400. Mitch Brown second place, trying to put some challenge here on Jordan Harnish out of Carmel, Maine. Greg Evans third place. You got Kelsey Rogers, you got Bladen Edwards, Travis Wright, Brett Hahn in seventh. How about that for a comeback story? He's back into the top 10, guys, and he's just in behind that 10 car, might be looking for sixth.
Hahn now having a peek down to the inside off of turn 2 on a driver who started well out back of the field, and Travis Wright back in 24th. Hahn, who led a number of laps to the opener of this contest, now around the 10 car to pick up that spot and move to 6. We'll see if he can eat up the deficit that is ahead of him in the term of Bladen Edwards. We'll call it about 4 car lengths as they come off of turn 4. And one of the things that you were mentioning, Andrew, the length of this race, we see that of Greg Evans and Kelsey Rogers trying to bide their time and counsel patience as we ride on board now with Bladen Edwards, who rides 5th in line, looking ahead at those 2 cars that have led most of the contest. And Rogers having a peek down low, still with some obvious damage there to the left front of that car as they come through 1 and 2 after he was one of the cars that have gone around backwards at one point in this race. Fortunately suffered minor cosmetic damage, does not appear to be hindering the performance of that race car, as that Toyota-made machine is all over the backside of Evans in car 2 for the top spot. Harnish also, your race leader, involved in one of the cautions that we've had here tonight. So attrition not playing as big of a role as we would have thought after the prelude that we had here one night ago, but still we are seeing drivers capable of rebounding from misfortune and working their way up towards the front of the pack. The only exception on the night, and by far the Hard Luck Award winner of the weekend, is going to be that of Anthony Pelican, the early leader on the night, wrapped up in an incident involving a lap car of Curtis Hedden. Pelican out of the race very early in the going in this one. However, the rest of the field showing highlights of brilliance and flashes of brilliance of drivers who have been involved in some crashes, able to find their way back up towards the front, whether it be through strategy or through straight driver talent and ability. Still a long way to go to see who comes out on top, and here comes Evans looking to try to find a way through for second.
Caution flag flies here on lap 262 of 400 now, and all progress coming to a halt as Tim Knott is all kinds of torn up in the number 41 car. You can see the Patriot logo on the right side all torn up, the right front fender completely destroyed on this number 41 car. We'll take a look at a replay and see what happens to him in his quest to try and get back into the running of this one. He's had a lot of hard luck this weekend. Gets loose there out of turn 4, and that's a few laps prior now. And this, I think, was lap 260 or 261. Now he's racing David Patton out of turn 2. And I think this is where it is. Yep, Patton just hangs off the wall a little bit, and I don't think Knott was ready for that. Knott comes up. There's left front to right rear contact. Comes down across the racetrack in front of Cody Knott, of no relation. And he will get that car righted and get back into the race. Hopefully, I'm not so confident in that car anymore. It's pretty torn up, but hopefully he can get some laps back. I think he is 1 lap down still, so hopefully he can get back on the lap at some point soon and get back into this race. I'm sure we'll see some pit stops here, though. In fact, it looks like Harnish has decided to come down to the pit lane and get some fresh tires and racing fuel. We haven't done this yet all weekend, though. And I'm going to do so for the first time, and we are going to bring in a driver for a mid-race interview. It's going to be Greg Evans. He's been leading this entire race, it's felt like. He's certainly been up front a whole lot. Let's go ahead and grab him and speak with him, and I'll hand him over to you, Eric Brennan.
Thanks a lot, Andrew and Greg Evans. I know that these cautions have been relatively short, so we'll try to make it short, sweet, and to the point, but not as crazy of a race as what we had last night. But so far, you got a good piece underneath you, but your starts and restarts have been phenomenal. Is that something you practiced, or just after, all this time on the sim and the success you've had in 2020, is that something that you knew was going to play a big role in tonight's race?
Yeah, we worked on the car since last night. The restarts is just something I've always just I think you have to just keep changing it up a little bit. Don't let the guys get you in a rhythm at all. So we've had some really good restarts. We've got a really good car. Hopefully we can hang on, and I think Kelsey's got a really good car too. So, but like I said, hopefully we can hang on and win this thing.
You got familiar company around you. You and Kelsey Rogers have been very close all race long. Looked as though you guys are racing each other very cleanly. You picked up the halfway money already. Is it going to stay polite amongst the two of you, or are you going to do what you got to do to be able to claim this All-American 400?
Me and Kelsey's raced together quite a few times. We've always raced really clean. But you never know when it comes down to some money like that. It might get a little touchy here, but I think we'll be all right.
All right, Greg Evans, I see you're on one to go. We'll let you get back to business. Good luck for the rest of the night. We'll be watching, and we wish you the best of luck as we are getting set for the restart here. Going to be concluding lap number 266. Rogers going to pull up alongside the field in double-wide formation, and Evans is going to try to hang on to capture this victory to cap off what has been an exceptional 2020 season for this driver, who already has an ASRS championship under his belt. It'll be Evans and Rogers on the front row for the restart.
We come through turn 4, and he's going to be long gone. He's done that a lot when he's had the field under his control on the restart. And interestingly enough, I think this is the first restart where we see a bit of lights, shining down on the racetrack here. So, we are currently entering, the 2/3 mark at the race, and it is basically night race at this point. Oh, car ran off the course.
That is in turn 4. The number 32 car gets punted up onto the outside line and goes for a bit of a lazy spin in front of a lot of race cars that were trying to come by, and this is going to halt our progress once more. Now lap 268 of 400. This is, man, I don't even know the number of caution this time. He's going to have a little bit of help, though, here out of turn 4. He was racing Bouchard the lap prior, and I think he got up alongside. Oh, wow. And that was Caleb Nelson getting sent sideways, I think, from contact with Mitch Brown. And now racing Brandon Hughes was Harnish here in the 32 car. You see Hughes out on the bottom side, and that's where that contact, a little bit of net code actually coming out of that. Mitch Brown gets into Bouchard as the caution comes out. They save things. Oh, as Ethan Johnson comes by and clips the 32.
Yeah, it looked as though Harnish was going to be able to get away with one there for the second time tonight, and then Johnson came in and kind of cleaned out. It looked as though that Harnish is going to do all that he can to try to catch up to the tail end of the pack. Again, a late arrival for that of Ethan Johnson. Been involved in a handful of incidents here throughout the night. Avoided this one that happened in turns 1 and 2 that did not draw the yellow flag, but we're on board with him here coming into turn number 3, and you'll see Harnish get sideways. Ooh, big hit there for Nelson. We didn't see that the first time through. He made contact with Nelson's car and then caught Harnish off of turn 4. So, like Chris Collinsworth would say during some of his NFL coverage, a double doink there for Johnson through 3 and 4, catching two drivers who had some misfortune up ahead of him. A bit of a ping-pong effort there as we are back to the yellow flag again.
Caleb Nelson there did get an absolutely massive amount of concrete barrier there. And it looks like initially he saves the car there in 1 and 2, and then unfortunately going to be a little bit more bad luck onto the entry of turns 3 and 4. As we come into 3, it looks like, can't tell if he comes down on the 41 of 10 knot, or if the 41 comes up, or if it was just a pure racing incident. But regardless, that's going to be an absolutely massive shunt for the 07. And it's going to be really tough from here to the end.
So that better explains the yellow. A lot of contact for a lot of those cars in the back of the field, and that's That's even further heartbreaking for Caleb Nelson. Now, we saw how last night went, and we thought those guys up front might be safe this evening from all of that mid-pack and back-of-the-pack carnage and shenanigans, but it's not looking that way. It seems like as soon as you fall back south, maybe 5th place, you are in trouble. And if you're not careful, that's exactly what happens. And Caleb Nelson, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, gets shunted in 1 and 2 by a couple of cars and ping-ponged a little bit, falls back a little bit just trying to save his race car, and then Tim Knott comes along and cleans him the rest of the way out, unfortunately, for Caleb Nelson, who has just been so fast all weekend long, almost mirroring that of Kelsey Rogers for a lot of yesterday's event, tonight's event as well. Very, very unfortunate there for Caleb Nelson. That said, we're coming to our next restart. You know what? We have the race info tab. Let's quickly check on it. 14 yellow flags. So this is our 15th green flag on the evening, and Greg Evans gets a big restart.
Evans clear and gone to the lead by about 3 car lengths as they hit the start-finish line. Fresh off the restart, fingers crossed we're going to be able to keep it clean here for a few laps at the very least as they come off turn number 2. Single file about the top 5, make that top 4. A couple of cars getting knocked around sideways there on the back straightaway, and the caution flag is going to fly again, this time in turn 4. And for the 3rd time tonight, it is car number 32 after we saw him up there towards the running. And Jordan Harnish, his race going from bad to worst as the potential reasoning for the last 2 yellow flags, both of which coming on that side of the racetrack.
So we saw him lock it down there in turns 3 and 4, and this time he's not going to get claim any other victims, being in the racetrack spun around. We'll have to see what causes the incident. We see a couple cars squirrely behind, and it looks like it's yet again Brandon Hughes. So looked like a racing incident. It looked like he was a little bit higher up than he maybe should have been, being the 111. But yet again, it's a near mirroring repeat of what we just saw 5 or 10 laps ago.
Yeah, almost the exact same thing that we had seen prior to that one. And actually, I don't think the yellow was caused initially by that first set of contact between those two. I think it was obviously caused by the 07 getting turned into the wall that hard. But by all means, almost a carbon copy of that initial contact between those two drivers. And very unfortunate for Carmel Main's Jordan Harnish, he's kept his nose clean for the most part, aside from when other drivers decide to hit him, it seems like. I don't think he's done very much wrong this evening, just at the wrong place at the wrong times, and very unfortunately he's been dinged up this much. Most of these drivers on some older tires at this point. Our top 4 on 34 to 35 lap old tires. Mitch Brown on 13 lap old tires. I dare say that's why he's 16th place. Jason Stewart 34 laps. You see, Nick Fleury 34 laps. Jason Stewart 13, and then Mike Carlson, Grant Brown right at 13, 14 laps as well. So some newer tires, not new but newer, starting to work their way towards the front.
Yeah, and as we're going to inch closer to the final quarter distance of this race, we're going to start to see this intensity virtually wrap up, or ramp up, I should say. And tire strategy, I thought we saw some drivers deviate from trying to take advantage of the yellow flags to come in and put fresh rubber on, simply because of a little bit of fear from getting mired back in traffic and potentially caught up in some of these wrecks. Well, we do have attrition starting to play a bit of a role. Currently out of the race, Curtis Hedden and Anthony Pelican. Remember, Pelican led the opening few circuits of this race until getting caught up in an accident with the lap car on lap 20. Also, Adam Hoagland is out of the race as well. Todd Kirkwood, I believe, is currently scored back in the 25th spot. And Ethan Johnson was just pulled from the event. So that will put us now with 23 cars still on the racetrack. We're coming up on 121 or so laps to go. And it is going to be that of Evans and Rogers on the front row for the restart. And we'll see how this one pans out. Hopefully we can get some green flag racing in.
The field will come around here, and it is going to be to the completion of lap 278, just shy of 120 laps to go. It is going to be Greg Evans in control. The field through 4. He gets an amazing jump. He's going to be a few car lengths clear of Kelsey Rogers. Kelsey Rogers yet again in second place. These two just cannot separate themselves from each other.
And finally, as you talked about earlier, Trey, you see those lights coming on. Certainly, these cars awash in those stadium lights, and you're starting to be able to see them a whole lot better. For a little bit there, it was getting pretty dark here at Nashville Fairgrounds. Now you see a race for 4th and 5th and 6th. This is Brett Hahn, Alan Young, and the newer tires of Mitch Brown on the top side trying to work his way around the 24 car. He'll get his nose to the outside of the 24, and he'll try and power by on the backstretch. Side by side they go into 3 and 4. Nick Fleury back there as well. How about Jason Stewart hanging in? Grant Brown. We've even got the 3 car of Mike Carlson inside the top 10. But he's got company. Meanwhile, still a battle for 5th spot. It's Mitch Brown on the outside of Alan Young, and the Young Gun Designs 24. Gonna need some help there on the bottom side.
And Mitch Brown making the outside lane work that time as they come through 3 and 4, able to make the pass that time off the corner on Alan Young. It's going to kick Young back into 6th position with more cars starting to funnel in behind, including that of Fleury in the 25, as well as Stewart in the 14. And we drop back here to a bit of double wide action that's taking place. Here comes Larry Orn trying to get up into the top 10 inside of Mike Carlson. And 3 wide on the front straightaway. Here comes Harnish trying to pick up some ground after he was involved in 3 separate incidents here tonight, but we know he's got a fast entry, and he's up alongside of the 31 as they hit the end of the back straightaway.
He was showing a lot of disdain over the driver communications channels after that first incident there with Hughes, and I think that just absolutely lit a fire in the cockpit of that number 32 machine. He's already back up to the 11th position, really starting to cut his way through the field here so far tonight. And I think it's just a start for him. His car is in relatively good shape here, and he has a long way, probably going to be some yellows, where he's going to be able to get back into the contention here.
Still watching this battle with Larry Orn. Where did this 31 car come from? He's got a lot of speed suddenly, and he is really lighting things up back here around the back end of, well, just outside the top 10. I think he's in 13th currently, fighting with these guys. He is just ahead of Travis Wright. A lot of great racing back here. Move back up through some of the field. You see Grant Brown, Jason Stewart, Christopher Bouchard, there we go. In all of this battle, you got Nick Fleury in there as well. They're ahead of Harnish, who's just trying to break himself back into the top 10. And Harnish has been great. I think that 32's got speed. I think he can contend for a race win, possibly. He just needs luck to be on his side the rest of this way. He's got 3 strikes, I suppose. They've all got him to, well, I guess we're going to give him 4 strikes because he's not out quite yet. But that 32 car, he's been involved in 3 incidents, but I think every panel on that race car just about still straight. Not very hard impacts for him. Jason Stewart almost gets to the inside of Nick Fleury. They're racing now for the 7th position on the racetrack through 1 and 2. And meanwhile, up ahead, both Mitch Brown starting to go at Bladen Edwards and Kelsey Rogers keeping tabs on Greg Evans.
Yeah, Mitch Brown was almost underneath Bladen Edwards as they went into turn number 3 that time. Edwards going to leave an avenue down to the inside for, it looks as though Brown to be able to clear him off the corner. Not quite. Can't wash up to the outside retaining wall to take the preferred line. He's going to have the bottom lane here through 3. And with those fresh tires, Mitch Brown up into the top 3. Edwards tags the wall, causes a little bit of sparks to fly on corner exit off 4. But Brown is up to 3rd spot, has a little bit of work to do in the term of 2 seconds as Edwards starting to lose the handle on his machine. He caught the wall again. That time it was off turn 2, and he's about to be under heavy pressure from Brett Hahn, who holds 5th and wants 4th and 1.
The top 2 are clear, gone from the field, but we go back to the... Oh, and we're actually going to go up to the top 2. But no, I mean, these guys are just doing a great job here. Yet again, they're going to pull from the field by about 2 seconds. We ride on board here with Alan Young right behind the 71 machine of Brett Hahn. I was saying earlier, I was having my doubts about what the 71 machine could do with the damage he has, but he is really cutting through the field now, back up into the top 5, and I think he now has the track position. Andrew, you said something earlier. You said he might not have, number 1 pace, but in the right scenario, he might be able to come away with the victory yet.
Oh, absolutely. The cards just have to fall his way, and they absolutely can. So far, it's been like popsicle sticks falling for most of these guys, but the 71 is still well within contention. He's running 5th place, and he's got great pace. He's just got to be able to capitalize on everything ahead of him, and meanwhile, these guys mixing things up for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and more. Wow, Jason Stewart's really starting to beat on the back end of the 25 car. A bit of intel, if you will, on what's happened to Jim Foose this evening. You saw him in the All-American Dash last night. It sounds like after 18 years of trying to win this race, he's getting close to that 20-year mark. 18 years of heartbreak, as he puts it. His network card gives out on him this evening, and that is killer to any racing driver on the iRacing.com sim. To be so close to entering one of your biggest races, if not the biggest race of the year, being a promoter and a driver in these races, that is the biggest blow, one of the biggest blows for sure that can ever happen to any driver on the sim. And hardware malfunctions, we talked about it last night, how they almost mirror mechanic failures. I lost my train of thought there. They almost mirror mechanic failures and can almost mirror like a tire going down. The clutch breaking, like we saw happen to Boo Boo Dalton down at the Cars Tour at Greenville Pickens last month. So many different things can happen to their computers just like a real race car. So many working parts have to be working just right that any little thing can take you out of competition. Unfortunately, that's what happens to Jim Foose this evening on the 23rd running of the original online All-American 400.
We said that Anthony Pelican may be the recipient of the Hard Luck Award. Not an actual award that's being handed out, just an unofficial one here on the Pit Stop TV broadcast. But Jim Foose has now entered his name into the running after we saw that he didn't get to show his full potential last night after he was swept up in a lap one incident in Dash for Cash. Was looking forward to see what he had to offer here tonight, but obviously some bad luck is going to keep him from having such an opportunity. But nevertheless, we are now in the final 100 laps of the 23rd annual original online All-American 400, and Greg Evans is holding steady at the head of the pack with Kelsey Rogers just behind. Remember, Rogers elected to start tail end of the field after qualifying in third, got an end-of-line penalty, or end of the longest line penalty, after trying to take up the additional shotgun challenge, try to take home some extra cash if he could get around Evans and win this race. These two have been pretty much in a league of their own. They've been able to drive out in excess of 2 seconds on the rest of the pack the last few runs. Mitch Brown is now up into third on a little bit fresher tires on the rest of the field. And then a gap back to Bladen Edwards, who's trying to fend off Brett Hahn, who was the early dominator of this race after he was swept up in an incident following a pit strategy call that put him in the middle of the pack. This is actually the best race that we have here with Edwards, Hahn, and Alan Young. 3 cars in a line, all battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively, to turn 1.
We keep with this battle because, as you said, Eric, this is the closest battle we have near the front of the field right now, and it's a lot of guys that have had strong days. Outside of Brett Hahn, I don't think these guys have had, the best cars in the field. But, Bladen Edwards is someone that started the race near the back end of the top end, and he has very consistently in the second half of the race stayed in the top 5. And just like Brett Hahn, with the right circumstances, he has the pieces together to go out there and claim the victory tonight. And then, hanging behind them, Alan Young, he's not stressing the tires right now, riding behind these guys as these top 2 do. When you do have to compromise your normal racing line in order to either defend or attack, that can be a great way to burn tires. And that's something that Young is able to avoid right now. Looking at the leader, we are yet again, I think this is only the second time tonight, he is seeing lap traffic out of his front windshield, and Greg Evans is going to have a unique challenge here in the online All-American 400.
And a lot of these cars getting slowed further and further down by the onslaught of incidents this evening. You get in a couple of these incidents, start to ding up the right front or anything else in this race car, and you can suddenly really take yourself out of this one in terms of pace alone. And so these leaders are going to come up on these guys quicker and quicker each and every time. Now it's only been a matter of, 15, 20 laps, and they're already to the back end of Cody Knott. You see Mark Myers there in what is actually a Holden Commodore, even though I don't think they provide factory late model support. We've also got, it looks like, Caleb Nelson in there, and a caution flag flies. Speaking of the onslaught of incidents, Grant Brown just cannot escape them. He was in that battle just inside the top 10, and it looks like 52 is going to have a worsening weekend, and it's going to involve Nick Fleury. We'll watch it the next time around.
And what a heartbreaker for Grant Brown as he got in the back of Nick Fleury here off of turn 4. These two traded paint for quite some time. Remember, he was the fastest car in practice in leading up to this event. In fact, one of the only drivers to get down in the 18.0 second bracket, and he just washed up right in front of Fleury. Got Fleury to climb the wall. Second car we've seen do that tonight, and it was Brown who ended up having to, almost turned out there in front of Tim Knott's car at the tail end of the line, trying to get it righted. as he was getting back pointed in the right direction. So that was a lot of contact between these two. Perhaps this is something we would keep our eyes on. If Brown's able to get himself back up towards the front, give him a shot there through 3 and 4, and then pretty much try to just cement himself ahead of Fleury's car off of turn 2, wash straight up off the corner, and obviously was not clear.
You know what? I'm going to interject real quick. I wonder if Nick Fleury pinched the 52 down intentionally, because it looks like there was certainly contact handed out, as we saw the lap prior. I shouldn't say looks like. I mean, there definitely was contact here for this position. We'll watch it once more from another one of our cameras. I mean, he was beaten on the back door of the 25 car, and he was certainly right here in turns 3 and 4. Gives him a shot in the shorts tray, and you know what? I don't want to be too big a judge of character, but I think in some way, at the very least, the 25 holds him down to the bottom of the racetrack here and promotes that contact that eventually ends up in both of them in the outside retaining wall.
A little hard to judge, but very simply, short track racing brings out tempers, and when you have so little time to recollect your thoughts or emotions behind the wheel of the race car, sometimes stuff does happen. Even if it's just meaning to race someone a little bit harder, sometimes it can result in accidents happening like we just saw. I don't want to necessarily say anything there, because it looked just like relatively tight, hard racing. But yeah, unfortunate to see, especially for Grant Brown, who started the night in the 5th position, and he's had a lot of struggle. I feel like he's been behind the 8 ball most of the night with damage.
Well, we know Grant Brown has been, at least we know, we've been talking about it in our broadcast chat on our phones here as this all is happening. Grant Brown has been very vocal about some drivers on the radio. He's had a very rough weekend, and I think at that point just needs to get by that 25 car. We're down into the 4th quarter now. This is crunch time for these guys. To make another football reference, they've got to start throwing some Hail Marys, and they might need to pull Tom Brady back off of the bench here. I mean, it is 2020, and they've got to figure something out in their offense to get up through this field. So for Grant Brown, he has got to get by that 25 car if he feels like he's faster. He's got to get up there, and even if he can't go up there and win this race, he's got to get up there and get himself closer to that Pater in the top 5. He cannot settle for those positions, and I think that's why he's beaten on the back door of the 25 car. And I don't think it's, obviously, I don't think the 25 wanted to wreck Grant Brown down the back stretch. I don't think Fleury wanted to get himself into an incident. He doesn't want to tear up his own car, but I think out of turn 2 right there, he pinched him and just did not cut him a break. And unfortunately, as Grant comes out of turn 2, they end up in contact. Now on to lap 3:14. We'll move on from that previous incident. These guys racing green flag through 1 and 2. Mitch Brown on the top side of Kelsey Rogers. That's for 2nd place, as Greg Evans has another big lead, just like every other restart he's controlled.
Greg Evans proven to be the master at restarts, at least at this point in the race. But how about Mitch Brown using the outside lane to his advantage to take the lead away? Check that, takes 2nd away from Kelsey Rogers, trying to catch up to the leaders in that of Greg Evans after starting or restarting on the outside of that front row. Now between Rogers and Evans, first time we've seen a car other than the 2 and 36 up towards the top 2 spots for the last some time. And it looks as though that Brown is going to try to reel in on Evans for the race lead as the laps continue to click off. Behind him, Alan Young still 4th. Brett Hahn still trapped in 5th. Top 3 starting to tighten it up here on the main straightaway.
So we have a new player here for the lead, and it's Mitch Brown. Very exciting to see a little bit of a change of pace here, because those top 2 for the mid stages really have been relatively unchallenged. About every restart where we got a little bit strung out, those guys did pull away by a couple of seconds. It looks like Mitch Brown has pretty solid pace so far. Definitely not falling off of the 2 of Greg Evans in that time on the entry. He actually gained a little bit. Let's see if he can pull a little bit of time off the exit. Gonna stay about even, but I think we have a 3-horse race for the time being.
I'd say 5-horse race. Don't count out Alan Young or Brett Hahn. I know Alan Young's been very quiet this afternoon and into the evening, but the 24 car has been up here the entire race. We've been talking about him since the drop of the green flag just about. He's been up here. Wow, Mitch Brown sideways out of 2. He's going to give up 2nd place to Kelsey Rogers, but I want to go back to the 24 car because he's just been quietly up here the top 10 mostly. The top 5 is, oh my, Brett Hahn knocks the wall down out of turn 4. He keeps things going, and he doesn't let that slow them down, but these guys starting to get rather liberal with how they hit that wall, and they are just starting to lean on it more and more and more, now coming to complete lap 320 of 400.
Yeah, well, I'll throw in another football reference for you. Pay dirt, because that is what is starting to close up here on some of these drivers. As a matter of fact, we are less than 80 laps away from the checkered flag of this race, and it is starting to show with how these drivers attack these corners. We've seen seasoned drivers. We've seen drivers who have been quick all throughout the weekend, make mistakes on corner exit, Brett Hahn being one of them. We're on board with him as he nearly tags the back end of Alan Young's car in turn 2. He knows the pay window is starting to open. That time it's Young who sparks up the outside wall on the backstretch. Hahn, though, running out of time to try to get up there and battle Greg Evans for the win. With laps clicking off, top 5 remain unchanged for the time being. It's Rogers trying to close up on Evans for the race lead. Hahn trying to get back up towards the front, and the rest of the top 10 is littered with drivers who have been on the comeback trail from some misfortune, and they've still got time to climb further up the running order before the checkered flag falls.
The top 5 only separated by 1.5 seconds. This long to the run, I think this is the tightest we've seen the top 5 the entire evening so far. Absolutely exciting to see so far. It looks like Kelsey Rogers is going to make his way back up to the second position. So yet again, it is Rogers chasing down Greg Evans. I think that's been relatively the same between those two. Even if, we have a little bit of Mitch Brown sneaking in there in the second position for a short period of time. It's mostly been Rogers chasing down the 2 machine, going back through the field a little bit. It's 32 machine of Jordan Harnish. He's been involved in about 3 accidents so far, 2 of them nearly identical, and he's trying to get past the guy who was involved in those 2 incidents of Brandon Hughes right now, showing relative patience for the time being, and I'm sure he's going to ensure that this overtake is calculated and that he's able to get alongside and do it cleanly, because he hasn't used the bumper so far to this point.
Hughes out of French Lick, Indiana. He's certainly been the catalyst in the issues with the 32 car as well. Bladen, one of the words, I'll get there, Bladen Edwards. Gets into the wall. I said that a couple of times. I just could not get his name out of my face that time. What I will say is, as I was trying to trip over Bladen's name, there was a pass for 4th place as Brett Hahn goes up into 4th spot and gets on by the 24 of Alan Young. And suddenly, I think this is a 4-car race. It looks like Alan was starting to hold Brett up just a little bit. The 24 now headed in the wrong direction. Should fall victim, it looks like, to Jason Stewart here shortly. So I think this is down to 4 cars right now. I think we're looking at Greg Evans certainly as the favorite. He's got the cleanest car that's up in the front. Kelsey Rogers, Mitch Brown, they've had to come through some adversity and battle back up to where they are. And Brett Hahn, of course, we talked about him and trying to battle back from his adversity all night long. But this 2 car, I don't think has been in a single incident. It's been kept clean this entire race. He's done everything right. We've talked to him earlier on in this one. And how about those brake rotors as well? Let's talk about those real quick because we actually have a camera for that. They are glowing. We'll see them heat back up here into turn 1. Wow. I mean, it's not quite like Martinsville levels, but Eric, the brake rotors, even in virtual cars, get pretty hot.
Gives you an idea as how hard they're stomping on the binders, heading off into these corners to get these cars pointed in the right direction before they can put the power down on corner exit and try to maintain the gap that they have to the car behind them. In Evans' case, it's in excess of 0.4 of a second. We're watching Kelsey Rogers, and Andrew, you brought up a good point. We did get a chance to talk to Greg Evans at just past the halfway point. We'll call it a mid-race interview, and he sounded very calm and collected and confident, and especially with the driver that's in his rearview mirrors. He says that him and Kelsey Rogers have raced together for a very long time. There is a high level of respect. I kind of posed the question as far as what would he be willing to do if he was in a position where he had to make something happen in the late going, and Rogers was the driver he was racing with. And he did not rule out having to do what needed to be done. But so far, it doesn't look as though he's going to be in that position if he could hold steady at the head of the pack. And calm, cool, collected is probably the best way to describe Greg Evans, who said that they practiced for a very long time on not only their race setup, but even restarts. And he has been phenomenal when it comes down to those restarts. So while many of these drivers may be hoping for a late race yellow, I don't think Evans would mind either way, as it appears he has the car to beat at this juncture of this 400-lap event.
Unfortunately for Evans, we would need something that I don't think we've seen so far tonight, which would be about 60, 65 laps of uninterrupted racing action, and we would also need for him to keep pace as we, yet again, start to see a little bit of lap traffic out of the windshield of the 36. Backtrack a little bit. It is yet again back to that 32 machine of Jordan Harnish. He's currently running in the 8th position. Looking at the leaderboard, still stuck behind Hughes, and currently it's Bladen Edwards, so those three have not yet changed, and it's also Christopher Bouchard. He's been all over the place, made fantastic saves tonight, and he's still hanging in there, back into the top 10 right now.
Anything can still happen with these guys battling the way they are. Jason Stewart at the front of this little group, and wow, Bladen Edwards took the entry to that corner on the yellow line. Never how you want to go into turn 1 here at Nashville, but he does it from the very bottom side of the racetrack, trying to protect from Chris Bouchard, who's been quick as well. We've kind of glossed over him as of late. This 28 car has had a lot of speed today, and he's just trying to fight his way back up here and get back up into the top 5 or so, because I think if he can do so, he's absolutely contender to get up to pay dirt and collect a paycheck this afternoon, this evening, tonight. As we are it's almost pitch black up there in the sky. You can see the clouds a little bit, and it's still a little bit of light out there, but certainly the lights needed at this point in the race. Harnish now has company. Oh, and he's going to go around, maybe. Jordan Harnish. Heartbreak for this guy. He's hard in the wall. No yellow flag for this. You see everybody trying to scramble to get by. Grant Brown and more. Oh, my, and that car is junk at this point. And, man, Bladen Edwards gets him. You know, that's not the first time Bladen's gotten into somebody and really hurt their race. Remember, he turned the 28 car around out of turn 4 a while back.
Yeah, I was about to say, as this race moves forward, you're going to start to see the aggression and intensity pick up all throughout the pack, and that's going to make navigating lap traffic all the more hair-raising for the front runners, as we see here. Misfortune that time through for Harnish, as we do not see the yellow, but this lap car here of Tim Knott to the outside of Greg Evans is holding him up, and here comes Kelsey Rogers for the lead as we are approaching the final 55-plus laps of the All-American 400, and this is the battle for the lead. Rogers inside, car 36, almost into the backside of Evans there as they come through 3, who holds the tough spot in car 2.
Tim Knott is being respectful to race leader Greg Evans right now, but it is still allowing the 36 of Kelsey Rogers to close up to the 2, just because Greg Evans has not been able to get clear of Knott. This time the 2 are finally clear, but the gap is gone, and it is yet again a 2-horse race. But, I mean, I say that so soon, yet Mitch Brown, Brett Hahn, they are within a second of the leader right now. Lot to play for here. Less than 55 laps to go here at the Nashville Fairgrounds.
Everything heating up as we near 50 laps to go. The final 8th on the way. And remember, this track used to be just over a mile by exactly 1/8 of a mile. Just those little tidbits that we like to include. And this is coming up on Cody Knott. 1 knot to the other as Evans gets down to the inside of the 26 car for turn 3. And Cody plays nicely. That was rather hair-raising for Greg Evans momentarily. Now Mitch Brown, Brett Hahn, they'll have to fight on by. And that actually backs up the 51 car to the company of the 71 of Brett Hahn. And then suddenly, these guys are racing for 3rd and 4th. This is a proper battle between these two. Brett Hahn has a solid chance at least a podium before this night's over. And don't look too soon, but if this green flag runs even longer and Alan Young stays uncontested for a while, he could try and reel these two back in and try to fight onto the podium himself. But this lead battle, these lead pair, they've been together so often this afternoon, and they're together once more, and I can't believe. I talked about Caleb Nelson mirroring Kelsey Rogers earlier today. Now Kelsey Rogers, for at least 200 laps of this one, has just been mirroring that 2 car.
And they're about to catch some very strong cars throughout the weekend that they may put another lap down. Evans right out in front of the windshield. Caleb Nelson in danger of going another lap down in car 07. Matt Vade, who dropped out of competition earlier. That's what set him back a couple of laps early in this race. Those cars have shown speed throughout the weekend, and that's who lies ahead for the leaders. Both those drivers very respectful. We could expect them to give the leaders room as they will flash by here with 50 laps to go. The lap traffic may be exactly what Kelsey Rogers is looking for as far as an opportunity to get up and around Greg Evans cleanly for the race lead and potential win.
We come down the back straightaway, and it's going to be the next corner when we get to the 07 of Caleb Nelson. Going to go relatively wide. It's a yellow flag. And this changes everything. It's going to be the 14. That is Jason Stewart. He was running in the 6th position at the time.
And there were some very fresh skid marks out of turn 4 as well, so very curious to see what happens here in this caution flag. Oh, it's going to involve lap car Cody Knott. You'll see this in a moment. The next time into turn 3, this is going to be heavy contact. You see the Knotts fighting up ahead of Jason Stewart. That's going to culminate into a big issue here for the 24 and 14 cars. As there goes Alan Young, and then, oh, Cody Knott just comes off of the wall, and that is absolutely heartbreaking for Jason Stewart. The 78 of Bladen Edwards lucky to get by that as well. He just skirts by on the top side, and we'll check in on that part of the replay as well, because that was also very close for Bladen Edwards.
Yeah, and Cody Knott, I will give him credit where credit is due. He is trying his best to get up and out of the way. Very similar to the incident he had with Mike Carlson earlier in the race, and the same thing happened here, way up into the third groove. I mean, you could see just how much marbles have accumulated in those top lanes, and once he gets up out in the dirt, looks as though that he did not have the ability to hang on to that car. And there's Bladen Edwards, pretty much just held it flat and rim-rided his way around the outside, bounced off the wall in 3 and 4, but did not hit either of the 2 spinning cars. But it looked as though that Cody could get up and out of the way, just got up into the loose stuff and bounced off the wall, and that's where Jason Stewart was on the receiving end of that one, involving him in yet another incident on the night, despite running up in the top 10 at the time that the crash occurred.
You mentioned Cody Knott there, and Tim Knott's currently listed as the leader. He is going to duck out down at pit road. His car was quite mangled, and yet again, it's going to be Greg Evans, Kelsey Rogers, and Jordan Harnish is actually currently listed as 3rd on the leaderboard. So this guy, you just cannot count him out of contention here. That car is pretty battered, so it'll be interesting to see how it fares here on the restart. But we're getting to the point where I feel like a lot of attrition could happen. There's a lot to play for, and with little time, or little laps rather, for these guys to, try to sort things out, guys are going to get quite aggressive here over the last 45 laps.
Great stuff as we enter the final 50 laps of this one. The final, 12.5% of this race now is, man, it has certainly been a heck of a journey to get to this point. If you're just joining us, man, you have missed a heck of a show, and you've definitely got to go back over the last 3 hours to watch all of the action that's taken place so far today here at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. We had the All-American Dash last night. That was a 40-lap feature event after 2 15-lap heats. We've had quite a number of yellows. We've had 17 for 76 laps. How about that? That's going to change when we come back around, but for right now, that's a pretty cool number. 17 cautions for 76 laps, 18 lead changes as well, and we'll see, I'm sure, another one before this race is over, because, well, Greg Evans might get great restarts, but Kelsey Rogers is definitely coming on each of these green flag runs. Everybody up front gets some more fresh rubber, and they're all on fresh tires on lap 357, 400.
Yeah, the best thing for Kelsey Rogers may be for this race to say clean and green to the finish, because when it comes to restarts, Greg Evans has gotten that car dialed in big time. He's out to another healthy advantage, although that time through, Kelsey Rogers just turned the fastest lap of the race, 18.2.11 that you saw on the top of your screen. 2 car lengths off of that of Evans, who holds the race lead for now, with Mitch Brown running in 3rd. And what can you say about Harnish? Jordan Harnish, who has been involved in 3, maybe 4 cautions on the night so far. The driver who hails from Carmel is currently holding down that 4th position, proving that he has a very fast car, but he has a very fast Brett Hahn just behind, who walked by. Oh, and Edwards is going to get turned in turn 1, and he saves it.
Oh, he is going to catch the wall off of the exit of turn 2. That isn't going to be too significant. What is, it's going to be the massive loss of track position. Absolutely incredible save there. And now we're going to go back up the leaderboard, and it is going to be the 32 of Harnish. Hahn to the inside of him, and I think that damage might be too severe for the 32 of Harnish to contend for the victory without a lot of stuff happening in front of him. But Hahn, he's hanging tough with the damage that he suffered earlier in the race. Back up to the P4 spot. He's doing an excellent job here, doing what he can with what he has at this point of the night.
The 32 car was clean for a long, long time, 300 laps or so, and then that last incident that he was involved in, that's what finally did it for him when he got turned around by Bladen Edwards. So the number 32 now headed back in the wrong direction. He's in 5th spot. Alan Young likely quicker than 32 cars, should get on by him without too much trouble. And as we get closer and closer to the end of this race here, guys, we've really just got to keep tabs on these front 2, 3, maybe 4, as they really haven't changed over the course of the last 30, maybe even 50 laps, but it's just changed the order, changed where they are, changed the spacing, and that's what's ever important, because these lap cars are going to come in different ways, be in different lanes, and propose different issues for these guys up ahead, and it's all about how Kelsey Rogers is able to capitalize on all of those troubles that could come Greg Evans' way, and especially these lap cars. We've got a few. There's Mark Myers up ahead, I believe, in the 04 car. Yeah, Mark Myers up ahead in the 04, and several others soon on the way if they go green in the next 35.
And we've seen a couple of times tonight where lap traffic plays a big role. Think all the way back to lap 20 of this race, where Anthony Pelican, who was leading, got swept up in an incident with a lap car driven by Curtis Hedden that put him out of contention and out of this race. So even though, not saying that Mark Myers is going to do anything wrong, he's actually been very polite to the leaders, as he is now out in front of the windshield of Greg Evans, who we are on board with here on the back straightaway. You're now looking out the backside of Myers' car, and there you see he's leaving the inside lane open, trying to salvage a solid finish after what has been a very strong weekend so far for Myers. And look at that. He gives a ton of room down to the inside for Evans to get through. Rogers gets trapped just a little bit there on corner exit. In fact, Myers lifted pretty big enough that's going to allow Mitch Brown an avenue by on the low side in the 3rd spot. But lap traffic has played a role in the outcome of this race already a couple of times here tonight. And if this race stays green, Evans is going to have a lot more lap traffic to encounter en route to a potential victory, with Rogers trying to close.
Yeah, as he comes to complete lap 370, that means we have 31 laps left of action. And like you said, we're already seeing about 2 cars in front of him, a couple seconds ahead of him, including Caleb Nelson, who had a really strong car until, unfortunate circumstances. That is the story of the night for a lot of drivers, and that's going to happen when you throw, 30 super late models on a track like Nashville Fairground Speedway. When the leaders did get past that lap car of Mark Myers, it looked like the 36 of Rogers caught him at, absolutely the worst spot, which is the exit of the corner, and he did lose a bit of momentum. Just as I say that, we might be getting a green flag run here, it is going to be another yellow flag. This time, the number 20. Matt Vade gets into the back of Fleury. Not too much heavy contact there, but it is going to be another. Is that our 18th of the night? I believe that's the tally.
I believe so, and this will involve Bladen Edwards. You'll see it in a lap's time in turns 1 and 2. And man, this has been a rough going for both of these drivers who looked so good in the dash last night. Just trouble coming their way, and this time they're both going to make contact right there. Edwards just washes up a little bit after a very shallow injury. That puts Fleury into the wall head on, and Bladen Edwards, I believe, gets a piece of the inside wall as well after all of that, and we'll take another look back at it to see if he in fact does.
Yeah, and for Bladen Edwards, flashes of brilliance in the Dash for Cash yesterday after winning his heat race, and you're on board with him here trying to follow Nick Fleury on the back straightaway. You mentioned, Andrew, that these drivers both been involved in a couple of incidents so far here tonight. What has turned into a very physical All-American 400, and it looks as though Fleury's going to leave the door open. Edwards with the dive down in the corner, caught the apron there with the left front tire, and that's what launched him up a groove there into Fleury. Fortunately for Edwards, he did not make contact with the inside retaining wall. Unfortunately, he actually went up and caught the wall head on with the nose of his car, got it slowed down enough before making pretty significant contact, but nevertheless more damage obtained to the driver of car number 25, who hails out of Hudsonville, Michigan, driving for RHU Racing. He too proved his restart capabilities in the Dash for Cash one night ago, was running up in the top 10, now's got some work to do. After the pit stop, he is scored back in 14th, with still enough time to get back up into the top 10 if possible, with a little more than 25 laps to go.
He's never seemed to have the car with a winning chance, but he's definitely been someone running in the top 10, and he'll definitely have a chance to do that with at least 20 laps here when we get back going for some green flag racing. But, you know, the story up front is pretty similar to what we've had for the last 150, 200, you know, since halfway. It's been Rogers chasing the two of Greg Evans, and it's Mitch Brown who's made his presence down here at the back end of the race as well, followed by Brett Hahn. Brett Hahn is an absolutely great comeback story here in the race tonight. You know, after that incident where we were 3 wide with the 102 machine, can't remember his name off the top of my head. It's been a little while since he's been in the running. Ethan Johnson. After that incident where he made heavy contact with the ball outside of turns 1 and 2, he's made a lot of damage to his car. Cosmetically, it looks nearly perfect, and you know, I still don't think he has the best car on pace at the moment due to that damage, but the right circumstances will give him a shot at victory. He just needs to play his cards right here on some of these late race restarts. And then rounding out the top 5 is Alan Young. He's been quiet for our front runners, I feel like, but he's been doing a great job, and it's kind of the same story there as Hahn there. The right things go his way, he could have a victory tonight.
We're now at 25 to go, coming to 24 laps to go. What a journey it's been. Glad to have you guys along with me. And boy, this has been a great pickup for Pit Stop TV, hasn't it? As we take 24 laps to go that time by the stripe for these drivers in the original online All-American 400. A big race for us to be able to come on board for the American Sim Racing Series and one of their special events. I think the biggest event they have yearly. 23 years running now. That's big for these guys. Glad to be here, and hopefully for many more down the road. This has been a great time. Greg Evans trying to hang on to the race lead. He's done so for a whole lot of laps. In fact, 286 of 378 at the moment. That's incredible. If he is able to capitalize on this one, it's going to be well-deserved. However, if Kelsey Rogers is able to finally get on by that 2 car, that would also be deserved, and it would be a big upset here as a 2 car out of Hickory, North Carolina. Has looked so good all day long now. 21 laps to go for Greg Evans.
And I would say that was probably one of the best restarts we've seen out of Kelsey Rogers, who is now about a quarter car length off the back bumper of Evans off turn 2 with the laps clicking off, and it is go time. And you're watching Rogers now try to mirror the tire tracks of Evans, hoping to get back to the power a little bit quicker than that of Evans to close up and battle for the lead as we enter the final 20 laps of this race. $130 potentially going to the winner, not including any other additional incentives and bonuses that are on the line, but also the title as the winner of a race that has been running in the sim world for over 23 years. And we got a caution.
This will be our 19th caution of the evening. Still trying to look for the cause here. Top 2 remain the same, and it is still Mitch Brown in 3rd. We see the 111 starting to pull away there, and then it's also going to be the 25. He was involved in the last with Nick Fleury. Unfortunately, his run for a top 10 is going to be hampered quite drastically with this latest incident.
This is going to be a big one, and again, it's involving Brandon Hughes there in the 111 and Nick Fleury. Down the backstretch, we'll see what happens to him, and oh man, they just come together down the backstretch, misjudging space much. Oh my, Mark Myers. Oh no, Mike Carlson as well. That is a huge impact for all of those drivers, massive impact. And again, this goes back to Jim Fusa's incident last night, where we're just thankful this is a sim. They don't have to feel that in the morning, because otherwise they'd be feeling that one for weeks. This is huge when Mark Myers has nowhere to go as the wrecking 25 and 111 go down the racetrack. We'll see from the blimp what happens with these two, and just misjudging space, and the 111 just comes too far up the racetrack, and somewhere back here as they go down the racetrack, nowhere for those drivers to go, and the 25 up and over Nick Fleury. Hard contact and goes barrel rolling in turn 3. Speechless after that one. That was incredible.
About the numerology of how some people choose their racing numbers. Looked as though that was going to be an odd numbers only crash with the 111 and the 25, and Mark Myers and the 04 said not quite. And I will say Mark Myers has run a very, very, very respectable race. I mean, look at how close these two were with that of Nick Fleury and also the 111 car battling for position. They get locked together here with Brandon Hughes up against the wall, and then Myers trying to avoid down to the inside. And unfortunately for Mike Carlson, just an innocent bystander who gets swept up in this one. Fortunately, somehow, Myers and Nick Fleury were able to drive away. But it does put us under the caution, and now we're getting into this stage of the race where these restarts are going to get to be a little bit more intense. I think that Kelsey Rogers has been very respectable of Greg Evans on the restarts. We'll see what he has up his sleeve here, as he is going to have to keep pace and stay with that of Greg Evans. On this restart here, as it may turn out to be the last potential restart and opportunity to get up and around Evans. You know, the more laps that we click away, the less likely lap traffic is going to play a factor. So this restart could be for all the marbles.
Yeah, we're definitely entering that window where I don't think lap traffic will have the opportunity to play a part. This time by, it was 15 laps to go here. So at maximum, it's going to be a 14-lap green flag run to the finish. As I look in timing and scoring just to see, you know, what kind of tires these guys are working with, the top 6 are on tires that are all 33, 34 laps old. And then you see Grant Brown, Jason Stewart in row 4. They are on tires that are about 13 laps old, so slightly fresher rubber. Do they have enough time to make it up through the field? Kind of tough to say. The guys up front have had absolutely great pace. Should be fun to see what happens over the last 14 laps here.
14 to go once they restart. A bit of jackrabbiting that time. I don't think anyone did anything wrong, just anticipating that restart to get back racing. Now 14 laps to go. It's incredible that the whole race weekend is going to boil down to this restart and possibly more, as they are side by side, door banging down the backstretch, racing for every spot they can all get. Remember, the top 5 pay out, 6th place doesn't.
Brett Hahn trying to use the outside lane on Mitch Brown to try to see if he can get up to 3rd. Brown trying to run him wide off the corner, and Hahn's trying to keep the fender to the outside. Brown's going to keep the door open up top, trying to fill the hole on the low side is Alan Young, car 24. Hahn goes way up high, and we got another crash. This time it's Bouchard, I should say, up in turn for another yellow flag.
So that'll make it 20 actually here tonight, as we get a view of what happened here onto the entry of 3. It looks like we're going to be one more lap until we get around there, but it is going to be Christopher Bouchard. And if we're talking about guys that have been involved in the most accidents tonight, he's definitely up there in the top 3 with the likes of the guy he's alongside here in this replay, Jordan Harnish. And we're going to come down the back straightaway and finally see what happened. Oh, I'm not sure who that was that caught the outside wall. But that is where the incident started, and that is the end of it. It's that contact after that black car catches the outside wall off of turn 2.
That was Jason Stewart, and on this next showing of this replay, I'm going to direct you to the contact that is made here between Christopher Bouchard and Jason Stewart. It's going to be into turn 3 or turn 1. I think it's going to be turn 1 right here when they come back around. Yeah, watch these two, because, man, this is a big shot in the shorts that Bouchard gives Stewart. Moves him up the racetrack, he hangs on to it, and then still just trying to collect his thoughts, gets loose out of 2, and just door slams a 28. No intent in that, just gets loose, and oh, Tim Knott gets the wall, and how about Brandon Hughes in it as well? I'm trying to catch up to those guys. I think they all sorted it out, but going for some slides after the fact, wow, that's a really big hit for Bouchard, but also those guys that were just uninvolved entirely.
Yeah, difficult way to not necessarily end their race, as they're still out on track for the most part, trying to make it around to the finish, but some of them trying to vie for top 10 finishing positions. You see Stewart still up there in 9th. Fleury, who was involved in 2 of the last 3 caution flags, still rounding out your top 10. So the odds of being able to place a pretty strong result still well in play for a number of these drivers. And as you mentioned, Andrew, you know, top 5 payout. Event purse was 130 coming in, 85 for second, 60 for third, 40 for fourth, 25 for fifth. There were some other posted awards that were added as well on top of that, but that was the initial prize pool that was up for grabs for the finishing order here. That's a pretty good payout, though, for first place, and we've seen Kelsey Rogers on these restarts be very respectful to that of Greg Evans. The question is that going to continue? We're going to restart with less than 10 laps to go here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. And all this work, all this effort, all the practice, the dash for cash, qualifying, everything that has gone into this very moment. Kelsey Rogers starting in the back of the pack, being involved in an incident. Greg Evans starting up towards the front of the field and being able to remain incident-free at this point in the race. How's it going to play out? Or will it be a spoiler from third on back who's able to squeeze their way through and grab the All-American 400 victory? We're about to find out as we are one lap away from green.
History tells us that the leading car here has an absolutely massive advantage. I think it only happened 2 times tonight where the car on the outside line was able to hang with for at least a couple of corners. It was on the initial restart, and then there was one near the middle stages where it happened, but it's going to take a lot for Rogers. But I will not count him out by any means, and I won't count any of the guys in rows 2 or 3 out. A lot can happen here over the next 7 laps.
We'll have 7 to go at the stripe. There goes Greg Evans, another big restart out of the Hickory, North Carolina native. And it's a state over to go to Tennessee, but man, he is trying to make his virtual trip to Nashville pay off quite well. Greg Evans is going to have 6 laps to go the next time by the Nashville Fairgrounds start-finish line, but he's still got to deal with Kelsey Rogers from behind, and they are still racing things out behind. 6 laps to go.
Rogers out of Rockton, Illinois, racing for Rogers Racing. A bridesmaid yesterday in the dash for cash to the driver who's trying to get up to third, and Brett Hahn, who's trapped behind Mitch Brown. He almost gets jacked up in the corner as they are double wide and nearly banged together with Edwards and Allen off of turn 4. Leaders, though, separated by about 2 car lengths with 5 laps to go. This is the best race on track with Brown holding the final spot in the top 3. Oh,
contact! One car barrel!
Huge crash in the backstretch.
Multiple cars end over end, and that is definitely the big one. A term normally utilized for super speedway racing and NASCAR racing, but that was absolutely massive. And here we will get a view of what just occurred.
Harnish is the car that's going to go barrel rolling in turn 3. It starts with Bladen Edwards and some more, and we're going to see all of this as they come racing down the front stretch here. Grant Brown is back in there, Alan Young and some more, and let's just watch all of this happen down the back stretch. What happens? Oh, Harnish comes down the racetrack, and well, the sim ejects him from the back stretch before he can complete that barrel roll, and Bladen Edwards has no choice but to continue wrecking up into the turn 3 wall. Have you ever?
To quote Darrell Waltrip, no, I have never, because I'm pretty sure these two had a run-in earlier on in the night.
They did.
That was rather bizarre. Kind of surprised with the likes of Harnish here, as if that was by any stretch intentional, he had a potential for a top 10 finish, and not sure how the handle of that car was off turn number 2, but from that vantage point, looking straight down the back straightaway, it almost looks like he just turned straight left into Edwards down into turn number 3 and threw himself out of the ballpark in the process. A bizarre incident here to wind down the All-American 400. Looks as though we're looking at a green-white checker, Trey, and I think the intensity meter has about pegged at this point.
It looks like race control is going to give us the option to utilize about 3 green-white checkers at maximum, so that's going to be 2 laps. Just to give a quick rundown, so basically these guys are going to get the green flag, and if they do not make it back to the white flag and we get another caution flag, we will re-rack them and do an additional green-white checker. But once we take that white flag, all bets are off, and the checker flag will be the next flag to wave here tonight.
We'll re-rack them and re-stack them up to 3 times, this Trey says. And you can see the race being extended now. This is lap 400. If this was a year ago on iRacing, we would not have the option for a green, white, checkered, maybe a year and a half. Again, I might be misjudging the time there, but not so long ago anyways. They would not have the option for this green, white, checkered, and this would be Greg Evans' race. Under caution, out of turn 4 this time by, he would be collecting a checkered flag. However, we have added that green, white, checkered functionality, and it means they'll have to re-rack them, restack them, and try it all again.
Yeah, and the fact that we might have to do this 3 times, I'm going to bet the over and say we do it all 3 times. I hope for the sake for you fans watching at home that is not the case, but the way that this race is kind of unraveled a little bit past the halfway point, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes that many attempts to get the job done. So who's it going to be? Evans, Rogers on the front row, Mitch Brown and Hahn trying to steal it in row 2. And here we go. We're about to see who's going to win the 23rd All-American 400 here on Pit Stop TV. 2 laps to settle it.
Will come to take lap 402, looking at going 3 additional laps here. Lights are out, pace car in, green flag is out, and Evans is long gone, and he has 2 laps to claim the victory here in the online All-American 400.
If they make it back to the stripe this time by, they will not! A car up and in the air. They will re-rack them one more time. Jordan Hart, no, sorry, that was not Jordan. I think that was Bladen Edwards possibly again. It was a blue car of sorts. I'm going to try and figure out who that was. I've never seen a late, oh, wow. A shot being delivered after the fact, and I think it was that blue car in frame there. I think that might have been Bouchard who went up and flying through the air here, Eric. Massive incident out of turn number 2.
Well, I am 2 green-white checkers away from sounding like a genius. But first, let's evaluate this one as they came back down for the restart. First of all, another great job by Greg Evans to get that launch down into turn number 1 on that restart. And Rogers just trying to slide in behind and hope for a mistake. But we're going to watch the car of Bouchard, the driver who comes out of Grass Valley, California with Momentum Sim Racing. Started all the way back outside the top 20, been in the top 10 for most of today. And looks as though, yes, he got tagged by car 31 of Larry Orn, who's kept his nose clean throughout most of the night. Also collected the number 17 car there of Nick Brand. Also, we saw Mike Carlson in the mix as well. And Brand, for some reason, vents some frustration here on Cody Knott over in turn 3. I believe Brand was caught up in the initial crash without the help of Cody Knott. I think he was more perturbed with this incident here, as Knott was just trying to find a way by, and he tags Brand in the left rear. But nevertheless, tempers starting to boil over, even under the caution flag. And we still have 2 more chances at a 2-lap shootout to wrap this thing up.
First of all, excellent airtime there for the 28 of Bouchard. That's probably the most airtime we've seen tonight, but I'm not sure that the 17 has a case there, because to me it looked like he wasn't holding the brakes and there wasn't much that could be done by Cody Knott. But regardless, it is a case of tempers flaring, and, sometimes that will happen, before guys get a chance to look at the replay. It's why sometimes, when guys do get irritated over communications channels, sometimes you might just want to hold your tongue, check that replay before you start stating your case. Regardless, they weren't getting too aggressive over the voice chat, just a little bit of displeasure. Completely understandable in a race like this. We've made it 400 laps. These guys are probably incredibly stressed after racing 400 laps at a track like this. And fortunate thing is we'll get at least one more chance, 2 at maximum, to try to settle it here.
We will have the restart here in a couple of laps' time. It's lap 406 of the now projected 409. We'll be restarting a lap 408. So overtime here on Pit Stop TV for the original online All-American 400.
And so far, the story of the night has not only been the performance of the top 2, considering their different trajectories and pathways up towards the front. But, man, the restarts for Greg Evans, the confidence that he displayed in his mid-race interview, he has all the ingredients needed to be able to hold on to these final 2 laps. But at some point, the pressure may be able to catch up to him a little bit, maybe forces him into a mistake. We're about to find out, as it is going to be Evans and Rogers on the front row for this restart yet again. Attempt number 2 of a potential of 3 on a green-white checker to wrap up the All-American 400. Here they come for the green flag.
very quickly on the throttle for Greg Evans. He's going to be clear. No incidents yet. He's going to be clear only by a couple car lengths. It's not the biggest gap he's pulled. Rogers is going to have a shot here down the back straightaway.
1.5 laps to go. That's if they get back to the stripe this time. Through 3 and 4, contact further back. It may draw yellow before the white flag. No, this start is official. This race will be official this time by Kelsey Rogers. Goes purple in his journey to try and take down this number 2 of Greg Evans. Has not led a lap yet this entire race. Will he give him a shot in 3 and 4? No. Hickory, North Carolina's Greg Evans will win the 23rd running of the original online All-American 400. Greg Evans leads, I don't even know how many laps. It's been far too many to count. You see the count there at the bottom. Kelsey Rogers gives him a nod of respect. 318 of 409 laps. That's only 91 that went any other driver's way.
I'll tell you what, if you look back to how things panned out for Greg Evans, last night he caught damage in the opening lap crash. Tonight he kept his nose. In fact, he kept all 4 sides of that car clean, and he was able to parlay that into an All-American 400 victory at the Nashville Fairgrounds, and he is going to celebrate on the front straightaway after leading by far the most laps, after perfecting each and every restart, despite his competition having numerous attempts to be able to learn the tricks of the trade that Evans was able to display all night. And he was able to keep himself poised all the way through 2 green-white checkered attempts en route to victory. And he will celebrate with a Polish victory lap on this racetrack as it celebrates its 23rd running of this famed event. And Greg Evans, after a spectacular season in one of the league races for ASRS, now is able to add an All-American 400 to the iRacing resume for 2020.
This is my first viewing of what is the 23rd edition of this event. I'm glad to be a part of it. Absolute privilege. Absolutely great show. We did not get, the 36 entries, but we got 30 quality cars. We're going to get another burnout here from Greg Evans. Overall, there was a lot of calamity, but the big thing is that we had a lot of respect from the top guys in the field tonight. So I'm very happy to see the great race we saw tonight. Pure domination from Evans, but he was never quite in the clear tonight.
No, he had competition in the entire race. He always had somebody trying to take this one away. And remember, he had to get by, and it was by virtue of that wreck that took Anthony Pelican out of this one, but he had to get by Anthony Pelican. And once he did, he never looked back, but he was not dominant from the start. He had to get by that 99 first. Thankfully for Greg, very unfortunately for us and Anthony Pelican, the 99 gets taken out in that front stretch incident with that lapped car. And, we talked how lap traffic hadn't been much of a factor all night until we remember that part of the race that I think really was the turning point and ends up handing this one over to Greg Evans. I don't think this race goes anything like it just did. If not for that incident down the front stretch, we might be talking about an entirely different winner.
Yeah, and Andrew, it's so hard to fathom the fact that wreck happened on lap 20. I mean, it almost feels like it happened a year ago. It was that long ago. The sun was shining on the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, but nevertheless, and also, let's also note the fact that fortunately, Greg Evans wasn't too close to Anthony Pelican when the contact with the lap car of Curtis Hedden took place, because that may have been a similar fortune as to what he had to endure in the Dash for Cash last night. Wrong place, wrong time, swept up in an accident, caused enough damage to impact the handling of his car. This time, he was able to keep it clean, able to work his way by whatever misfortune was coming within close proximity to him en route to this victory. And I think that tells the tale of the tape. And for anybody who was out there watching these races, if you need help on your starts and restarts, Greg Evans is your guy. If I am him, I'm starting my own iRacing seminar on restarts, because that guy never was beat when they came down for green and he was on the front row. Just a phenomenal job all night, and it came into play in the 2 late green-white checkers, and I think that will be one of the biggest moments that he will credit for his victory. The restarts were on point all night.
This is the first time here at Pit Stop TV, I think, that we carry an event quite like this, a big-time endurance short track racing event like the, original online All-American 400, and I think we need to keep doing events like these. This was a lot of fun. for us in the booth, and it was a lot of fun for those guys on the racetrack. I feel like there was a lot of cautions out on the racetrack, yet we still got a lot of competitive action. Got to see a lot of parity in the field tonight. Very happy to be a part of this, and yeah, let's keep doing this event.
Hey, Jim Foose, I know you were watching at one point. This is word from them even, not me, but we want to be back next year for the 24th running. But before we even get there, we'll be talking to these drivers here post-race in just a few moments. The top 3 on their way. You will not want to miss these interviews. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with post-race coverage of the 23rd annual original online All-American 400. Greg Evans, in dominating fashion, takes it. We'll be hearing from him shortly.
Sound Art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it Sound Art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound Art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
We welcome y'all back to the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. We just saw 400 laps of amazing racing with the American Sim Racing Series 23rd Annual Original Online All-American 400. I'm going to turn it over to Eric and Trey, and they're going to tell you a little bit about some of our partners this evening to make this all happen. I mean, this was incredible.
Yeah, and you're right, Andrew. A lot of people have come in to try to help make this possible, not only for us to have fun on a Saturday night broadcasting this All-American 400, but also for all of you to be watching these events taking place, including our friends at Patriot Media and Marketing Services, which is a company run by racers for racers. They offer photography, media creation, livery design, sponsorship proposals, and more. And if you want the best product for a competitive price, you can contact them on Facebook. And if you mention that you saw them on Pit Stop TV as they're a series sponsor for the ASRS, you'll receive 20% off your order, and that is from now through Black Friday. So you got a couple of weeks to get that in. Again, that is Patriot Media and Marketing Services, a series sponsor for ASRS, especially here tonight as part of the 23rd annual original All-American 400.
So next we'll go to some of our internal partners here at Whiplash Media and Pit Stop TV, starting with Tucson Sound Art, excuse me. Your picture, your music. You provide the image you want, and we will custom create a beautiful framed high-quality canvas with a built-in Bluetooth speaker. Our production and lead tonight, Andrew Cardinale IV, he has one of those himself, and he absolutely loves it. But with Sound Art, you get the best of both worlds. Visit TucsonSoundArt.com for additional information.
We also want to take this opportunity to thank Permanent Makeup in Maine. Now, when it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy. At Permanent Makeup in Creo in Maine, owner Ashley Bullier is a certified micropigmentation specialist who provides professional, safe, and personalized keyword services. You can contact Permanent Makeup in Creo in Maine at permanentmakeupinmaine.com, or you can also call or text them at the number provided. That is 207-358-8683. If you're looking for the best solutions for your permanent makeup concerns, give Permanent Makeup and Creo in Maine a call today to book your consultation. And if you visit their Facebook page, Permanent Makeup and Creo in Maine, you can enter one of their monthly giveaways. So you can enter today, and who knows, you just might win. Again, that is Permanent Makeup in Maine, longtime supporter of Whiplash Media and Pit Stop TV.
And finally, Whiplash Media. Pit Stop TV's new parent organization that specializes in various sim racing resources, including paint schemes, stream overlays, iRacing camera packs like what you saw tonight, and much, much more. Whiplash Media is also working on its presence in real racing, offering services such as photography, social media management, and public relations. So for more information, you're going to want to check out whiplash-media.com.
And thank you, guys. And with that, we will go straight into our post-race interviews here. We've had them waiting in the wings for a little while, but we can finally bring in our race winner, Greg Evans. And Greg, it was certainly a long time coming just because this race took almost 3 hours, but you lead 318 of 409 laps when it's all said and done, but those restarts seemed key.
Yeah, man, they really were. We were trying to save tires mostly all the race, much as we could. And then just having really good restarts really, helped us get a little bit of a gap and be able to just run our race most of the race. But Kelsey started getting a little bit better on his restarts, and those last couple of restarts that we had, he was staying there with me. Like I said, Kelsey was there all night long, and he ran a hell of a race too. So just lucky and blessed that we got the win tonight.
Yeah, 318 laps for you, and I think 0 for Kelsey behind you. That doesn't tell the entire tale, though, because you had company the entire race. And after that lap 20 or so incident that takes out Anthony Pelican, man, it was just you and whoever was behind you, whether it was Kelsey Rogers, whether it was Mitch Brown, or whoever else over the course of this race. You always had somebody ready to contest you for that race lead. What was it like constantly having to manage that gap? You want to be able to push, but also in the early going, you can't push too hard. You got to save those tires. Tell us about just trying to make the whole 400 laps.
Yeah, we never really got a really long green flag run. I was trying to save tire much as I could, but we just never really got that long green flag run that we really needed. So it seemed like we never was able to really get a gap on anybody, or really even get much of a break all race long. Every time we look back, there was somebody right behind us, and it was just one of those nights where you just strap in and just run your ass off as much as you can. And just like I said, we're just lucky that we got the track position there. Kelsey ran a really good race and a clean race. Man, it's just I'm tired. I'm really tired now.
That's absolutely one of the cleanest 400 lap winning cars I think I've ever seen, especially in the kind of race we had tonight. 22 cautions, I think, was the final count. When you're leading all of these laps, you keep having to repeat these restarts over and over and over. How much does it wear on you as a driver and anybody that was helping you this evening, spot or otherwise, just trying to keep in the zone and make sure you executed every single corner?
Well, we just like I said, we tried to not do a duplicate restart, back to back, throughout the race. I try to get a little closer to the start to the green flag before I took off. Then the next time I would jump really early, and then I'd go kind of middle of the ways. But yeah, man, all those restarts and stuff, especially being out front, you never really know what can happen. You can miss a gear, all kinds of stuff. Actually, on the last restart, I almost missed third gear. Kind of panicked and finally got it in there. But Kelsey stayed right there with me on that last restart. But man, it was, like I said, all night there was just somebody right there with us. I know Mitch ran a really good race too. Man, it was just a very, very long and grueling race, and just lucky we got the win tonight.
And Greg, you've of course had plenty of success on iRacing and in the ASRS. What does this win mean?
Well, I mean, we got the Cup Championship this year, and I had a couple wins over there in the Cup. But with this race being so long, and having a lot of guys that we never really raced with this year, it definitely is a really big win. Cup wins are special. But when you come down to a super late model, short track style, Saturday night race, man, that's what I grew up on. So this one's really special.
Yeah, the notes here that we have, the entry list shows you from Hickory, North Carolina, right down the road for myself. Are there any parallels? Obviously, Hickory, Nashville, entirely different. But are there any parallels maybe that you picked up being in the area and probably going to Hickory Speedway a ton?
Yeah, I mean, I work for NASCAR too, so I get to go down to a lot of short tracks. I've been to Nashville a few times, so I kind of knew the line a little bit, but the track is so bumpy, and so you have to be really, really careful, especially coming off turn 2. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even test it until later this week, and I didn't really know the line. I knew the line in the real racetrack, but I went back and watched a lot of races from Nashville, and there was all kinds of different lines. And honestly, I'm gonna kind of admit something I probably shouldn't admit, but I was in the race last night, the Dash for Cash, and I seen the line that Kelsey was running. He was able to really stay on the bottom, so I started messing around with it, and I kind of picked up that from him. Just trying to save tires all night, try to keep it clean. But yeah, this track is really, really tough, especially with 400 laps.
Hey, no problem in admitting that. We all got to learn something in order to win, right? So you put it all together again, 318 laps led over the course of our overtime finish that takes us to 409 total laps. Who do you have to thank? Who do you have to shout out this evening for this big win in the original online All-American 400?
You definitely got to thank iRacing, iFlag, and Carolina SimWorks. They were on the car tonight. My guys from the Cup Series, they didn't really translate over to this, but all those guys every year for the whole year that supported us. Man, it's just a really, really great night.
Absolutely. Greg, thank you for your time. Congratulations on this win. And, man, I think that's a pretty good way to start to wrap up 2020.
It definitely is, and like I said, thank you guys for hosting this and doing the broadcast. That makes it 10 times better. And thank ASRS for hosting it. Just a really good way to cap off the year. I appreciate it.
Have a good night, man. Again, congratulations.
Sure.
Greg Evans puts it all together, wins when it's all said and done. With that car to the outside of him right now, he did not let it go away easily, and we'll bring in Kelsey Rogers. Eric, he's going to you.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and it's a pleasure now to welcome to the booth to talk about what is a very solid second-place run, unfortunately, for the second night in a row, the driver out of Rockton, Illinois. Racing for Rogers Racing tonight. Kelsey Rogers, fresh off his runner-up finish here tonight. And Kelsey, before we get into how your race unfolded, I want to take you back to last night. Finished second in the Dash for Cash. Brett Hahn elected to forego the Shotgun Challenge that was up for grabs, a little bit of an extra incentive, one of which you kind of had a little bit of experience with under your belt after starting towards the back in the Dash race last night. You took on that challenge, started tail end of the pack, and came home second. I know it's not the win that you wanted, but given the circumstances, what are your feelings on the night as a whole?
No, I mean we'll definitely take tonight. We got into a wreck there early, which we had a little damage on the front end, and I think that's kind of why we just got to where we could just stall out behind Greg all night. Hats off to him, great run. But yeah, I think that damage is kind of what held us back. Strategy-wise, everything was good. I didn't know that this race had no tire limits coming into it, so. Kind of just pushed the whole race with the amount of cautions that we had. It was pretty safe to say that there was no tire conservation that you needed.
Now, besides the one incident, for the most part, you were able to keep your nose clean throughout. However, that one wreck that happened off turn 2, ironically with Jason Stewart, was the same driver which you tangled with the night before. Granted, it doesn't appear that any of that carried over, just a racing deal on your part. And how quickly were you able to put that behind you in order for you to focus forward and work on getting back to the front?
I mean, it was pretty hard to put behind me. I mean, I didn't really go back and look to see what happened. I don't think there was anything intentional there. Yeah. With that being said, I think it was just a racing deal. But it was pretty hard when I'm sitting there stalled out behind Greg, not to think about it about every lap, because I'm pretty sure that's what held us back tonight.
I was going to mention, you have to wonder what could have been had the left front not looked the way that it did, and obviously it not drove the way that it did. But the one thing that stood out was the restarts. It appeared that Greg just had another gear that he was able to reach down and grab in this race. Is that something where you were trying, different things all throughout to see if you can gain an advantage, or were you more so hoping for a mistake in the latter stages?
Nashville, what I've found is ever since this track came to the service, it's such a hard, when you're starting outside P2, it is really hard to get that gauge as to when the leader is going to go. Just because, you got a lot of lead time before you get, before the green flag, the pace car goes off the track and when the green flag waves. So, you get to play that guessing game, but it seems like just that car to the inside always gets that jump on the car to the outside at this track, and that's just the way it is, I guess.
Now, you and Nashville apparently have a really good relationship. I mean, yesterday, fastest in qualifying, today, third, yesterday, runner-up, tonight, runner-up. I understand that you also won another event that was dubbed a 400-lapper at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Is this a track that just kind of suits your driving style, or is it just that time of year where you're able to dial into these type of short-track events and, click off some solid results?
No, I like Nashville. I've been racing the Super Late quite a bit lately. I joined a new team with the pay-to-win setup team, so helping them with their builds over there, get them off the ground, and looking forward to good things. So we've been getting a lot of seat time in the Super Late lately, and Nashville was on the official race slate there a week or two, or maybe 3 weeks ago. But yeah, I think anybody in the short track scene right now on iRacing has spun their fair share of laps around Nashville, with it being fairly new.
Well, although it may not be a good consolation prize, Greg Evans in his Victory Lane interview with Andrew a short while ago did credit you for perfecting the low line as being able to teach him something different in the Dash race, which he thinks helped him here tonight. Nevertheless, I'm sure that you have a lot of people who help you put your event on. A lot of people think sim racing is a one-man show. Obviously, there's a lot of partners and pieces that go into place to make these events happen. Who do you have to thank on your part to be able to celebrate a runner-up finish in this, the 23rd running of the online All-American 400?
No, obviously, like I said, hats off to Greg. He ran a great race tonight. Got to say thanks to my wife for letting me sit down here in the basement on the computer all day for 800 laps around Nashville, and then last night. So I know some of my family is watching, so hats off to them. And like I said, thanks to the pay-to-win setup guys. So if you're looking for a setup on iRacing, pay-to-win setups.com is a great place to go. David Lamb, Drew Wooten, and everybody over there. They're good guys, so go check them out.
Well, Kelsey Rogers, you put on the show, man. Thank you for starting in the back and giving us all something to watch throughout that one. And so close. Unfortunately, second once again, but you certainly made it entertaining. Congratulations on a great finish, my friend.
Hey, thanks, guys. And yeah, hopefully Jim will put it on next year and we can come back and do it again.
And again, that is Kelsey Rogers, our runner-up for tonight's running of the original online All-American 400. So close to that of Greg Evans, who captured the victory, and the driver out of Rockton, Illinois, able to salvage his second-place finish. Pretty much his average after finishing second in the dash, second in the big show, but still a strong run despite some early damage, able to fight back for a top-running finish. With that, now we will move our attention over to the driver who claimed third, and I will turn it over to Trey, who is with our driver who rounds out our top three finishers in Mitch Brown.
So Mitch Brown, I mean, speaking in terms of, notoriety tonight, you didn't get as much attention as the top two tonight, but you still come away with an excellent podium tonight. So what are your initial thoughts coming out of your virtual cockpit here at the fairgrounds?
Thank God. Get me out of this damn cockpit. I'm sweating. No, I'm just we've had an event. That was the craziest race I've ever been. Being up front, then having our connection issues, dropping in the back, going a lap down, then getting our lap back, and then getting up to the front, getting third. I don't know how we pull third out of our ass, but I just I'll take the money. I'm glad to be, glad the race is over, and glad my car's in one piece.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And third place is going to get an additional bonus tonight. That's going to give you the same cash prize as second place, so that's going to be $85. So yeah, it's a pretty nice payday tonight.
I was kind of hoping to get to second, at least second, or try to win, but I've just Kelsey and Greg were just in another zip code, so I was just trying to buy my time. Hopefully, something happened with them two up front, I could capitalize and get the win. But I'll take third.
So you'd consider tonight best case scenario without something drastic happening ahead?
I think it's best case scenario. Really wanted the win, but we'll take third. We'll take the money, and we'll head on to the All-Star race here in a couple weeks.
Hey, that's fair enough then. So I'm kind of curious about what your practice regimen looked like coming into this week, and not just that, but what did you take from last night at the Dash in order to come away with third place tonight?
I think last night it was basically just have a lot of patience, and that kind of happened at the start of the race, and then as the race got on, the patience started to wear thin. It didn't help that we had this one guy. I'm not gonna say his name. I'm sure you know who it is. He was a weapon out there. But no, we're just happy to come home clean, third place. I didn't put a lot of practice. I put a lot of practice in for the daytime. I really didn't get a lot of practice for the nighttime. I didn't expect it to the end of the race be running night, but definitely the Dash helped out a little bit with the nighttime setup.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up. I mean, we saw time change at twice the rate as it would in real life. So what changes did you have to make in your driving style in order to adjust to the cooler racetrack?
I think it helped out. Track cooled down a little bit, so you could really drive it in a little deeper than normal in the daytime. But it really didn't change a lot. I kept wasn't playing with a brake bias at all. But I just try to take it easy. Each run, try to take it easy the first 15-20 laps, and just try to pick my way through the field as I could.
Hey, that's good enough for a third place tonight, Mitch. So that's about all I have for you. Any sponsors, partners, friends, family you want to thank out there for your efforts tonight?
We got Checker Flag PCs. We got Patriot Media Marketing Solutions. I also want to thank them for being a great sponsor for us the last couple of years. Mod Chaser Media, my own photography company. I want to thank Jim and Sam for being as patient as they were these last two nights and over this week. dealing with us is a pain in the, it's a pain in the ass, because we complain a lot in the driver's chat, especially on, sub calls and stuff like that. But, I appreciate them just for sticking it out and just, calling things as they should. And also want to thank you guys for broadcasting the race. I'm sure you guys had a great seat up in the tower watching us go door to door for 400 laps, and we got 2 out of 3 green white checkers, and we got a good finish in the end, so can't complain about that.
Yep, have to thank you, Mitch, and everyone else out there for an absolutely great show tonight.
Guys.
All right, that was Mitch Brown. He rounds out the podium. He's going to finish 3rd place here in the original online All-American 400, the 23rd edition.
Finishing 3rd place. Want to apologize for some of the strong language there. Certainly, that is the emotion that you always want out of a driver after a race like that. 400 laps certainly wears on you. And boy, I'm glad we can get those strong feelings, the emotions there. And I think he's just happy that it's out of the way, and he finished 3rd place. That's a pretty solid payday there for the 51 car. So a big day for him and his team. A big day for all of us here involved with this event, the 23rd running of the original online All-American 400. It takes a toll on us as well when you call it for 400 laps, and we've been around for almost 4.5 hours now. I mean, this has been insane. This has been a proper way to spend a Saturday night.
Yeah, and Andrew, I will tell you, when I first got the call to be a part of this event, which I think was months ago, I truly boxed out my calendar, and I'm very fortunate that I've been able to travel for a good while and cover a lot of racing action. But for some reason, knowing what the All-American 400 means to short track racing, I knew this was something special, even in the sim realm. And it was something I started to brush up on, read up on, and once I started to know and respect the history of this race and how it transferred across different types of simulated platforms and different formats, just like the real thing, it kind of it made it almost, like a kid at Christmas. Like, I was very, very, very excited to be a part of this event, and tonight's race did not let me down in the slightest. The box score may show that we ran a number of caution flags, a handful of laps behind the pace truck, of course, but the racing product, the drivers who came home with top honors in the top 3, the drivers who had misfortune, all the stories that are to be told throughout the field of cars that came down for the green flag. I am leaving tonight's broadcast entertained, enlightened, and eager for next year's running of this race. And I don't think that as a race fan, putting the headset aside, you could ask for anything more. And I think I speak on behalf of everybody at Pit Stop TV that we're just thrilled to be a part of it. Tonight was a blast.
The only thing I can think of is I would have liked to have seen maybe 1 or 2 really long green flag runs, but the pace of cautions tonight was still not that terrible by any means. We normally got a lot of pretty decent runs, and what that offered with the unlimited tire sets tonight is a lot of variability in strategy. And that threw it threw a lot of interesting elements into tonight's race. And it wasn't, despite the fact that Greg Evans and Kelsey Rogers were at the top of the field for most of the night, that wasn't the case for all 400 laps. And I just think that's what you need to see at these kinds of events. And that does the job. And I was very happy to see, absolutely excellent event tonight.
Absolutely. Everything about this event was good. A great way to start to wrap up our 2020 season. We've still got a month and a half of great racing here on Pit Stop TV to round out 2020, but it's a good way to start that decline, I think, and start to head into the holiday season. I mean, Thanksgiving is what, a week and a half away, thereabouts, just under 2 weeks for sure, so it's coming up quick, and we are certainly getting down to grind time for holiday season and everything like that. But before we get there, of course, before we leave this evening, we got to talk about our results for the 23rd annual original online All-American 400. Greg Evans, we've talked about it a ton already, takes home the race win by just 1/10.5 in that last restart. His fastest lap, not quite the fastest lap of the race. That goes to Kelsey Rogers with an 18.194. He will take home the extra $20 from Ohio's Lost Speedways. But he does finish 2nd place, and that is huge for Kelsey. It's been a big weekend for him. Through all of the trials and tribulations last night, tonight, to come back and finish solidly second place, I think still means a lot to everybody behind that 36 car. Mitch Brown finishes third place. We heard from him as well. Alan Young, they're in fourth. Brent Hahn, again, comeback stories for those two. They got a lot of different things and fell back through the top 10. And then Brent Hahn skates all the way back to probably 25th or so and had to come back up through the field multiple times. He finishes fifth after winning last night's All-American Dash. Jason Stewart, another comeback story, finishes sixth spot. Grant Brown, man, Grant Brown, he had a story of a weekend. And lap 20, remember, we talk about how terrible that was for Pelican, who was leading the race at the time on lap 20 in that incident with that lapped car. Grant Brown picked up a lot of severe damage in that wreck as well, and that held him back the entire rest of the race. He had to run 380 laps on his back foot, just trying to catch back up and just trying to get every position he could. He got in some scuffles with some other cars on the racetrack. I think Nick Fleury comes to mind, who also finishes inside the top 10. But David Patton, he had a rough time last night. Matt Vade, he was out of this session 7 laps down at one point, comes back, finishes in the top 10. That is what I call attrition. Finishes 9th place in the number 8, a former winner, showing how to get it done and get back into this race in some regard at the very least. And Nick Fleury rounds out your top 10 in the 25 car.
Take a look at the rest of the field, 11 through 20. Before I go any further, blown away by Matt Vade and his comeback trail. That is something that needs to go down in the record books. Brandon Hughes, 1 spot shy of a top 10 finish. Capping off was a solid race effort. Larry Orn in the 12th position. Tim Knott on the lead lap late in the going, despite being involved in a couple of incidents. Bladen Edwards did not have the night that he would have hoped for after winning one of his heat races in a Dash for Cash night last night. And Caleb Nelson, top 4 in all the sessions leading up to race time. The last 2 days does not have the results to show for it. Still able to salvage a top 15 finish, but that was the best that Nelson was able to muster up. He will be coming back looking for redemption come 2021. Nick Brand was 16th. Cody Knott, who did his best to stay out of the way of some of the leaders, was running in the 17th spot at the checkered flag. Mike Carlson, despite being involved in a handful of incidents, was back in the 18th spot. Christopher Bouchard with 2 nominees for save of the race, I would say, early in the going in this one before we hit the halfway point. Finally had a couple that got him late in the going that pushed him down to 19th in the running order, including one of which that came late. And Mark Myers, also involved in one of the many late race cautions and crashes, puts him back in the 20th spot.
Finally, we look beyond the top 20, and the first person outside of the top 20 is the first person to not finish on the lead lap. That's Jordan Harnish. He's going to finish a few laps down, actually 14 laps down to be particular. What I meant to say is he was involved in several incidents. He showed a lot of excellent pace tonight, but unfortunately things just do not go his way. He'll finish 21st, followed by another strong car in Travis Wright, who will finish 22nd. That's going to be a 58 lap down run for him, followed by Michael Whiting in the 23rd position, 80 laps down. Ethan Johnson, all we can say is that there was controversy surrounding the driver of the 102 machine. He gets booted from the session. He will finish 139 laps down in the 24th position. Todd Kirkwood, he ran in the midfield near the early stages, and then accidents will take him out of the running, 143 laps down in the 25th position. Adam Hoagland, basically the same case as Todd Kirkwood. He's going to finish in the 26th position, 249 laps down. Anthony Pelican, he had incredible pace, but then that contact there with Christopher Hedden, who's struggling after wrecking off of turn 4, is going to take him out of the running. So it's going to mean that Pelican will finish 27th place after his pole position, 375 laps down, followed by Curtis Hedden, who finishes 20th position, 391 laps down. Jared Ziegler does not take the green flag after registering for the session, and then Eric Brennan, he was in the booth tonight, but unfortunately registers for the session as a driver. No issues there, and that rounds out your 29-car field here for the 23rd Original Online All-American 400.
The 2020 edition of this race, certainly one for the highlight reels, memories, history books here of the league. I mean, an absolutely amazing event. It did not disappoint in any way, shape, or form. And again, just want to thank everybody involved, Jim Foose, the ASRS, and everybody who made this one happen for their support. and allowing us to have this opportunity to call this race and bring this to you. This was an amazing time. This really was an amazing time. We all looked forward to it, but I don't think any of us really expected exactly how this was all going to go. And truthfully, one of the best nights that I've had broadcasting iRacing ever. And this one is going to be remembered by me and hopefully everybody else here at Pit Stop TV for quite a while. This is a big one for us, and this was certainly an amazing race. I want to give you guys the floor one more time each here, and just any closing thoughts you guys have, because this was truly a hell of a race.
Yeah, and Andrew and Trey, I mean, I said, just a short while ago that this was something I was looking forward to, but I think everybody, who's been involved in this race with this series and the ASRS, who, through some of my research and homework, they do a great job putting on a number of series throughout the year, one of which, Greg Evans celebrated a championship with, winning in excess of 12 races en route to tonight's victory. But, all that aside, the Dash for Cash last night, I think, left us all kind of pondering, even, in our lead up and our preparation for tonight's broadcast as to what type of race we were going to see. And yes, even though it looks as though we did have a number of incidents and crashes towards the, back half of this race, I think the racing product provided everything that would not only meet but exceed our expectations. And it just really is leaving me, truly satisfied, not only as a broadcaster, but as a race fan, that we got to see the race pan out the way that it did. I think it's fair to say that the best car won, the best driver won, and Greg Evans just put on an absolute show at the head of the pack. And hats off to him for admitting that it was thanks to the help of his competition in Casey Rogers, due to a line that he was running in the Dash for Cash race, that he credited to being able to run so perfectly throughout most of tonight's race, hugging the inside line just a little bit tighter than what he was used to, and that's what gave him the victory. A lot of sportsmanship amongst the front two. Tempers flared a little bit further back, but where the money was paid out, it was a lot of respect and clean racing to the checkered flag, and I think that we're all walking away here tonight really happy with what we saw, and very privileged to be a part of such an incredible race for the 23rd year in its existence.
It was a pleasure to work with you tonight, Eric. I think this is the first time I've been on the call with you, but overall, my closing thoughts are basically just a lot of thanks. First of all, Jim Foose, glad you could hop aboard with us. This was an absolutely awesome event to be a part of, and I think we'd all love to, do it in the future. Otherwise, great job by all the guys out there on the racetrack, on the virtual racetrack, that is. Great job by everyone in the booth. Glad to have Corey Rexford join on social media. This is only his second event here with Pit Stop TV, and otherwise, yeah, fun night, and let's do it again.
Absolutely. Let's do it again. 2021, let's make this happen again, and let's see if Greg Evans can defend his title now, his victory here in the original online All-American 400. What a night it was, but that will conclude our coverage of the 23rd running, the 2020 edition of the original online All-American 400. We at Pit Stop TV, thank you for tuning in and joining us for tonight's action, and we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Join us again tomorrow evening for Pit Stop TV's coverage of the SCAR Cup Series, the Superior Class Auto Racing Cup Series at Richmond Raceway. It's race 7 of 14, halfway point in the season. We also have action Monday night in two different forms. We have the BRP iRacing Series going to Lima Land Motorsports Park, and we also have the Northwest GT3 Challenge heading to Sonoma Raceway out in the Napa Valley in California. It's going to be a great week of racing. We even have the Bluegrass iRacing Series making their return for Season 2 at Daytona International Speedway. Truly a great week of racing ahead. Cannot wait to get it all started beginning tomorrow night. Make sure to follow us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/pitstoptv, on Twitter at pitstoptv_, on Twitch at www.twitch.tv/pit_stop_TV, and on YouTube at www.youtube.com/c/pitstoptv1. For Eric Brennan and Trey Patton on the call with me tonight, for Corey Rexford on social media, for myself, Andrew Cardinale IV, and everybody else at Pit Stop TV, thanks for watching, and we will see you next time.